Well, greetings, and welcome to this beautiful Sunday. Looks like today we are finishing up our book study of an amazing short book called Tattwa Shuddhi. And hopefully you guys can share some of your experiences that you've had with this meditation and some of the experiences you had with studying the Tattwas these past couple of months. Hello to everybody in the video chat and everyone in the YouTube chat.
Hi.
Hi. I don't know if my camera's still frozen. I can't even see myself.
It's not, but it's doing like you kind of look like you're doing like the robot. Ooh, he's gotten good. Look at that. You're amazing, Trav. You need to go to like worldwide competitions.
That's a good idea. Man.
Yeah, no, yeah, so this is the last study session of the book. We're finishing it up.
I believe so. We're at the end, and I mean, we could go on forever about it, but you know how these things go.
Yeah. Oi, Brasil, como vai?
I'm gonna pretend like I understood that.
I was saying hi. We got a Brazilian in the chat, and every time I see one, I gotta say what's up. So
Yes. Greetings, Wild Brazil. Greetings, Gemma Thorne. Greetings, DIY Simple Arts. Caribbean Grimoire. Greetings. YouTube always asks me if this video is for kids. No, it's not for kids. It's barely for adults.
you know, I did that the other day with one of the videos I uploaded, and it ended up disabling a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I realized, okay, so even though technically a kid could see it, you shouldn't mark that.
It restricts your video. It restricts a lot. You can't even do the thing where you minimize the video and play it. It won't even let you do that.
Yeah, which makes sense if it's for kids, because you know, it can pull all types of stuff. But yeah, don't noob talk to YouTube. But with us kind of finishing up Tattwa Shuddhi and all of that, and then we always relate it to astrology and all. One of the connections that I have been really kind of diving deep in is relating the certain tattwas to not just the planetary alignments, but along with kind of your own or my own astrological chart. And I've been noticing a really big difference in how I'm receiving the information and going through Tattwa Shuddhi and that cleanse. So that's kind of been a new type of path that I've been exploring. That's definitely different from my initiatory study of the Tattwas and implementing these practices into my everyday. Because at first, I think when you're practicing, because now we're at the point where we're all starting to practice that cleanse in the meditation and starting to kind of implement what we've learned from the book. And so at first for me, it was effective, but at the same time, kind of, I didn't know how the cleanse was going to necessarily take place. or I didn't know where to look for the cleanse. So I would feel it and I would do the meditation, but I'd be like, okay, what now? What, like certain little things would happen, but I didn't really know how to become aware of them.
Yeah.
And then recently, when I really started focusing on the individual tatwas, even just doing that, I started to see consistently how much things have started to change in my perspective and viewpoints regarding each of the elements. Because now I'm more aware of how each of these elements are kind of taking place in my life. So it's been a really interesting process. It's also made me really revisit the Dharana Darshan, because a lot of the information in here is translated in Tattwa Shuddhi that you can easily implement, that you probably should be implementing. So yeah, that's been a really cool creative process that I've been sort of going through recently with it.
Awesome. Awesome. It's good to hear that you're able to cross-reference, because as we've seen, all these books are talking about the same stuff. It's just we're seeing each individual author has something different to contribute to it. So I'm kind of interested in your astrological process here. Just to kind of clarify for those who may be viewing, and this might sound kind of unfamiliar, when you say that you are looking at your chart through the lens of the Tattwas, could you explain just a little bit more about what you're doing with that?
Sure. So each of the tattvas relate to elemental bodies that we have within us.
Mm-hmm.
So we have our earth, which is Prithvi, our water, which is Apas, fire, which is Agni, Vayu, which is air, and then we have Akasha, which is ether. And then when you do the Tattwa Shuddhi meditation, right, it has you looking at all of these tattvas, and then eventually they dissolve and go into Ahankara, then Mahat Tattva, and then you have Prakriti, Parusha, and then you go through this whole process of cleanse, right? But that's a really uniting force. What I did, or what I've been doing and implementing a lot more, is looking at the elements specifically and utilizing them in order to connect with the parts of my astrological chart that have these same elements. So for example, I'm now using my Vedic chart a heck of a lot more than my tropical at this point, because I feel like my Vedic really correlates more when I try to connect with these elemental tattvas. So when I am, so for example, if I've been meditating on, well, today is my Apis, but like Prithvi Tattwa, right? That's the earth Tattwa. So you're literally connecting to your earth body, which is somewhat separate from this, not separate, but at a different plane of existence. All of these exist in different planes of existence. You can kind of see it like that. So when I check into my Prithvi, you utilize the meditation to adapt to that body and to kind of become more aware of how you are that body, how you are the earth. In my chart, Virgo, my earth sign, is my sun sign. So I do this meditation during the day, in the morning, and I feel, and currently I am feeling that it's a lot more powerful, and that it gives me a lot more introspection into my ego. It also shines a really bright light into how I view my material wealth and being. So that's kind of a little bit of an example of how I connect to my Prithvi. Now, I have a water element as my moon, right? I'm a Cancer moon in Vedic. So when I do my opus meditation, which is my water element, I do that typically at night. And last night in particular, I really connected to that. I did like all types of rituals because there was this crazy storm outside, and it's been almost like over a year. It has been over a year in Tucson since we've had a real rain. So
I
last
saw the
night,
pictures on your story. The
yeah.
clouds look beautiful, like purple, like this, right?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, and on both sides. I mean, it was just so magical. There, I was cooking and I stopped cooking to do rituals. Like I couldn't, I
That's
couldn't,
when you
I
know it's
couldn't
serious.
leave. Yeah, like I really couldn't, I couldn't ignore that. So I really connected to the water Tattwa then, and everything started to super illuminate for me in the sense that I felt my primordial it's hard to explain when if you don't go through the experience yourself, but I'm going to try my best. It's like you feel the primordial waters within yourself moving, literally moving, like your emotions, all of that. You start to really feel that connection between the moon and its
Yeah.
connection to you as your water body. So there was a lot of fluidity there. And so that's what I've been using the tatwas to connect to my astrological signs that are in my chart, and seeing more clearly as to how they bring certain revelations within myself about how I may handle certain situations. So like the moon, for example, was a really big, and water. So my moon and water, right? Like all of that is your emotional body, as well as kind of your internal dialogue, I think, or so how I interpret it. And so last night I had a really big, my awareness as I was doing these meditations and rituals. These visions kind of came to me. A very strong vision came to me of a dragon that was almost falling or floating in a black abyss of water. And
Hmm.
through that vision, I saw and recognized that it was me, that I was in the process of being within this abyss. And when I would have normally gotten scared, I became grateful for. And I allowed the
Ah,
abyss to overtake me, and I birthed myself. And I started to understand what the internal process is of self deification. It's when you give birth to self, to yourself. There's
yeah.
yeah, and so that was just with the water element. But when I matched that with the moon, um, along with the water element, surrounding myself with that water element and taking that time, I was able to submerge deep into my psyche. So it's been a really exciting process, of relating all of these tatwas to my astrological placements. It's giving me better ideas as to when to do them, as well as, awareness of how they manifest and how it kind of comes into one being, which is how I'm living in this lifetime. So that's how I've been doing it.
Wow. So there's a lot of cool stuff there that you mentioned. I mean, kind of unloaded a whole bunch, but we're gonna
Yeah.
have to pick a little bit out of that. Um, so yeah, the pregnant waters, even that's how she describes it in Tattwa Shuddhi, working in that astral element of apas. We see that the waters of chaos are pregnant with creation, and for most of us, we're unaware of just how that plane works. We're unaware even to a tiny fraction of how it works. So we allow chaos to run amok. We allow patterns that are moving beyond our awareness to direct and control what's being birthed in those waters of chaos. But as you've just explained, when we do some of these meditations, specifically in the water element, dealing with the astral body, we kind of have more of a control or a directive ability over what exactly is birthed. You just talked about the self-deification of giving birth to yourself. This process is going on all the time, but since we're unaware of it, we're not in control of what's being birthed. So we birth all kinds of chaos into our life, all kinds of struggle and drama and this, that, and a third. And then we blame it on other things. We give the power and the authority and the dominion to other things. And the process keeps repeating itself. Whereas when you can see that doing a process like Tattwa Shuddhi is a cleansing process on so many levels, if nothing else, just for the simple ability to direct the flow of some of these astral energies. Like people don't understand that this stuff is always happening. It's not just when you read a magical book and you try some of this out. It's always happening, but it isn't until you learn to take the reins that you're able to control the birth of this dragon, right? And it's simple things like perspective, where you can look at that dragon and you can see that years ago you might have been terrified, but today you recognize yourself in that thing, right? You recognize that that's you. That's a form of you, right? Now, the most people don't do that because we're programmed by the media. We'll see something like that and get scared. We'll go grab a little stick of sage and burn it because we think that we need to purify the room because it's contaminated by an evil spirit, not realizing that that's us. Powerful stuff.
Yeah, there's and that kind of correlates too with goetic magic and looking at clip off and tree of life. There are warning signs all over the place when reading these kinds of books. I have it with me today. This guy right here I've been revisiting. Yeah, since studying Tattwa Shuddhi, it's made me think a lot about the tree of life. And I read this before I started studying Tattwa Shuddhi, and it's a little freaky because you get into the clip off and there's all these warning signs like, be careful, this is not for the mentally unsteady. Ooh, hey, that's a beautiful one. Red
this
and
is
gold.
the clip off book I'm studying. Yeah,
Fabulous.
fabulous.
But yeah, so when I revisited it, what I found, which was not only astrological symbols, but literally in the process of self-deification or becoming aware of that, it's the process of utilizing the chakras and awakening your kundalini. It's the exact same process that we're doing with Tattwa Shuddhi. Tattwa Shuddhi, they call it cleansing. In clip off and these kinds of magic, they call it, the dark magician, the awakening of the astral realms. And it's like, man, this is you just tapping into your chakras.
Or as Michael Ford might say, awakening the divine black flame or the infernal black flame. All these other black magicians, they take the same stuff and just name it differently.
Yes.
I guess that's the name of the game. Maybe I need to do it too.
I know, and they talk about magic squares and what Lucifer is and all this kind of stuff. These are nothing but other aspects of self. And so even within this book, I'm realizing how, here's what I wanted to show. Look at this. This is what is in the clip off. This is what you're doing. These are the rituals. When they have you take a dagger and your wand and you're opening up the astral realms and all this crazy shit, right? You are just simply tapping into you, into the aspects of you.
And specifically the Tattwas. Don't forget now, this what you're talking about there with the elemental, anything elemental is the Tattwas. And that picture you just showed there, if you took the time to go grab Durana Darshan real quick, you'll find that same picture in there. I'm talking about that little, the chakras and the chatrams in the front and that little triangle in the back. That same photos in Durana Darshan.
That's right. Right. So for me, this shows that was a really big awakening within my own ritualistic practices, because I no longer was seeing things external from myself. It wasn't like, well, demons are going to come out. Like, even if, and I've even had moments where like I heard a hiss or I felt my clothes moving or something like that. And before it would freak me out, but now it's like, woo, okay, woo, what element is this? This is me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and it really changes the game, especially when you're recognizing what your awakening is. And that's where they say, when especially with Tattwa Shuddhi, I think they, it it's such a deep and transformative practice, because you are no longer stuck within the confines of your mental perception. You actually get to explore what is beyond what you have considered your limits.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ugh. I want to go so deep into it, but it's like it's pointless if you don't have a firm grasp on what we're talking about. That's why I'm trying to get people to read these damn books. So people, message me like, yo, Trev, when are we gonna get to the advanced stuff? And I'm like, well, you got to do the fundamental stuff before we get there, because we can talk about the advanced stuff and you're gonna pretend like you understand just so you don't look dumb. But you know damn well you don't know what we're talking about. That's why when you study these books, because you just said yourself, you've already read the Carlson book.
Mm-hmm.
I've read most of it too. But after Tattwa Shuddhi, when you go back, you see the stuff in a more a practical light where it applies to you. It's not just like you said, it's not like demons are going to come out. You're looking at it from a new lens, from a new vantage point. Because if you don't know the fundamentals, you can't see it the way it is. You can't, right? You can pretend, but you can't see it unless you've done the fundamental work. So it's like when we come to the advanced stuff, this is the advanced stuff, because all the advanced stuff, it is a rehashing of this. Like people,
Right.
I hope people are getting it. I hope we're not just doing this to fill up time. Like this is the real work. This right here is the real work.
My self-deification was entirely externalized until last night, when I had been practicing the Tattwa Shuddhis. Like, that only happened when I went back to these advanced basics.
Advanced basics. I'm gonna steal that. I'm gonna have to take it. Advanced basics. That's what we're gonna do. Advanced basics.
Yeah, I mean, and it's because you are, because you can talk about, even when Kristen talks about feng shui and all this kind of stuff, right? We're always relating to the elements, but you never really know what the elements are until you can see yourself as the elements. Only then will you understand.
Right. This magic stuff, it's so external until, like what you just said, until you're able to see yourself as the elements. All of this spirituality is based on the elements and how they work and what can be done with them. But if there's a gap, if there's a gulf in between you and the elements and what they can do, if there's a gap there, you're never going to connect it. You're always going to see it as something else. But when you fill in that gap, and you come to understand the elements within yourself, like going through something like initiation of hermetics. This is something that teaches you to fill in that gap of how you are the elements. Going through something like Tattwa Shuddhi and Dharana Darshan, they show you how you are the element. They fill in that gap. So now that you've got your gap filled, you can go look at the other practices, and now they make sense. Now you don't have to ask Trav, what candle do I burn? Because you understand.
Woo. Then you realize that you don't have to burn a candle. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You don't even have to do that because that's external.
Yep.
Greetings, CJ. Welcome. Sunshine Chick. I will not forget you this time. Greetings. Kevin Wise. Peace, my brother. Primordial. Welcome. Joaquin. Good to see you again. Keisha333. If you don't have the password, let me know. I'll put it in the chat. And anybody else who doesn't have the password is trying to join. It's in the members area. You'll find the password there. Nuru, greetings, bro. Mo B, always a pleasure. IDK, DK, DF. I'm gonna stutter every time I say your name. Sky L, peace. I didn't forget you. Stray Panther, good to see you, bro. Al Dickey, greetings. D Zadus, peace. So good.
Yeah.
So what a lot of what you're saying there, you're touching on some actual advanced stuff too. Like there's the what would you call it? The advanced basics. What'd you call it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna type that in. So there's advanced basics, but there's also advanced stuff. Advanced basics. Not gonna forget that. But there's also advanced. When you were describing earlier about like working with the earth element and understanding that that gets you more in tune with your physical body and a lot of the things that come with physical life, your home, your income, the things that you attach to, you know, like your favorite coffee mug and your favorite shirt and shit like that. Focusing on the earth element and how they make you feel and how you connect with these things in your environment. There's the term that I'm using now is frequency band. There's a frequency band of earth consciousness,
Mm.
material plane consciousness. Now, the highest frequency band we call the most high. Depending on what you study, you might call it Kether, you might call it Shiva, but there is a, we can all agree there is a most high, right? Christians will call it God, some call it Allah, but there is undeniably a undifferentiated pure source of existence. That's the highest level. Now that's the extreme. And then the other pole, there's where we are in this material physical consciousness. Now here's the thing. There's infinite number of frequency bands in between that. Just like when you're on your radio and you might turn to the rock station and you turn the knob and it just makes all that noise and till you hit another solid station, right? That's how we got these bodies. The Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, all the way up to the Anandamaya Kosha. Those are different radio stations, right? Now there are in-betweens, gradual in-betweens, but some of us who've navigated those planes know that those those solid stations are where you're going to find solid data. Now, most of us are fixated on that very low frequency channel, right? Now, within that channel, there exists radio shows called Time and Space, right? Now, as you turn the knob and get away from the physical plane, you're going to get less and less of the effects of time and space because time and space are a byproduct of the physical plane.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is in that undifferentiated perspective, because the higher you go, the perspective changes. So at that highest perspective, everything is as it is. Everything is. I am that I am. There's no evolution because it is.
Right.
But when you're looking down and you see that lowest plane, it appears to be going through a process of evolution, past, present, and future. And it only appears that way because we're fixated on a specific object within that radio station. We're fixated on this body. So the body, since we're fixated on it, we're experiencing time and change. But as we tune that knob and raise the station into these higher planes, we start to get away from time and space. So anyone who's actually worked with spirits and has actually gotten into contact with their higher self, you start to understand that the information that you download has nothing to do with your current time and current space. It's data that is timeless. That's how we're able to define these goetic spirits and these other kinds of spirits, because they're a pocket of data that doesn't change based on Black Lives Matter or World War II or the crucifixion of Christ. It doesn't change on timeline events. It has always been and will always be. But their effects on this physical plane within the physical plane radio station can be felt and seen as evolution.
Yeah. And I think you mentioned a really important point there that I know affected me for a really long time until recently, is understanding that frequencies and planes of existence are not actually places. That's something that the logical mind is creating in order for you to be able to conceptualize what is happening to you in these experiences. But we're literally, when we talk about frequency and vibrations and how we really are on a frequency and vibration, we're talking about density. We're not talking about a place. The astral plane is a density. It's not a place. So all of these experiences with goetic spirits, with angels, with whatever you want to call it, when we say there are other aspects of you, there are other densities of you, of self, which is beyond all vibrational frequencies. Maya, which is what they describe in Dharana Darshan and all these things that we are studying, right? Is the illusion that this is something, that it's something that is manifested, but there's actually a place of an experience that is that where the manifest and unmanifest reside, that they actually vibrate on, there's another plane there. There's a surface there that this happens, that this type of frequency and wave comes into being. And beyond that is beyond our natural conceptualization, because at this moment, our density levels, when trying to communicate that in this realm, is damn near impossible
Yeah,
without having to make itself dense in
ooh,
order for each other to understand it.
that's good. That's good. That's good. It's a density. It's not a place. It's a density. And if we pay attention, this physical plane is the most dense. So the higher up we go, the less dense. And like you said, it's not a place, but it's more of an experience. It's more of a state. It's very intangible. It's not something that you're gonna touch. When you astral project, you're not going to literally, you're not going to take your physical body to a place and touch things. You're going into a place that is another density. It's less dense. So just like we have tools to operate this plane, there's a set of tools to operate the other planes, right? You mentioned the working with the opus, the water element. And you mentioned how that was very closely related to the emotional plane, the astral plane, and there was a lot of feeling going on. Well, there's
Mm-hmm.
emotional tools, there's emotional technology. This is the astral travel that we talk about. That's emotional technology. Our just like we use our five senses to navigate this physical plane, we use a set of emotional tools to navigate the astral plane,
Yeah.
and then other planes that require other tools. Now, because everything filters downward in this physical density, we have to utilize all the tools, because here we used our tactile senses, we get emotional, we use our mental facility, we even use our spiritual facility. But what do we use the most in the physical plane?
Right. Right. Our senses. And that's where if you're to study, so like I would also recommend, if you're going into individual Tattwa meditations, to work with the other Tattwas first before going up to Akasha. I know for myself, I'm one of those people that's like, whoa, take me right there. But
Right.
when you get into ether, ether is a space where emotions don't even play a part, but you're
Mm,
going to experience it because you are literally starting to transcend your senses. So you're going to be experiencing feelings, you're going to be experiencing twitches, you're going to be experiencing all this different kind of shit that's happening to you. But when you're on the ether plane, it's a it's a it is an unmanifest, but you as a manifested form are going to remain manifested in some sense of that, because we are in this plane. So when working with that level of less density, there's a it's not a hesitation, but it's a different experience that I think one should build up to, um, before, and understanding all of the different elemental bodies, because this is another elemental body of ours. But what I've discovered is that at least for me, is that the ether plane is where you get into that astral, is where you get into where you don't feel like you actually have really control of what's around you, because you are everything that's around you. And to have that um is an entirely different situation. that is beautiful, but you won't be able to truly conceptualize what's happening unless you understand the other elements that are happening, because ether is literally that plane where all of the other elements kind of make play.
yeah, yeah. They all come out of the etheric element, right?
Right. Right. This you go to the place where the other elements lay in the unmanifest dimension. So when you're studying the different elemental dimensions or the elements, you're going into the spot where they reside as manifest and unmanifest. But when you
Yeah,
go into ether, you then become that plane where they manifest or unmanifest, which is different.
I like that. You become, when you go to the etheric plane, you become the etheric plane, or rather, you come into the awareness that you are the etheric plane.
Right. And then it all changes. Everything changes, which is really amazing, but also quite a lot. Um, it's a
We're
lot.
going in a good direction. I don't want to deter it too far, but
Right.
just on that etheric thing right there, the higher up we go in these awareness levels, um, we start to realize if we're doing it right, we start to realize that we're not projecting and traveling and going to places. We're realizing that we are these things, or rather, these things are an aspect of us that has been previously unconscious to our awareness. So you are the etheric plane. You are the whole astral plane. You're the whole spirit plane, or rather, it is you. This right here is not who you are. This is this is a finger. This is an appendage to a hand, to an arm, to a body. So this right here ain't me. That right there's not Alora. When we're doing this elemental work, we're actually coming into the awareness of the deeper aspects of us. So, like what you're saying here about going into the etheric plane, that's the very next level. That's the next radio station, the next solid radio station, right? So we
Mm-hmm.
got the physical plane, and the next plane up is the etheric plane. Now, in between that, there are so many different levels that have been charted, and I've been studying these. What are they categorized as? The five Tattwas. But notice there are Tattwas within the Tattwas, right? So you got
Right.
earth of earth, then you got water of earth, then you got fire of earth, then you got air of earth, then you got and it continues. So each one of these are the gradual tiny radio stations in between the etheric plane. So what we're realizing is the higher up we go, when we get to the ether of ether, right? So if I don't remember how many, it might be like 20, 25, 5 times 5. I think it's 25. Maybe it's more. But each of those are different levels of radio stations between here and the etheric plane. And there's a whole process of meditation to go through to experience each one in turn. And now, what do you think happens when you do all these meditations? You come into the realization of what we're talking about here. You experience
It's 2
it.
o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. Thanks, Mackenzie. You experience it. This is so good.
Right. Right. And this is what they call the black abyss. It's what they call going into the abyss. See, all of this shit I wouldn't have understood as when I came into this as like a full-on. I was considering myself full-on magician. I was like, oh yeah, I do all this kind of stuff, all this witchy kind of stuff. And I had no idea what I was talking about until I started practicing tattwas, until I started breaking into
Listen,
these
most people
Vedic
don't.
sciences. Because you have to be able to determine what degree of frequency you're on and the specifics about what you're resonating. And that has within itself its own white noise that you're turning into. Like you were saying, it's like the radio. It's like, okay, we can hear the music, but there's still like this
Yes.
in the background
Yes.
that we kind of got to sort through. You can't just leave it on some scratchy music channel. That's going to suck. You got to move it up a degree or maybe a little bit lower or something. And you need the tools in order to be able to do that.
Just like what the Necronomicon talks about when with these entities that are evoked from strange angles, and this is the kind of thing that he's talking about. It sounds like cool fiction and tentacle monsters, but there's a science to this Necronomicon shit. It's not just a fictional book. But I'm writing this down because you just said something very powerful just then. You got something in you right now, Laura. Keep going.
Man, it's the meditations.
Yeah. I'm learning from you right now. I'm taking notes.
Man, that's wow, what an honor. Holy shit. Oh, now I'm gonna freeze up. Huh, no, I'm kidding. So but it has been a huge kind of awakening towards all of that like Tattwas and the Vedics have kind of taught me. I don't really know what else to say beyond you just got to start experiencing it. I've also would truly recommend going back into practices wherever you were practicing before. For me, it was black magic. So what they call black magic, right? But black magic is really just you're being more direct. There is no good or evil. Like it really is just, direction. That's what black represents, is direction, most of the time. So I wouldn't say that But anyway, that's what I was really into. So when I revisit these things, even like with something as simple as like law of attraction, what
Yeah.
is law of attraction? What is a law? What is that? Oh, that's a density level. Okay. How do I get onto this density level? How do I connect to that? Well, maybe the form of density that I'm trying to relate to has something to do with my water body or with my air body. Okay, let me get
Hmm.
onto that level here. Let me check on the Vayu. Have you noticed that Vayu also is what they call David's star?
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Star
It's
of David.
also, yeah, it's also what they use in Goetic rituals as well as in the Magician to
Uh-oh.
attract demons. They use
Uh-oh.
these symbols to open the portals.
What you getting at, Alora? What you getting at?
I'm saying that we've known this the whole time. But that there's actually, but this is sacred geometry. This is what they mean when they say sacred geometry has power to it.
Ooh. What is sacred geometry but these basic ass shapes? Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa. You keep
it's
going.
a
You keep
fucking
going.
triangle.
Wow. Wow.
This a whole time we're all trying to get on the, like, oh my god, it's, it's got to be this infinite spiral and stuff. Yeah, sure, there's a spiral, yeah, but there's also a triangle, there's also a square. All of these things are levels of identification and replication of the all. They're all representations of how the all manifests itself, replicates versions of itself. So when you're able to tune into these simple geometrical features, you're able to tune into the levels of density
Excuse
at which
me.
point
Yes,
the
sir.
all was replicating.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch this over. The sacred geometry is the fucking Tattwas.
The fucking Tattwas. Yes.
Boom. Episode over. Episode over. God damn, that right there is worth some study.
It
What's going
is.
on, Damarama?
You, Amar.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Man, channeling straight from the Akasha right here.
Yeah.
Even in the Vedic astrology deck, we can see that like for each tattwa there is a special symbol assigned. Like you just said that it is connected to sacred geometry.
Yeah. I mean, you can even, when you're going into like Vedic astrology, right? Or even just astrology in general and how we map out the stars, right? All of those, what if those constellations are really just representations of the levels of consciousness that we are evolved from? Like when we look at constellations, they themselves are shapes. Therefore, would they also be representations of the densities of which we manifest on in this material realm? Maybe within our own constellations, we're able to break into what we are truly manifesting in this form. I mean, how else do we get these charts?
And when you look at these constellations, they're sigils. And sigils are nothing but keys to access a specific type of data.
Right. But how are they keys?
What do you mean?
Like, how does a key work? How are they keys? Well,
Oh, okay. The function, yeah.
Yeah, we got to figure out how they function. Because again, and this is one thing that I've been going through is like my linear mind, my logical mind wants to be like, well, a key, it's shaped like this and it goes in a door and you do it like this. But not all keys work like that. As we know, that's specifically the material. So when we say the word key or it has a process to opening it up, our logical mind wants to create a certain manifestation that says, okay, it's going to create like this, it's gonna look like this. But the reality, especially when talking about all that is, which reality doesn't exist, scratch that. But when we're talking about all that is and the different forms of manifestation, we have to check in then with that density, with that frequency. That's the key that's the way how we're able to utilize and understand kind of that process of becoming.
Yeah. A key.
Because I don't know how they made those astrological charts, but I'm just going off thinking about it. Now that I'm understanding the sacred geometry, I'm like, wow, did they see the triangles and the stars in this certain way? And this person happened to have a whole bunch of Agni, so they were like, oh yeah, I see the triangles in your sun.
It makes sense if you're looking at your chart through the lens of the Tattwas, it would make sense that you come to this conclusion. And what are these things but patterns that exist in one of these higher radio stations? Because like I mentioned before, the higher up you go when you're tuned in that radio station, the more distance it is from time and space. So it's not undergoing the process of change. The constellations aren't undergoing the process of change. The sun, the moon, none of that shit is going through the process of change. It's literally eternal. It will never change. Never has changed. It won't change. Everything below them changes. So when they look up at constellations, it doesn't matter at what point, they're going to see the same data. And that's an example of what I mean, even like working with these spirits or anything. It's not that it was different 3,000 years ago and it won't be different 3,000 years from now. That data will always be what it is. It's just like, imagine if the internet was that way. You could go to a website and the data would always be the same. That's what we're looking at with the constellations. You look at Gemini, it's the same data. So much so that when a person is born, when the sun is in that region, that individual expresses the qualities of that data. It's foolproof. It's foolproof.
Right.
It's indelible.
Right. Which then makes it even more, I think, of a necessity to practice being in touch with your elemental body and correlating that with your chart. Because then you're able to tap into how you've come into this or what your processes are. Like even with just studying the 3 gunas, right? Like I'm able to understand now, like, oh shit, I got a lot of Raja. There's a lot of fire there. Okay, time to fire and air. So I gotta bring that, I gotta balance that out. I gotta figure out my other aspects to self. Where does that show up?
What is the point of doing that? What's the point of correcting that, so to speak? What's the point of balancing that? Why do that?
Well, for me, it's the idea of balancing it is so then I can be more aware of all that what's around me and what I am, because in this lifetime, I'm kind of determining, or, this lifetime, I'm figuring out, okay, I am not this. I've never been this, but this is a representation of a karmic aspect that I've been playing out. It's something that comes from the manifest to unmanifest dimension, and yet I'm all of that, but I'm too far from the original source right now to be able to fully comprehend all that I am. So let me start with recognizing what I am not. And
Okay.
if I am to solely stay with, oh, I'm fire and air, then I'm not recognizing all the other elements that play a part in this becoming of the experience that I'm going through, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I am fire and air. I am this, and I need to recognize that I'm these other things as well. What's that called? Like what's going on here?
Well, right there, I would say that that's the ego speaking. That's the ego creating. Well, the ego is trying to survive always. It's trying to, it's surviving within this density. So there's an identification that's coming along, that's attaching to these elements, almost as if they're external.
So you, through this process, you're realizing that what you just said through experience. What's the benefit of realizing this? What's the benefit of doing these practices and seeing through experience the levels of attachment and how attachment manifests itself. What's the point of doing that? Or rather, when someone of a reasonably intellectual status comes into the awareness that, hey, there's an aspect of my being that is attaching to specifics, what's the next step? After realizing that, what would be the next, I suppose, what do you think?
Well, what
Not
comes to mind immediately is learning to detach. But
okay.
at the same time, there's somewhat of a I guess it would be becoming more familiar with the unfamiliar. So, like, what's unfamiliar to me and to most, I think, living here is being non-attached. That's what's unfamiliar. So kind of diving deep into that unfamiliarity and then going from there, I would say would probably be the next step, because you really can't determine what comes after that.
Okay, so we've got a prior state of being attached to specifics and
Yeah.
identifying with the specifics. Then we've got a state of coming into the realization of, hey, I'm attaching to specifics and identifying with specifics, but there's a lot of unknowns, like you said, right? There's unknowns over here,
Mhm.
kind of scary, or kind of exciting. Who knows?
Mhm.
Same feeling, giving it labels. So we start to explore these non-specifics. What type of thing is going on as an experience with an individual? Like, what's happening to them with their attachment levels, their identification? Like, what's going on here? No right or wrong answer. I'm just picking your
Right.
brain.
I mean, I would say it's self-actualization of realizing that you're not the self. But
Int-
that comes in levels.
right.
So connecting to those levels allows for that actualization to take place.
Isn't it just interesting how there's all this occult study, we're seeing that there are levels and levels and levels to all types of different things. Just like we mentioned earlier about the Tattwas, or even before that, we've got physical density and we've got the undifferentiated density and infinite levels in between, right? And if we wanted to look at a diagram to help us comprehend, if we want to look at a key to help us be able to grab a hold of a picture so we can kind of work through it with our logical minds, we got the system of Tattwas. We've all seen the diagram with the man with the square and the moon and the triangle and the Star of David and the little Hindu point. That's a key, right? And you talked about, what is a key? What's a key do, right? It's not something you put in the door and turn it. It can sometimes be a card that you swipe and the door opens. Or it could be a sigil to meditate on and the door opens. But we see that key of the Tattwas lined up, and we go through the process one by one of what you call self-actualization. You start to realize that self isn't this is a key also. But we've been using it as something else. But when you start to realize that this is a key, what are you opening? What are you gaining access to?
What are you opening? That's the question, right?
Opening up them chakras, right?
Yeah, that's the journey.
Fun stuff, right? Fun stuff. Thank you, Useless Familiar. Thank you, Simaj B25. I'm glad you guys are getting value from this. I'm getting value from this.
Yeah, me too.
So what I love about yoga as well is that it's non-denominational. This isn't a religion, and this isn't something that stays within yoga, right? I remember being in the military, and you could work hard to achieve different ranks and different medals and different positions and accolades. But once you got out the military, you couldn't really use them, right? You may have been a master chief in the Navy, which meant that a lot of people under you had to listen to you and do what you said. But when you come out into the civilian world, unless somebody was in the military, they're not going to respect that title, right? So with most other religions and magical orders and other shit like that, or even like the Freemasonry Club, you got different titles and orders, but you can't really take them with you outside unless someone else is a part of it. Now with yoga, these realizations can be taken anywhere. Why? Because everything is actually a part of this. Everything's actually a part of yoga. You can't go anywhere in magic or occult and escape the 5 elements.
Right.
Show me a magical practice that does not include those. It's all founded and based upon this. So this isn't something that you have to be an Indian to follow or a Hindu to follow or anything like that. This is literally anybody who wants to experience levels of consciousness and reality beyond what you're used to, or rather to make sense of these other things that you're seeing in movies and on the internet or whatever. It's a key,
Right.
a master key, a skeleton key.
Right. And that's where, and I think too, that's where you can get a lot of value from these, because it's these practices that show you what it means to perform magic or any type of ritual without needing tools. Because before, even when you look into magical practices, they'll say you need this specific type of incense. You need this circle. You need it. You know, oh, you better have this gold gown or you're fucked, you know, kind of way that comes at it. But when you understand the 5 elements, when you understand the different manifestation of the tattvas, that's when you really step into, oh, I can do this with my eyes closed. I can literally do whatever, whenever. Just so happens that when this stuff is happening at the same time, well, that's really fun to mess with. Like last night when I was doing the Tattwa meditation with the storm, that was just a really great reference for me, which allowed me to go in deeper. But I'm not dependent on that storm.
Right. That's when you really come to realize that the magic isn't the tool, but the operator.
Right.
Beautiful stuff. Yeah. Hakeem Lamidi in the chat says, I would say self-actualization of realizing that you're not the self.
And even that, and that depends on what self is, right? Like what we're studying is, how is self the all? What is the all?
Exactly. The all.
Right. Well, it's that. That's all. Well, what? How can I be the all, but I'm still this? Oh, I'm a replication. I'm a replication of that has been created to represent the all. I'm just another one of those replications.
It's easy, sis. The all is mine. The universe is mental.
Duh.
What does that mean? Well, you know, Panic said it, so it must be true. What does that mean? Or rather, what does that mean to you? How do you understand that?
Right. And who's the you that's going to be answering that? Oh my God, it's like a never-ending rabbit hole.
Right. And accept that and fall in love with it and don't attach to it, or else you get overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where the warning labels come in. That's where they say this isn't for the mentally unstable. Because it is a rabbit hole.
So we've discussed, and even though this stuff is hot shit, and this stuff is like really cool, this is only the beginning. Now there's another level of Tattwa work. There's another level of it. So everything that we've been doing up to this point prepares us for the next level. And the next level is exactly what you've described as far as working with these Tattwas in relation to your chart. And really just going through the process of meditating on the different combinations of the Tattwas in between the here and the there. Not place, but density. Everything from earth of earth all the way to Akasha to of Akasha, right? And there's 25 levels in between that. Like I said, earth of earth, water of earth, fire of earth, air of earth, et cetera, et cetera. Going through the process of doing meditation on each one of those things will start to bring you into the awareness of what it means to be the all, or what it means to be a part of that thing. And many of us are doing that unconsciously, because that whole thing that I described there, each of those cards are broken down as the tarot. It's what the tarot is based on. The different levels of these Tattvas. This is why the tarot works. because it's just different descriptions of what we're experiencing put into a pictorial format. Praise the Lord. How you doing this afternoon, Amar?
I'm doing well, bro. I've just been like doing a lot of practices. So I'm very like inward right now.
Yeah. Anything in specific that you might want to, I guess, mention that you're working with?
I mean, I've just been doing Tattwa Shuddhi, but just like multiple times a day now. So like I guess I'm picking up my charge. Like I'm trying to be able to hold more charge. Because when I first
Mm-hmm.
started doing duty, I'd only be able to do it like one time a day, and I'd be able to
Mm-hmm.
feel like the energy that comes with it. And now that I've been doing it multiple times a day with the nakshatra that's like going on in the moon too, I've had a lot more progress in terms of results. Um, like non-attachment, all that. It's pretty like I'm not really struggling with anything anymore. It's pretty like smooth ride.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean I really think it's the like because at the end of my talk with Shuddhis, when I cut off my body's head, like that's been that, and then also when I go to the graveyard and I do like the job, like I sit on top of like my mom's grave and then I do like japa on it. So practices like that have been like maxing out my non-attachment skill level.
I can imagine. I mean, when you're at that point, doing a meditation like that, what kind of petty shit bothers you?
Yeah. And it's I find myself like not having to like talk much. It's like I'm not attached enough to like before I would like emotionally want to like say stuff or something, but now
Mm-hmm.
it's like I don't have anything to like prove anymore or anything like that. So it's like if I understand I'm getting a result or something, it's like I take it and then I move along. So it's just like
Yeah. I love it. I love it. That's awesome. Sharpened sword. A sharpened sword. Stuff dog, what's good, bro?
Man, I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Trav. How y'all doing?
Excellently.
Great, great to hear. I just been enjoying the conversation, man. It's been going real deep today.
Yeah. Have you ever gone into work with evocation of spirits or anything like that stuff?
Yeah, yeah. Um, I did some work with him a couple of years back. I've been moving around so much. I've been having I kind of lost my practice of doing the evocation, the invocation. I'm getting back into it. I've been reading a lot about uh, the actual practice and trying to refresh myself on the practices because I've been doing Tattwa shooting and all, and I'm trying to combine those things and trying to figure out, pull those nuggets out that will help me in that aspect, in those studies that I was in those practices and studies that I was doing before I got into Tattwa shooting and stuff like that. And I'm trying to get where Alora is, at self actualization. I hadn't quite hit that yet, where I can just flow like that, in that flow state. But I'm working towards that.
Hell yeah. So that flow state that you mentioned, do you feel like there's been a point in time where you may have come across that even for a small bit?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, I've seen it, I've touched it. Because like I said before, my practice when I had my house when I was living in Texas, I was really deep and heavy into, and I was really deep and heavy into the meditations. But it's like if you don't use it, you'll lose it. You know what I mean? So all of the progress that I had made, I kind of lost it because all of this earth stuff started happening to me, life stuff started happening to me. But I have seen that and reached it. It took a lot of work. It took a lot of work. But I have seen that and touched that flow state before. Yes.
So if you were to just kind of, I guess, be still and maybe just kind of trying to grasp it, do you have a clear vision of what it feels like?
Ah, that's a tougher question to answer right there. Because like I said, if you don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah.
And I've been so far, I guess, removed from that experience so far. I kind of get glimpses of it. It's kind of like a dream. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a dream. I can see bits and pieces of it, but the full experience is lost. It has been lost over time. And I'm trying to get back into it because it's something that you have to be in, like in the moment. Because in my case and in my opinion and what I've been experiencing, like I said before, if you don't continually stay in these practices and continue to do it, you'll kind of lose it. And I think I alluded before in some of the previous um, chats that we've had that I did touch that flow state before, and it kind of scared me a little bit.
Hmm.
So since I understood that I might not have been ready for that experience that I had because I did experience a little bit of it was a little bit overwhelming. Um, if that makes sense.
It does.
And I think that kind of tailored my man, what's the word? Um, I lose words a lot. I'm sorry, but I think that kind of tailored my idea of the experience is what I'm saying. Since it kind of scared me. I didn't want to admit it. You know what I mean? But I'm kind of admitting
Yeah.
it now because it's like the AA meeting. You can't get back there unless I admit that it scared me because I have to get past that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I'm admitting now, outwardly that and I don't get scared too much about things, but it was an experience. It was an experience. and I can say just maybe one time in meditation that I experienced going that deep, and it was like I say, quite the experience. So I'm working myself back, and I'm getting past that fear.
Okay, so it sounds like a lot of this for you has got to be very hands-on. So do you recall those times where you were actually feeling the flow and being deep in that state? Do you remember like what kind of things you were doing at the time?
Yeah, I do. I remember exactly what I was doing. The time that I experienced the flow, I was in a guided meditation with another channel, and it was a guided meditation. It was a Setian meditation. It was about sit, and
Mhm.
it was a guided meditation or whatever. And the experience was profound. It was like out of body. Um, and I never felt that separation before, and I think that's what kind of scared me. Was I never felt separated from myself before, from what I considered myself. I never been I never been outside of this physical vessel. You know, and viewing myself from the outside, which was what happened in that experience. Viewing myself from the outside, I kind of was scrambling to get back inside, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. It scared me, you know. But I can remember the exact um well, I can remember what the weather was. I can remember the exact time. I can remember exactly what I was doing. I can't find the meditation again online. I was looking for it because I thought that's what did it. But in studying Tattwa Shuddhi and studying all of these things, I understand that it had nothing to do with the actual meditation. It was actually me, and all of the work that I had put in, and all of the time that I was putting in with meditation, or what I considered meditation, which was just, being still. And sometimes it was guided, sometimes it was just me just sitting and sitting still with myself in the quiet. And and like I said, it took a while, but it did manifest, and I do know what that is. And I would know it if I hit it again.
So what you said just then kind of reminds me of what we were talking about, Laura and I earlier, where you go through the experience of identifying with and being attached to specifics and particulars, and then you expand your awareness a bit, and you come to see, okay, there's more, there's other things, and then you've got that other phase where you kind of release attachment to the things that you were identifying with to explore some of that unknown. Now, that same feeling can be excitement as well as fear. It's the same root feeling. The only difference is what we've called it. So it sounds to me like you hit that stage where you saw there was more to yourself than what you're attached to. And you also identified logically, at least, because we're emotional creatures, not logical creatures. But you identified logically that you realized that it wasn't the meditation itself, but you were actually walking down, traversing a path to experiencing these other states and densities and levels of self. Now, you also stated that, like I said, it wasn't the meditation, but it was you. And through Tattwa Shuddhi, you can see that there are other ways, other paths to walk down to grasp these states. So you know that logically. What about the flow state is important to you? What about achieving that state is important to you?
Um, I, I haven't even identified that yet. Or why it's, excuse me, or why it's important to me, or I guess it's just experiencing um, the best that I can be. in this physical, in this physical vessel, because I've experienced it in many different things, not just in meditation, but in doing things physical. And you experience the flow state, and you experience that you don't have to exert that much effort when you're in that flow state in doing whatever you're doing. Once you put all of the pieces together, and you put all of the work in, and I'm speaking from a totally physical um, dimension here, your perspective. Once you put the work in and you put all of the time in, and you drill over and over and over again, you don't have to exert as much effort to achieve what you set out to. So
Okay, now
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna go about 2 more levels now, because yeah. Okay, so achieving this flow state is important to you because you can experience becoming all your best. You can experience your access to your potential. You can be more of yourself, right?
Right.
Okay. So what is important to you about being the best that you can be? What's important to you about accessing your potential?
Ooh, I don't know. It's just something that I've always done. It's just I've always been at my best. And I don't know why I don't know why I've tried to be at the pinnacle. And that's exactly what I'm doing in this. And I'm realizing that I'm taking that same mentality that I had out doing those physical things and taking them and kind of applying it here. And I'm trying to stop doing that, because that makes me compete with you guys. And that's not what I want to do, but it's kind of what I've been programmed to do.
Okay.
I guess, you know, it's be at my physical best, and not just physical, but mentally at your best in that physical activity also. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
Reverse. Okay. So even though you probably think you didn't answer the question, you absolutely did. So here's the third level. What is important to you? What is the value to you of competing with your peers? No value judgment. I'm talking about what what does it do for you when you're able to compete and prove to yourself that you are your best? Why do you do that? What is important about that?
Wow, man. I've never had to answer that question, man. I've always just gone on that assumption. I don't know. It started a long time ago, long time ago when I was a kid, and I can't even tell you exactly what it is. What it is, oh, yes, I can. I can tell you. Um, the competition came. Okay, this is where it came from. All right, let me see how to say that. I've been competing with my pops left me when I was a kid, right? And my pops was a professional basketball player. So the competition came in being better than him. So I wanted to prove that I could raise my family and do those same things that he did, all without putting aside the things that I've created or the things that I brought into this realm, this dimension, which is my kid, my son, my wife. You know what I mean? So the competition came with it. It started there. it started there. I'm starting to get a little bit worked up a little bit because this is exactly where it started. It's exactly exactly there. It started with beating him, with being better than him, and it evolved over time with just being the best that I could be.
Or
Uh,
rather, it began to accumulate layers. It accumulated layers to express itself as. So what it began as is still what it is. So at this point in time, stuff, do you feel, have you experienced, and can you look at your life today and say that you have been able to perform and achieve and still take care of your family? Do you feel that you've been able to achieve those things?
yeah, 100%.
100%.
Hmm.
So the seed of competition, which you stated, was to prove that you could do all these things without abandoning any aspect of it. To be able to do each one of those things without abandoning any aspect of it, you feel that you've been able to perform that and accomplish and complete that task. Is that true?
Yeah, yep, I do, and I'm continuing to do it on a day-to-day basis. You know, it's not something that just ends. You know what I'm
You've
saying?
done it.
I'm sorry.
You've done it. You've completed it.
Yeah. Oh well, yeah, and I continue to do it every single day. Yeah. So yeah, I have, and I got confirmation from him himself that yeah, he was better than me. So so yeah, I got ironclad confirmation. You know what I'm saying? In those things. But that's where I've been programmed. That's the way I programmed myself to view the world is a competition.
Did your, this is a very personal question. Did your father leave you before you were 8 years old?
Oh yeah.
Most of our programming and internal dialogue comes from events that happened to us from the years of 0 to 8.
Yeah, 7 or 8.
They
Yeah.
say 7,
Right.
but a lot of our ingrained brainwashing that we do to ourselves comes from experiences at around those times. So we'll constantly try to fulfill our lives with what we learned at those times, but really we just keep re-experiencing those experiences.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I've and like I was just saying, Trav, I didn't know where I said I didn't know where that came from, but I guess I was lying. I guess it's just something that I just hadn't said out loud. Um, but you know, you have to deal with those. You have to deal with those things whether you say them out loud or not. So I said it out loud. So
Okay.
what do I do now?
Congratulations. 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 So I wonder when you're going to choose to celebrate the fact that you have reaped what you've sown, that you planted a seed, that you have reaped the harvest, and you've accomplished your goal.
And when you say you wonder when I'm going to give celebrate, I don't know. Because I don't see it as I don't see this. I think I set my goal so lofty that it never ends. You
It's
know
just
what
like
I'm
a
saying?
championship, you like there's always seasons and you win multiple games and then the next year you do it again. So I mean like it doesn't end, but at the same time they celebrate, right? They celebrate the trophy, they celebrate the ring, they still pop champagne and pour Gatorade, you know. I know
Yeah,
that much.
yeah.
I can relate. I can relate to what he's saying. Peace, Trav. Peace, everybody.
Hey,
Um,
Django.
I was thinking that's how we men. That's how we cover up. We always we always have to. We hide our trauma. Like Laura brought up a very important part of psychology and knowing the inner self is knowing that, as you said, them ages from 0 to 8. When you lose the father or you lose one of your parental units in the home, you're psychologically affected. But it's more than just a psychological thing. It affects the whole symbiosis of self is affected. So what we do, and like, we use our success, we use our betterments in life to build. It's like a knight. Each part of what we accomplish becomes a part of our shield. It's like the Mandalorian. The Mandalorian had to fight, and then he's this bounty hunter. So he goes through, and every time he achieves his success, he gets paid. But he takes his money and he builds it onto his armor. So that's what we do. We take our inner pain, because for you to have shared that with us, you stood in front of the big bad wolf. That's why, you said, man, I'm starting to feel some kind of way. That's what we do. That's what we men do. We take that shit and we put that shit away. That shit we don't carry that shit in our pocket. That shit is locked away in a fucking gun safe, locked inside of a locked room that's locked inside of another fucking locked room. And nobody is allowed to go over there and fuck with that shit. So the whole thing is, because I've been going through the same thing, but what I've come to realize is I have to live in the moment of my pain. I have to live in the moment of my success over pain. So successfully, you've defeated that pain, but at the same time, there's still something that affects you. So you have to accept the reality of your past. Like, that's everybody. We have to accept the reality of our past. You can be in the moment of how that makes you feel as a man, because that's the inner child that's wounded. So the whole thing is you have to become the parent of that inner child pain and let them know, like, look, you're gonna have to really accept the fact that that's what it is, but also look at where you're at right now. So you have to be in the moment of now and accept the moment of when. So when you do that, and it's like I'm speaking from my own experience, when I do that, that is empowering. That's basically like that's becoming a Sith Lord. You take your pains, your angers, your frustrations, and you utilize that path to get to the Force. It's not that you're going to go out and be violent against anybody. You realize that I've overcome the most aggressive adversaries in myself. So do you think I'm going to let any other type of outside adversary overcome me? Now it's not going to happen. So that's self-deification. So live in the moment of that pain. Be weak. We men got to realize, it ain't nothing wrong with being weak in the moment. Sometimes, I'm not saying you got to break down and fucking Oprah Winfrey that shit. You know what I'm saying? But you got to accept those moments to be like, those moments have really grafted me into the person that I am. So if you was an athlete, you know that every time you went to the gym and you lifted more weight than the rest of the niggas in the motherfucking gym room, then you overcame that pain. That shit, the fuel of your pain is the motivation and fuel is your pain. So that's why you have to accept it, so you can be thankful for it. That's the supreme mastery, is being thankful for your fucking father leaving. You might have never became successful with his toxic ass hanging around you.
Yeah, I called him. I actually found him a few years ago and called him and thanked him.
So the whole thing is, and I'm just speaking from my experience, like, and I didn't mean to cut you off, but it made me think, we start developing a false persona, a pussy ass nigga, not trying to accept that moment. So we keep building these facades and shit like that. It's like, even what came to the awakening of being in an in-depth study and concentration, in dharana practices, that shit brought me back to a realization, like, yo, I started putting on a fake facade of righteousness. Like, I was already fucking righteous when I came into this shit. So I started building another facade. like, oh shit, just because I'm studying Vedic science don't fucking mean I gotta start changing the Sith nature of myself. That's all I'm saying. As we develop and grow and get over our pain, we replace that with this facade of just being like a stoic. Why not still be that sports aggressive individual that you was, with the power of the mental wisdom that you have, that you obtained by going through that shit? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely understand. The world don't want to accept me as that person though.
It ain't about the world accepting you as the person. You accepting your own self. Think about, I be having, my inner vision is that I'm always holding a sword. You should be holding your sword all the time, ready to fight that. You shouldn't even have said that. See, that's what I'm saying. That's a facade. The world is not ready for me. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not attacking you, but I'm saying that's
I got you.
That's the warrior that you got to be. You fighting a warrior against another warrior. It don't want you to win. It wants you to always make an excuse based off of our inherent qualities. So now we got to go back to truth knowledge, the inherent qualities, which is the other word called gunas. So it ain't nothing but an off balance guna. Maybe too much raha, because that's what drives us to be aggressive. So it ain't nothing wrong with living in the moment of the masculine, and it takes that feminine to not go over the edge. So so the over toxic masculine is the motherfucker who's always fucking like they make fun of him in movies. They call it jocks. Jocks are dumbass sports dudes who always doing too fucking much. Like, dude, we know you the fucking man on the court, nigga. You ain't got to come in here with the extra shit. It's always extra with people who are not secure in their internal position demonstrated in this life vibration. Because really, you nothing but Brahman. So you only you are nothing but a impulse electrical sourced body, whatever we want to call it. You are nothing but Brahman. So nothing is imperfect about you. Whatever you think that you was hurt and toxic, the whole advancement of spiritual science and self-mastery is real. Like, oh shit, even that was an illusion because it wasn't even me going through it. Who the fuck is me anyway? You see what I'm saying? So none of that should be real. It's real. Of course it's real, but it's not really real.
Right. It exists, but it's not as it appears to be.
It's not you. Right. It's not Alora. Alora didn't go through that pain. Brahman, you're Brahman. And you gotta think about this. See, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna just say this and I'll be quiet.
Go.
I figured out by reading these Indian, reading the culture of India, Trav, is like they have these, like the caste system. Even the very demonstration of a caste system is a spiritual thing because everybody has to play their fucking position based off of how their gunas are demonstrated physically on this earth plane. So Stuffed Dog just says, well, I was going this, how you was feeling a certain kind of way, and he demonstrated them certain kind of way. That's what I meant when I said, fuck it, accept it. Master it, but accept it. You know why? Because that's how Brahman is demonstrating himself on this plane.
Right.
And once you just stop saying that I'm me, I'm this, and you be like, yo, I'm Brahman, it's not you. You just gotta clean up the dumb shit that we do in those moments. That's the human shit. That's the humanity. When we add the extra spice, nigga, you didn't already put adobo on it. Now you want to put some extra, You already got what's the barbecue sauce? Sweet Baby Ray's on it. You can't put no other barbecue sauce on top of Sweet Baby Ray's. You're doing too much.
Yeah.
Nigga, I don't got Tabasco sauce. I got Red Hot. Either you use that in your chicken wings or you don't get nothing.
Okay, let's go.
But yeah, Stuff Dog, I felt you on that, man. You know what I'm saying? I met my father for the first time when I was like 26 years old. I stood in front of him and seen myself in him. I am nothing but a physical regenerative meat puppet of my fucking father and mother's genetics. So when I looked at him, I was like, damn, he had his head down the whole time. I just told him, like, you know what I'm saying? Since I've been hearing about you, I want to meet you because I'd rather see you physically move than be in a box and be like, yo, that's the dude, that's your dad, completely dead now. So I just wanted to satisfy that part of my humanly curiosity. But other than that, that shit never really made me feel too sad, but it also was toxic because I had to be the one to always be in a total aggressive state. So it's like we all compete, but on different levels. Some people compete in sports, others compete at different type of aspects of life, you know what I'm saying? So I lived a really garbage type of lifestyle to where when we moved to a particular neighborhood, I had to become my father and my brother and all kind of shit because it was only me. So I can understand how you said you had to compete because I had to compete with people when you knock their head off. I'm gonna go get my brothers. And now you gotta fight the dude you just fought and the fucking brother who coming. And when you whoop his ass, now somebody uncle coming. So we all have been competing. That's what I told Trav with this TikTok shit. That's why the motherfuckers algorithm, that's why them people be doing that shit. They be like, yo, this dude's a winner. We just need people to run in the race to make so the show can look good. You know what I'm saying? That's why they got rid of Mike Tyson. They don't want that nigga. He ruined pay-per-view. This nigga's knocking you out in 2 minutes. Pay-per-view you can't do that. You know how much money it costs? So we gotta learn to be competitive marathon runners. But at any moment in this marathon, don't get it twisted into thinking I won't take off on your fucking ass.
Yeah, right.
Nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm personally feeling what I'm saying is don't lose the trueness of your identity because we then started delving into something else, and it's opening us up more and more. Don't think that we were ever in error. Right now is the time to be ultimately forgiving for your ignorance. That's why if you take the Lord's Prayer, that's why it says, forgive me of my trespasses as I forgive those who trespass against me. Knowing I'm a trespassing ass nigga.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember on Dave Chappelle when Charlie Murphy said that Rick James was a habitual line stepper. I mean, that nigga stepping over the line all the fucking time. That was a part of his character. And you know what? And he was loved for that shit. Charlie Murphy loved him because it wasn't no other person that you were going to get out of Rick James. This is who I am. So never lose the internalness of who you are as an individual. See, we all are Avatar, you know what I'm saying, right now. Stuffed Dog, Shango, and this is not who we are right here. It's only a piece and partial. So what I'm saying is, even how you said that you just, I'm feeling some kind of way. You that was the protection. That was our inner child, because the shadow was doing inner child work to protect from feeling weak. Your weakness should be your inner strength to know that I'm not this moment of weakness. I'm just experiencing it. But know
But
that
that's always been a driving force, though. You know what I'm saying? And it was that the way that I was feeling was I was getting worked up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I started sweating because anytime I ever think about that, it triggers an automatic response in me to like almost like move. Uh, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, that was when I said I was feeling some kind, that was the way I was feeling. I was feeling I started to sweat. You know what I'm saying? When I started to tell the story, because like I said, it's always put in me this mentality of competing, like always be competing. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the way I teach my son that. You know what I'm saying? Everything in life is a race.
and
You know what I'm saying?
you should meditate on that because that's a Ranan Banda. That if you had a physical reaction to an internal memory sensation. So you said it made you sweat, you felt so. That's what I be telling people. If somebody say like somebody else is talking, say like I'm talking, and if I'm making somebody else feel some kind of way, like and you feel that dissension in your chest, that heat, that don't got nothing to do with me. That's all you.
Facts.
That means that something internally within you has been activated based off of you trying to judge something outside of yourself when it really is not outside of yourself. It's really inside of you. It just made you just had a body memory.
Right.
So that was a karma. Your past, you just went through a past life memory. And like I said, you might have always been competitive because you might be a fucking Zulu warrior or some shit.
Hold on, Shango. Hold on. Hold on. We need to marinate on that one right there. So when somebody says something and you feel that physical trigger, that just might be a Renando Banda. That might just be a karma of the body. Damn.
Because it needs something to activate it. So now let's think about this. That might have been the Shakti to the Shiva to the Shakti. That right there was an activation of the fucking it may not have been Shishumna or the supreme Kundalini, but it might have sped up them Ida and Pinga, like, yo, what the fuck just happened?
And check that out. Depending on how you react to it, determines if you generate more or if you start the neutralizing process.
Or if you're gonna learn from it, or you're gonna repeat it over again when you fucking die.
Wow.
So that's why self-realization, self-awareness, yo, that shit is every fucking minute. That's why you looked at as crazy. That's why homeless people, I'm gonna say real homeless people, because everybody ain't homeless. Some people just panhandlers. It's a big difference on that shit. So some people that be really homeless, they be out there, they be gurus. They didn't moved away from that shit because they like, yo, there's never gonna not stop be a self-analyzing. So what happens to these people who may be having these outside discussions with themselves? They be like, oh, that nigga crazy. Because now you totally only analyzing yourself for the purpose of keeping your Ranan Mandas and all your other bandas, because it's really about there's multiple bandas, things that's keeping you tied down and attached to shit. So soon as the fucking heat, because the words are a guna from whatever perspective is coming. So when a person says something and it triggers that inner feeling, or you see something and it triggers the inner feeling, that was the Shakti to the Shiva, making you aware of those cosmic memories that we've carried. So by you feeling that way, that's your moment of getting rid of that karma if you're consciously aware of that moment. Because you accept it, you be like, oh, why did I just feel like that? So that's why you need a lot of time to yourself. So when you do interact with something and you be like, boy, I don't want to go for my motherfucking aunt house. She be with that bullshit. So as soon as you go over there, somebody with the bullshit. So now you hot about it. You supposed to go home and be like, what is it that makes me hot? She doesn't seem to be hot about anything. Why am I so disturbed by this? And you're supposed to work with that over and over and over and over and over and over and over until you fucking understand why. And once you gain that wisdom, because your why should be an obtainment of wisdom, so you will have the know why, the know-how, the understanding. And once you understand why you keep being quote unquote, because I'm hating the word triggered. I don't, that right there makes me feel some kind of way. Because don't we wipe our feet on words? They'd be like a carpet, and the carpet just be wore out. Like, yo, man, you can't even wipe your feet on it no more because you keep using any word. The triggered should make you go into your in self and say, what is it that is still sick within me?
Yeah, and the practices that we do, like with Tattwas and all that kind of stuff, we're just expanding. That doesn't mean we stop having to deal with our karmic, with our lessons in this life of what we're currently going through. Like, I still have a temper. And it's not like just because I connect with water element or I'm doing more meditations that all of a sudden shit's cool and like I don't explode anymore.
Mm-hmm. You see the mastery?
Yeah.
The mastery of what you just said. That's a master. See, you're not okay. Let's use these words in masonry. You're not a candidate of self. You're not an entered apprentice. You're not a fellow craft. You are a master of self. That's the esoteric system of masonry. And then of course you go on to the priestly sector of the higher degrees. But at the moment, if you can say that, like, you know what, I got a temper, but I know how to keep that thing in the rack. That means you're a master. That means you don't have a temper. You have an action in like a holster that if need be, don't forget that I'll bring out motherfucker Lilith on your ass and demonstrate as a temper. So that's where we get into magic. We take these things about ourselves that we say we have. If you say you have a temper, then whenever you need to be empowered by the tempest, then you choose whatever one that you so need. So be it. So mote it be. Yeah. Because the people, you know.
Do you know what? Actually, that's an amazing point, Shango. And there's a couple of things that I've implemented that also practices that I see too that are awesome. So one of them, one of the exercises that I did that I recommend when kind of learning about yourself or whatever, you create a list of your demonic qualities or your negative qualities, and then a list of your positive qualities. But with each of those quality, you spend like a good couple of weeks writing these lists of all the most shameful shit you've ever did that, you know, and don't show it to anyone. Don't show it to anyone, you know, like this is your list. But you do that and you relate each of those things to an element. That's how I found out that most of my negative qualities that I had or things that I've done had an air element to them. And most of the positive qualities or things that I valued that I had done had fire elements to them. So that gave me a better idea as to what certain things I might take as personally might have this certain element attached to it, and what I can bring more of an awareness to now that I'm expanding my knowledge of self. So that was one thing that really helped with that. I forget the other because I was going off on that. But yeah, just becoming kind of in tune with not just the behaviors themselves, but also in tune with what elemental body or force you might also be contributing to that. Now that we're expanding our awareness, what other identifications are we attaching to?
See, and that kind of teaches us that once we think like that as a master, you're an adept, you know what I'm saying, of arcane science, to know that I don't care who drew the image of the Goetia, that's not the visualization you would get. That's the visualization they get. So each, whatever, like you just said, each demon, whatever system it come from, because don't forget, every culture on this planet has all different demons. You know what I'm saying? That's not that everybody has a different demon, but their demons is nothing but, as you just said, those whatever, okay, just to use the term, those negative qualities of ourself. Those negative qualities are considered devil, bad, demon, because each of these demons all operate through a particular way and pattern based off of an emotional characteristic. So the emotional characteristic and the response of the emotional interaction creates the form that the deity comes in.
Mm-hmm. And
So
you can get in tune with that.
And you are that.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You are that. You are that. You know what I mean? That's what makes you powerful. This is what I've been feeling. I think when say sometimes we don't give ourselves, or we forget to give ourselves that moment of deityhood and say that, yes, I'm fucking great. The experience of the people is beautiful, but yet, see, and because I forgot, I'm gonna just say from my point of view, I can't forget that I am a practicing occultist, and I base a lot of things off of what we like, how they make movies out of the Sith. That's a big study. I studied that for years. I was forgetting that. I was, like I said, I was creating, it was like making another facade over the realness of self. What got me this far was that driving force. Without the shadow self, you'll be somewhere festering somewhere. You need pain. Pain is a driving force. Pain is a pathway to moksha.
Yeah. If nothing else, trying to avoid it from happening again, right?
And that right there is going to do nothing but create more karma, because your pain is based off of some kind of, as I said earlier, cosmic memory that you didn't lived and did it already in a previous life. So maybe if you pay attention to that, how they say, that small voice, that moment that you go, what? Like, oh shit. And you sit there and you like, and whatever you do when you're in the daydream, see, a daydream would be those moments of supreme conscious awareness, but it's the opposite of a sleep state. It's an awakened sleep state. So in those moments, you're in supreme connection to your experiences on a subtle plane, in the causal plane at the same time. So you get the opportunity to experience or take inventory of how you've been acting. I do it every night. Like before I go to sleep, it's like I know that I should not deserve any type of rest and relaxation unless I've completed everything that I have needed to have done for the day, and I've done it to the right of my ability. That's basically come from me from the past, the 42 Mayat. I go into the underworld. Before I go into the underworld, I have to confess. I have to give the negative confessions. I have not harmed anyone today. I've not harmed myself today. So, like you said, with with that system. I do that system that you just said, it's in the Shuddhi. I do it every single night before I go to sleep. I shouldn't be, who am I to just go to sleep and get a sweet night's sleep and I've caused error on purpose and uselessly upon this earth plane? I've contributed to nothing and nobody else's benefit. No matter if I'm all cold, Sith, dark, whatever, I contributed,
Yo. Everybody in the chat, appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Listen, there's a lot of people in here. Go ahead and hit the like button if you're getting value from this video, because this helps the algorithm recognize that this content is worth watching. So if you haven't already, like this video if you're getting value from it.
Yeah. Yeah, right now what we're discussing is literally how to transmute our behaviors into usable energetic patterns to better expand on our own practice and expansion of ourselves. Like that's literally what we're discussing right now, is recognizing our behaviors that we may not see are serving us, but are playing out anyway. Recognizing them, becoming aware of them, becoming of the elements they're attached to, recognizing that energy, identifying it, and then instead of going into what they teach in Antarmana, right? You see the thought form, but you don't attach to it. Instead of attaching to it the same way that we have, instead coming at it from a different perspective and utilizing it to best serve us in another, to transmute it in another form that will now assist us in moving forward.
And that's what, as they call themselves, as we are philosophic initiates, we're no different than the great alchemists, whether they be European, Spanish, Russian, because most of them who started these organizations, they come from Russia, they come from a Latin country, Argentina and things like that. We are no different than them because we're choosing to take control of our life by studying the very ancient systems that transforms us into the Christos.
Yeah.
So we have to become wise enough to model the individuals who put forth this information because it was successful to them during those particular times. Well, Mathers and all of these guys, Westcott and Avalon and all of them, and Eliphas Levi, we should be modeling them, taking bits and pieces of it, because us together as a collective, we're not just philosophical initiates verbally speaking in intellect. We're actually showing and demonstrating the Christos at work. It's not just giving you philosophy of the Christos and this is it and blah. Remember in the mystical Kabbalah, wasn't one section philosophical and the other section was practical? Or was that the initiation into Hermetics? One of them books was built. Okay, so the initiation into Hermetics, the first part of the book was he considered it philosophy. The next part of the book was considered to be the essence of how to utilize the philosophy. That's been the era of all the past people who've been teaching. They never got to the point of demonstrating. It's always been philosophy. That's why the Greeks is full of shit. They demonstrated everything else from every other place that they visited, but the only thing that what makes the Greeks great in people's eyes, they were magnificent philosophers. A bunch of motherfuckers who sit around and just shoot pop off the mouth and sound fucking deep and smarter than everybody else all fucking day long. Plato and these niggas. even though they shit did come to materialization based on how the countries have been set up, America, Rome, and all of that. But still, we're at a point in people's life. People don't want just philosophy no more. They want to see the Christos working.
Right.
That's why you can't shit on Brother Polite. Me personally, I'm gonna tell you, okay, this is me. This is a personal thing with me. I believe Brother Polite is one of the only ones, and I can say red pill and blue pill because they fit into a box of energy of communication that came out in social media. Brother Polite is the only one because he dealt with finances. He the only one that demonstrated it on a real physical plane, and you can see it in front of your face. Umar Johnson ain't never do it.
Nope.
He talking about, and I'm just saying, people who speak about finances, if you ain't seeing it demonstrated, don't nobody want to hear your fucking philosophy about money. Nigga, show me the fucking bag. Let's go throw some dollars, man. If you got it, you're talking about it. So the whole thing is, ain't nobody out here fucking with Trav because the nigga is spitting philosophy. They're like, nah, he actually giving us information that I can really use it right now. And he ain't even linked up with Christian, hitting us off with the whole feng shui science. So we can do that. You can do that right now. It ain't something you got to wait around for. And that's like Christianity. You got to wait till you die to fucking meet the Lord. Like, nigga, I want to fucking meet the Lord right now.
Right, and this proves the scientific aspect of it, right? A science is based on testing and evaluating the results that you get. It's not a science unless you're able to do that. So it's not like we're just talking about cool ideas. Like a lot of the stuff on this channel is based on things that you can apply and then gauge the result and see for yourself, okay, this gives me this result. What if I mix this? What if I try that? We just talked with Laura, who's using the Tattwas in combination with her personal natal chart. You know, Amar talked about using the Tattwa Shuddhi and incorporating the particular moon nakshatra of the day. You know, I've incorporated the lesser banishing ritual with my Tattwa Shuddhi. We're all experimenting with different things and getting different results. We're not talking about our ideas. We're talking about our experience.
Yeah.
Like what you said, if I'm up here with the channel about, you know, stocks and Bitcoin and finances, but I've got nothing to show for it, why are you watching my channel? You know?
Yeah. It's to a point right now that we can really speak in the language of the fratters, in the language of the elite. We're spiritual elitists. We ain't on no fucking nigga. We ain't start with motherfucking Sally Renfield's book about yoga.
Oh,
we went straight to the Yale of tantric information instead of going to these nilly-dilly books written by somebody who just wants to motherfucking do the asana all day and think it's all about being nice and sweet.
Yeah.
Well, what do you do with this yogic information when you come amongst those who are not so nice and sweet?
Love and light. Peace, love and light.
And we know damn well that it's not always love and it's definitely not always lit. So let's be real about this thing. So most people be developing a non-real personality with this information, man.
So this is what we see as a separating line. For the majority of people, what's that quote? They say you can only see somebody as deep as you're able to see yourself. So the majority of examples we see of yoga and spirituality is extremely surface level. It's extremely skin deep. So it's extremely based on objects like rocks and crystals and pretty book covers, not the information in the book. But when you're able to employ these practices, the aim is to meet yourself at such a deep level that when you study these books, when you look at these crystals and these candles, you see behind the surface levels. You see the representation. They become keys, like what we mentioned earlier. Their astrology becomes keys. Feng Shui, it's a key, right? The meditation postures, they're keys to access deeper things. But if you haven't experienced those deeper things, you can only talk about the surface level. You can only do
Yeah.
poses all day because that's all you've experienced.
And people right now deserve finer components of the nucleus. They need to go finer. That's what level that we're at right now. Tattwa Shuddhi and the information and videos that of the way to do it that the Lord's putting out, that is going into the finer components of your nuclear self.
Mm.
Once you go into your nuclear self, nothing else matters. And that's not selfish. That's to know, like, yo, okay, a lot of us rock with anime and we watch cartoons and we stuff. Yo, man, every superhero is thorough amongst his own individual self. He knows, or he or she knows their ability, and they will never let you down. That's how we supposed to be, a superhero to our own self, and you're supposed to never let yourself down. And once you do that, and that becomes a living lifestyle, it spills over into other people's life. That's why the guru, by meditating upon the guru, you could obtain moksha and you can obtain the blessings, the same blessings that the guru got, you can get by meditating. So once we manifest ourselves at the highest level, anybody who comes sincerely into our presence, they get blessed too, automatically. A lot of us don't realize that by studying this information sincerely, you've eliminated karma automatically. And that's not me saying that, that's the Upanishads. That's the actual the teachings of this science, is that by sincerely and consistently practicing these techniques, just because you're doing that, you eliminate karma. You don't have to pray for it to be taken away. You don't have to think about it being taken away. It's automatically taken away.
Instantly.
So that's why we got to be careful. That's what makes this information dangerous. Now imagine if somebody don't contemplate that level and their karma's being wiped out, but they keep going back into doubting themselves. They feel like they're not seeing something, or I thought this was supposed to happen, and now your karma been erased. Think about how much more karma you then reaped upon yourself, and how you got to start all over again. So it is dangerous to give particular information to the profane of mind, because they're not going to be able to contemplate it from the higher level. They're not going to be able to break it down to each compartment so they can properly study it from a scientific level and formula.
Right. Surface level can only get surface deep.
Back to what you said, surface level.
Reminds me of a particular Phil Valentine video where we talked about human artificials. And he mentioned that was really the big drawback, is that, certain people can only examine things at a surface level. And that's why a lot of people stay strictly intellectual and logical, because they're not able to look any deeper than that, or they refuse to look any deeper than that. Because I believe that some of this is a choice also. Some people, they look at the occult sciences as strictly something philosophical to talk about and not really experiential.
Or demonic.
Jeez.
And that's why people got to be careful. They be conjuring and they be invoking, they be stirring up the calm waters of their inner self, which we call invoking or the process of bringing forth something, and then you don't be able to handle it because you don't even know the reason why you even fucking started fucking with it.
There we go. What's the first step? Knowing why. What is your purpose? Know your outcome. That's got to be the first step.
And that's why people be failing on there. Well, I want to use a better word than fail. I'm just saying they fall into diverse temptations and all kind of shit happening to them, negative, so to speak, because they didn't have a purpose. They just wanted to do it out of curiosity. But we know what curiosity does to the fucking cat.
That's what curiosity does to the cat. And one thing that my father always told me growing up was, if you don't stand for anything, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. So likewise, if you don't have an outcome, you really gonna get swayed. You're dealing with powerful forces that generate manifestations. So if you go into these planes without an intent, you're going to be latched onto by something else, some other intent. You're going into the realm of intentions.
You're going into the realm of intentions with no purpose, and the motherfucker, everybody just staring at your ass like, what you doing here? It's like going into a real gang neighborhood, thinking that you can go in there dressed any old kind of way, wearing any old type of sneakers, just because you think you're spiritual. And go in the wrong neighborhood and see what happens to your ass. Rest in peace, motherfucker. People start stirring up their self. That's why they give those descriptions. You're supposed to be a pure pond, a pure lake. The water is pure and crystal, and there's no ripples in it. You looking at it, and it's one of those beautiful pictures with like a wooden cabin in the background and shit like that. But you go dive in it and start pulling up sticks and logs and shit all from up under the bottom, and thinking that it ain't gonna be no creepy crawlies to come out from there.
Yeah, that's like someone saying, "Hey, can I do all this stuff, but just not face the dark side?" It's like it's all the dark side. Like you're going into the abyss.
You're going into the dark side. What do you see? That be sometimes I feel compassion, or I have like an understanding, because people be reading the wrong shit. I've read some wrong shit too, so it starts giving you that hocus pocus. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I go into the dark side and blah blah, like they don't even comprehend the deepness of saying that. What is the dark side? What is going into the light? They don't even comprehend that basic level right there. And then they feel they can do it their own way because, well, if the information was supposed to not be there, I would have never found it. That's not it. It's having protocol. A lot of people are not following protocol, so they're creating a lot of what Travis calling it baby witches and fake witchery and shit like that. All on these. That's what I'm talking about, Trav. They know that you coming on fucking TikTok. They be like, wait a minute, this motherfucker about to you're about to clean the floor. You about to come in there and clean up some shit so that they can't have it right now. They ain't finished with them people. They ain't finished with their plan yet. They be like, we still sucking the blood out of this body.
Oh, that is on so many levels, Shango.
Because they have these social medias have plans. Like, it's like whoever started a business, you have to have a what? You have to have a mission statement. Everything, whoever creates something, whoever's a content creator, has a reason for creating the content. If you don't, you're not a content creator. Like, you're just gonna put out this random shit. Don't really work like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. Like I said earlier, people be conjuring. You know how many fucking demons it really is? It's not just the 72. There's a countless. You can't even count the amount of demons upon this planet through the mind of man. There's a demon for every blade of grass in your front yard. So how can you? So this is the whole thing. We got to realize, and these demons be nothing but personality and characteristics of ourself, because the gunas is maybe 3, but it's multiple levels of 3s, multiple layers of 3s. That's really like an infinite amount of combinations that the gunas can be mixed in and create more characteristics to operate through an organism.
Right. Again, it's replication. It's constantly replicating.
Constantly replicating. And that's what goes back to Shiva consciousness, that Shiva is supreme consciousness. He's constantly conscious, which means that consciousness creates more consciousness, which in turn has to be married to action and movement, because that's that's expansion.
Mm-hmm.
So we are elitist, and like, when you really think from that point, or from that viewpoint, things at the foot of the mountain is not your concern, as long if you're on the top of the mountain. I mean, you can be aware, but it doesn't mean you have to be intently aware of certain type of things to where you internalize it. The human internalizes a lot of stuff. We're the only creature that do that. Internalize shit and act out of emotional response. Animals don't do that. Animals act out of instinctual primal survival mode. Period. That shit does not know emotion.
Which is based on the elements.
They always acidic. They're always ready to fucking run and jump and bounce and pounce and tweet and mate. That's their demonstration of Brahma on their level of manifestation, an animal. So our level of manifestation is, in scientific term, Homo erectus. Look at how much we demonstrate as an organic composition upon this planet. Look at the shit that we do. We're worse than the animal.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you said that, because that was going through my head right now. Like, look at how many people, how we are trained. We are trained to be animals. We're not trained to be human. We, in fact, are so disconnected from what being human is that we think we're fucking starseeds. Like, if we like find any special quality about ourselves, we're like, oh, I'm not human. There's no way I can be human. That's too supernatural.
And you
like,
know how
no,
dumb,
dude, that's natural. That's you.
That's denial of reality. Even though we can say, well, I'm not human. Of course, I understand what that means. But dude, you're human. Let me punch you in your face right now and see if you don't humanly feel the pressure. Don't you have to go excrete toxic chemicals from your body called urine and feces? Based off of it, you use the fuel up, and that's what's given out. You a human. So we don't want to accept the fact, like people say, I just want to get off. I just want to be out of here. I just want to. Why? See, people who say that think they're going to take this very memory of the way we are here, we think we're gonna take that shit somewhere else, which is not gonna happen.
We're gonna externalize it.
We're
They
gonna
want to
externalize it.
continue externalizing their journey instead of and you know that I think that's a process for all of us, because I know for myself, you know, from this lifetime I've been living, a lot of the karmic lessons that I've been learning have been based off of taking affirmation and confirmation from the external and internalizing it instead, seeing that I don't need that, there is no external. That within itself is a lifetime journey of mine that I'm going to continue learning about. But I think most of us, we reach a level of understanding, and then we think, okay, let me externalize this. Let me, you know, our immediate thought is to throw it outside of ourselves instead of integrating it, realizing that it's already been integrated, that it's a piece of us. Yay, you found a piece of the puzzle. That's great. Feel that for yourself.
And why does this happen? Of course, because of attachment, because we get attached to these concepts. And when we receive this information, the first thing that ego does, because for most of us, unless we've done the work, ego is in the driver's seat 100%. So as soon as we integrate this information, ego sorts it out first according to its desires. So you hear something glorious, you hear something about non-attachment. Ego receives it first, just like when you get paid at your job and IRS takes their tax out, or whoever takes their cut before it even hits your bank account. Just like ego, when it receives this data, it goes ahead and sorts it according to your attachments, your likes and your dislikes, because it's not in the driver's seat. Buddhi, the function of Buddhi is discernment. So if Buddhi isn't in the driver's seat, Ahamkara is. But that's all based on your depth of the work.
Yeah. And think about that, where now you have this Ahamkara demonstrated, right, through this overly active, egotistical, judgmental state of mind. There is no discernment. There's only judgment from a negative point of view. So think about that. Those are all gunas too, right? So you take that and you mix it with groups of people. So now they mix all these gunas together. So collectively, as a human organism, we ain't nothing but motherfucking a species in a big petri dish. So now we keep mixing. We mix with people, and now we keep creating even more toxic ahamkara, but not as an individual, but a collective group of ahamkara ego based off of people start. Every time there's groups, whoever's not, if you're not spiritually aware of groups, it'll become dissension will start coming into the group, because you create the opposing side. So you have to be aware of the opposition. So the whole thing is the ahamkara and all of these, all those elements, the buddhi and the manas, they operate on a bigger scale when it comes to a collective of people. Now it's a group manas. It's a group buddhi. It's a group ahamkara.
So this starts to demonstrate how mind control is not something outlandish and difficult even. It's just the perspective of your understanding. If you're aiming for an individual, of course it's going to be more difficult than aiming for a larger target. You're going to miss something that's small at a distance. You're not going to miss something that's large at a distance. So we talk about memes. Memes affect people as a whole, and it's insidious. Not necessarily, I mean, if you know the word insidious, it doesn't mean anything negative. It just means it creeps its way in there, right? Insidious is very sly and slick. This is how memes work. Repetition, it builds an etheric pattern, right? When we look at a sigil, it is a pictorial representation. And behind that pictorial representation is a specific data set. It's specific. So the intelligent advertiser understands that it's not just about flashing a fucking sigil on the screen. You know, people like they make the little stuff and they put a little sigil up there like tee I'm charging my sigil. No. There has to be a specific data set that is implied, insinuated, and accepted, right? Coca-Cola pays a lot of money to make sure that when you see their logo, a specific feeling is invoked within you specifically, the viewer, so that every time you see that sigil, it pulls that emotion out. Now, when we talk about charging sigils, we're talking about it becomes automatic now. When you see that little SpongeBob getting up out of his chair, you know the feeling behind it. It's instant. And that feeling gets pregnant. And these pregnant waters of chaos you were talking about, Laura, Apus, the water element in the etheric plane, in the astral plane, these sigils contain so much energy behind them of a specific data set that all these different people, when they look at it, they automatically feel it. This is charging your sigil. Now, what happens is when it's pregnant like this, what comes after pregnancy? Birth, which means that when you now do your ritual, the energy behind that sigil is so pregnant that manifestation, it damn near forces its way, right? You might do something like cut your finger to put blood on the sigil and get an instant physical representation of that sigil appear. Why would that happen? It wouldn't happen unless there's sufficient energy behind that sigil. Sigil magic 101.
And now taking all of this, right? We're talking about ahamkara. Apply that to the Tattwa Shuddhi meditation. How does that put things in people's perspectives then? Because remember, all the Tattwas, they dissolve into one another, go into Akasha Tattwa, Ether Tattwa, and then all of that gets absorbed into ahamkara, or the cause. So we're talking about the cause right now and how that affects us on all levels. Something to think about when doing the meditations. Ahamkara now takes on a different meaning, a different perspective.
That's a good one right there.
Yeah. You know something? I was searching for different material to expand, on the tattvas and have stuff to cross reference. I came across what they call a minor Upanishad, and this is called the Varha Upanishad, right? And it says this is when one of the devotees, I think this might be Krishna, just changing into a boar, like he changed himself into a boar. And he was, and he asked him a question. Speak of emancipation as resulting from a knowledge of thy nature. So impart to me that science of Brahman, which treats of thy nature. So this is actually Brahman who came in the shape of a boar, and he says that some disputants hold that there are 24 tattvas, and some 36, while others maintain that there are 96. And then he goes into, I shall relate them in order, listen with an attentive mind. Then he goes into all these different things. Like he said, I shall relate them in order, listen. Then he said the organs of sense of 5, example, ear, skin, eyes, and others. The organs of action of 5, mouth, hand, leg, and others. Pranas, vital airs of 5, sound, and others, rudimentary. He goes to each one of them. I'm talking about he goes, hunger, thirst, grief, delusion, old age, and death are said to be the 6 infirmities. Skin, blood, flesh, fat, marrow, and bones are said to be the 6 sheaves. Passion, anger, avarice, delusion, pride, and malice are the 6 kind of foes. Vishva, Taijasa, and Prajna are the 3 aspects of the jiva. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are the 3 gunas. So he goes into, breaks this all down, and he says, those that know these 96 tattvas will attain salvation in whatever order of life they may be, whether they have matted hair, or are shaven head, or have only the tuft of hair. There is no doubt of this. So this whole thing is with knowing the tattvas and the activations of these things, knowing yourself and how you are atmospherically put together is one of the most vital things that you could possibly do and get in order, because everything else comes with that.
Yeah, it's like when we're babies and we're learning how to walk. The baby realizes it's got its toes, starts to wiggle them around a little bit, then it starts kicking its legs, learning that it has legs. Then pretty soon they start to use their knees to crawl. Then eventually they learn how to walk. This is exactly what we're doing. We're learning how to walk. But
and just think about that. We never were taught how to properly walk. We've only been taught how to be led.
Yeah, we're only taught how to be drugged.
We're dependent. Exactly. We become dependent, and then we start to like being dragged. We become our pleasure becomes being disrespected. Our pleasure becomes being rude and no fucks given. This is why I pay very close attention to social media. Awesome. That's why it's difficult for me to become a content creator on social media, because I know it's controlled for a certain reason. It's given to us free for a certain reason. So I'm kind of at difference because I was once analog. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to be 49 in this year. So I come from an era where so I can understand, I can see both sides of this picture, that they using this stuff completely against the minds of people. Like Trav touched upon the memes. You know what I'm saying? Trav, I would like to do that. I would love, me and you should go through this whole book, the mimetic book. And so people can really see what they really do with how memes have been, how it's utilized as a military operation. So if memetics is a process that's used as a military operation, it's light work. And like Travis said, you got to think scientifically. People who go to MIT and all of these schools that dealing with technology, they're nothing but technological. They're scientists of technology. That's why the iPhone knows. They purposely made it scroll upward. They purposely make the box this size. They purposely make it this color. They purposely made the TikTok emblem for a specific purpose. Facebook has its own emblem. They all of this shit.
Studying internet marketing, they do what's called split tests, right? They literally test every single aspect. The little button that says buy now, they test how it works when it's blue. They test how it works when it's red. When it has this font. What happens when I have the picture on this side versus this side? Everything is tested for maximum result. That could be the difference between a 40% increase in your income. So of course you're gonna test all that stuff out.
How many people turned all their social media apps to dark mode? Some left it on, some left it regular mode, but when they gave you that option to turn it to dark mode, I instantly flipped it. That means that it worked. The purpose for them they tested that.
Right.
They know that they knew that was going to trigger a particular part of the human brain, and whatever way they explain it is going to make you want to have a darker screen like that because it looks better aesthetically. That's all this is. It's knowing how to look. All the chemistry that it creates for memes is to know how to make something aesthetically pleasing. How Christian, and that goes back into a deeper science. Kristen told us that if you wanted to get in touch with the cancer energy, start putting cancer sigils and signs all behind you and on your. Didn't she say that? That's the same thing the advertisers do.
Yep, that's just what I was thinking. I'm like, look at how religion went worldwide. How does religion conquer?
Even sounds.
In hoc signo vis, in this sign we conquer.
Sounds, you would know even in dark the difference between a Galaxy and a iPhone based off of the notification sounds. Those are means to distinguish, that creates distinguishing characteristics. Oh, that right there is that's an iPhone. This is that. So the whole thing is, the biggest joke was in Coming to America was McDowell's. You know what I'm saying? How McDonald's wanted his motherfucking head because he said they got the golden arches, we got the golden M's. You know goddamn well that shit is copyright infringement, but it was a joke off of memetics and aesthetic. It was the aesthetic presentation of a restaurant. You can't be making. You can't have a special sauce lettuce cheese on a sesame seed bun. His bun don't have sesame seeds on it.
Let's take what you said there about the restaurant, about the ringtone sounds and all that stuff, and compare it to what I said about the sigils and whatnot. When you hear the iPhone ding, when you hear the messenger ding, when you hear these sounds, you have a built-up memory behind these sigils. So it triggers something very specific, not just in you, but in millions of people around the world. This makes it real. It becomes a key to accessing a specific thing. Now, for some people, this results in a lot of money. It also results in other things, right? Money is a byproduct of what it really represents. Apple is a living entity. iPhone is an entity. Memes can evolve. And that's when they really start to generate power.
I've seen the etheric plane before. Thanks for your help.
No way. She did?
I'm so glad you said that, Travis, because that is exactly what I'm discovering with the entity work. Because, now I'm at the point where I'm making my own entities. I'm like, all right, fuck this program shit. Let me program myself. Let me make my own entities. And so a lot of people tend to also associate animals as certain entities as well. And, they call them familiars, right? But that's not actually what a familiar is. A familiar is literally just a house that holds a specific energy that you wish to give life to. So look at how often we're misled, especially if you're in like the witchcraft community or whatever. They'll be like, oh, is your cat your familiar? Because it just hangs out whenever you're doing spell work. No, it's a fucking cat. Like your familiar is most likely the sigil that you just wrote down for your spell work. That's the home for your entity, for your energy. So there's a lot of, we have these trigger words or these words that we associate that actually give life to forces that we don't even know we could control or that we could harness. We just give up that control so often when we're unaware of how we're utilizing our language and our intent.
Think about groups of people who are so rich, they're beyond what's rich. Like, you know what I'm saying? There is no counting money with them. It's beyond that shit. So they're capable of sitting in rooms with military personnel, scientists. Everybody in the military ain't carrying machine guns. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of the military operations are scientific experiments with human beings, animals, and everything else that they get their hand on, right? So that's why I said I think this book is important to talk about memes, because this is what they're doing from a military perspective, based off of what they use the social media to actually. So the people who are behind, like I said, the rich people behind this know these sciences. They know how the human organism reacts and doesn't react to things based off of emotions and whatever, everything else we didn't mention, right? So they write this kind of stuff and they have meetings on this. So they got this thing called military memetics, congruent with notion of epidemiology of ideas, right? So in this, now look what they use, epidemiology. Epidemiology is the branch of medicine that deals with the incidence, distribution, and possible control of diseases and other factors relating to health. And now this is coming from a workshop, and they're talking about the idea similar to the concept of a meme. So a meme is capable of being put out and can cause a what? A fucking disease. Okay? So, or a meme can actually be a disease, hence coronavirus, but but whatever. Epidemiology of ideas, a function of biology, culture, and communications, right? So they go into the biology of brain, knowledge of brain. They go through all these fMRIs and culture values, linguistics, demographic, market segmentation, buzz, viral marketing. They use this stuff for that. Everything that was, so Trav showing that right there. They trigger each part of the body based off of the concept and creation of a meme, because you know what else is a meme? Goyams, tulpas, servitors. Those are memes that are sent out for a particular purpose. So here's an early concept of the meme, right? Now this is coming from Dawkins' concept. A meme, self-reproducing and propagating information structures analogous to genes in biology, able to replicate using hosts and to influence behavior to promote replication. Now, this is pre-Dawkins, notion of a unit of social evolution. And then, of course, they go to this. He wrote a book in German, and I'm not even going to try to read that. So it says, analogous to Darwinian natural selection, a unit of cultural inheritance, alters individual, psychological, and group sociological behavior, and ultimately evolution of the species. Memes and genes may have cooperative or adversarial relationships. We late in the fucking game. That book, and I'm gonna give the date. This was put together in this comes from a presentation from October 24th to the 26th of 2011. They been doing this shit. They been knew they was not gonna let Trav get on no motherfucking TikTok and talk the truth. They wanted you to be on that motherfucker halfway cooning and halfway giving the truth. Hey everybody, let me give you this. That's what they wanted you to do. They don't want you coming. People looking at they got a social construct to maintain. They got a construct. So even it goes back to being unconsciously aware of self. So you definitely unconsciously aware of society that the self is a part of. And then we have people and call them what they are. Wizards, magicians. They just give them different names. They just call them politicians. They call them advisors to foreign, the Mages Group.
The Mages Study Group.
Advisors to foreign affairs. All of these groups,
Marketers.
Trilateral commissions. They just different names for different covens. They just do different jobs. And a lot of these covens understand the science of the mind, spirit, and body. Everything that's produced for us to consume is produced with those three concepts in mind. Is it going to change their mind, spirit, and their body into me breaking their will or taking away them being able to fight against what I'm giving them? They took the willpower from people.
And what did they study? Vedic
science. That's what I'm saying. They know how to manipulate us because they utilize these sciences that were written by Westcott and Mathers and all of this stuff. And these guys in the late 1750s to the 1850s, they were Masonic. They were Masons and shit like that. So they always had to make this information mystical, and they westernized the shit. They had to, because they were speaking to westernized minds. They weren't speaking from a mind that was influencing the deepness of the East. Even us. I was watching Roots the other day, right? And I tried to take a piece of it and put it on Instagram, and it didn't work. But Kunta Kinte, at one point when he was grown, he had went to go drop his new master off at this place, and he heard some fucking drums playing, right? So he walked over there. Now Shaka's Kunta Kinte is a Mandinka, and he was Muslim. So if you go back and watch Roots, he was Muslim. He used to greet. They greeted each other, Assalamu alaikum. So when he heard these drums, right, he went over there, and there was an old man playing a drum in the bushes. So he walked over there to him, and Kunta said, Assalamu alaikum. And the man said, Wa alaikum salam. He was so happy to speak their own language, because they couldn't do that. So the man said, he said, enough of this foolishness. But anyway, as they dialogue, they got to the point where they said that these new blacks don't know their old ways. He said they don't know the ways of the white man ways, and they don't know the ways of the ancient ways. He said they just some new creation that don't know nothing.
Ooh.
So when I thought about that, so when I sat back and I thought about that, of course we know the slavery thing and boom, boom. But just think about the concept. They did that to everybody now. Everybody is based off of that type of, so they just read you this military shit. This ain't no, that's why I want me and Trav to do it. This ain't no book. This was actually, look up DARPA, DARPA. They have got to the point where this shit is light work to wipe out a motherfucker's concept of who the fuck they are.
Yeah. Why are we warring against each other? Like,
because
you think that
those are memes. That's a meme.
Right. You think that the school systems were just by accident, or that they just don't know any better? No, that's a training facility. We are trained. We are trained. We are those. Yeah, we are brainwashed all the time, and now it's global. It's global.
And it's getting dumber now. It's not even deep no more. They just fucking with people. They keep hitting you with different chicken sandwiches and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
They keep hitting you with dumb shit they're making a joke out of it. They're like, fuck it, man. Just, you know what? I need a laugh. Like the old Rockefeller motherfucker. You know what? I guarantee you I can control thousands with the millions with a chicken sandwich. And they go ahead and call a homeboy who owns the Popeyes, who distributes the chicken, and they do something like, you know what, put that in there and let's see if we can control. It's experimentation, sociological experiments. Don't they call it it's like a collective social experiment.
Yeah.
They be like, you can control people with a chicken sandwich. That means that I could give you the vaccine and tell you I give you these new Air Force, I give you these new Jordan number 4s.
Is it any coincidence?
It's not even. This is what makes it so beautiful now. It's not even at the Rockefeller level anymore. It's reachable to people like you and I now, with the proper funding, of course. But that experimentation is done by people like you and I now.
It's so basic. It's a meme. Black Lives Matter, a meme. KKK, a meme. Nazi, a meme. White supremacy, a meme. Nation of Islam, a meme. All of that shit is for reorganization So you got white supremacy. White supremacy is totally different than white bigotry. There's all kind of different little sub compartments of whatever that they can know that will trigger us into being what? Separated from this person based off of, I don't fuck with them. Niggas come from fucking Africa.
Because of a,
Like, who gives a fuck?
You're getting into, that's why they have such a thing called connotative and denotative linguistics. That's why you have to speak a different language when you're in court. So black and white doesn't hold up. Those are means. That doesn't hold up. That's a status. It's not a nationality. Every other country in the world recognizes that, except for North Americans.
And the reason why you have to get an attorney is because you give over your rights as a full cognitive adult. You become infantile in your knowledge of law, stating that I have to hire a jurist, an attorney, to fight for me because I am incapable of comprehending how to fight for myself. So there's a science for even getting that, because you know what? Nobody knows the language of law. You go in there and the law and a judge start hitting you with that goddamn Latin on one, hit you with some bullshit, knowing that you coming in and playing games. 20 years, motherfucker, for some bullshit.
And what's the game that lawyers play anyway, right? It's not based off of any truth. It's a story that creates an emotional response.
Yeah, what did she say? What did she say in that show, to catch a murder or whatever it was? What did she say? It's how to catch it. The truth isn't based on, the winner isn't based on the truth. It's based on who tells the best story.
And how you emotionally attach that story to the jury. So that's why they. I'm sorry, Amar. Go ahead.
You can go.
No, go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, if there's a case, I forgot who the lady was, but she like killed her daughter and like did a bunch of shit, and not a bunch of shit, but she killed her daughter, and then I think she killed someone else too. But basically, if you watch the case, I just fast forwarded to the end. But the attorney that's defending her, he for sure did NLP. Like he practiced, like he's certified in NLP 100%. Because the way he like weaved that story, and she got off, like she was free of charge or whatever, non-guilty.
Damn.
All like if you like listen to it, pretty obvious. Like it's not. But
you sent that to me a long ass time ago.
Yeah, that was like maybe I probably sent that almost a year ago.
And that's the type of lawyer that can demand a very high fee.
Yep.
Because he wins case.
The paper that Django talked about, he said 2011. I'm about to send you guys the link right now. I sent this CIA paper I think a year ago too, to the group. But this is from 1983. And it talks about teleportation, like a whole bunch of Kundalini.
Yeah. See, isn't it beautiful to find that information? See, that shows you that Amar's a real researcher. You got to go back to those times in 1983. And what people got to do, see, they hide, like Bobby Hemmett used to say, that they hide a lot of information in these television shows and movies. Go back and watch the X-Files now and see if you don't see shit totally fucking different than how it was when that show first came out.
Yeah.
Not saying waste your time binge watch, but go back and watch and be like, yo, they be dropping truth in these shows in an entertaining way, because the truth can never be hidden. It has to come out. That's the whole thing. That's why secret societies don't work, because the information is too big for only to be held in fucking secret. It has to come out. It has to expand itself. If we're going back to what Shiva consciousness, all information comes from the source of information. We're not creating new sources of information. All we're doing is just we're refunneling it through our ahamkara and our systems, and we're rehashing it out. That's like I tell Trav all the time, and then I was like, yo, you realize that the info by disseminating this Vedic information, think about the people that it's going to. It's going to us, Westerners. And think about how each one of us has an individual lifestyle that this information, it was written particularly for people in India. A lot of the practices are, and a lot of the ingredients, once you start getting into the gray areas of the information, a lot of the ingredients, you can't find that shit in the United States. So the whole thing is we're upgrading the Vedic information. It's now what? It's evolving. Look at the people who's talking about it, who study, not just talking about it, studying it and applying it to everyday activity right now. That's just super crazy. That's why I said earlier, everybody got to start making sure you're giving yourself those supreme props. Give yourself some fucking flowers.
Yeah.
Don't wait for anybody else to give you no fucking flowers. If you need some flowers, go buy your own flowers. And put them in whatever corner that Christians showed us through feng shui them flowers need to be.
Yeah, don't get the fake flowers.
Don't get the fake ones either, not those plastic
Worth
ones.
the real flowers.
Okay, exactly.
The real ones.
It'll even work with fake flowers. I mean, if you can, in Art of Clairvoyance, it talks about how you could use a model of a liver instead of like the real liver.
Yeah.
I have a lot of trouble.
Oh, what were you gonna say?
I have a lot of trouble finding a real unicorn.
I saw a llama today.
On Fortnite?
No, for real. In front of a restaurant. And I almost swerved into traffic. I was like, what the fuck is that? I thought it was, you know what I'm saying? It was a llama they had over there. I said, you don't see that every day.
Wow.
So, yo, this information is important, man. That's why, yo, man, we live in a crazy world. And there are people who fighting against us. There's people who really don't want you to be. They make great movies about it, right? Great books. 1984. Yeah. Did anybody see this new movie, The Tomorrow War?
Yeah,
No.
I seen it. I saw it.
Do you see the metaphysics of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I seen it.
He goes to the future with his daughter there. She's, you know what I'm saying? I don't want a movie spoiler, but they know how to hide all the metaphysics in movies. And it's always right on time.
And at least in the movies, like a lot of the occult topics are portrayed by the villains. So it's like, well, already first
right.
So when they drop shit, that's like, it's like, wait, if you took it out of context of a villain, you'd be like, wait, like that sounds kind of right. Like, what the fuck?
I always root for the villain or the underdog. You know, it's another dope movie, metaphysical movie, Cruella.
Oh yeah.
That movie was super. That movie was dope.
That movie is dope as hell, man. That movie is dope.
It breaks it down from the inner. It's about the inner shadow. It's about It's about identity and identifying who you really are.
Yeah.
See, the cartoon of the 101 Dalmatians, that was the cartoony version. This here lets you know that Cruella is a real person. She had a real life who it affected her by her upbringing, affected what happened to her, and her power came from what? From pain and death.
Yeah, I could relate a lot to that movie, man. That movie is dope as fuck, bro. I would suggest that everybody watch that shit because
gotta go watch Cruella, man.
Yeah,
and don't forget, didn't Baba used to tell us to always go watch certain movies and shit like that? I thought about. I don't want to. That's why I'm saying my whole thing of this information is making me not forget my beginnings.
Yeah.
And I gotta give. I would like. I don't want to say I was like a like Bobby Hemming, I don't put him like a guru, but he was a guru. So you really have to give him his props because he made you think at a scholarly research level from the scientific pro. So when he would say, you got to go watch this movie, we have to keep that same action going. We have to continue to learn like that because they're hiding all of that. There was a reason why, like I said, they put this meme out that was called COVID, you know what I'm saying? And they shut down all movie theaters. Right now, the whole every movie that come out is not even a bootleg no more. That shit is right now all going straight to Amazon, a Prime Video, and all of these. There ain't no movies. They just opened the movie theater back here in my city like a couple weeks ago. They had them shits fully shut down. So it shows you how they can put something out there and then reopen up everything, and it just it's nothing ever happened. I don't follow the news, but I do that purposely because I don't even hear bits and pieces of COVID information no more. It's over. They got to move on to another meme now. They set up, they use that as a play, and now they have to figure out they can't use presidents no more. If you notice, you don't hear shit about the president. You don't hear shit about Trump. You don't hear shit about Joe Biden. There's nothing that's being talked about. That's the main thing no more. But they getting it ready because it goes by seasons, the equinox.
Right. Yeah. We've identified
That's
the
one
pattern.
thing. I just gave $1 million worth of game away. That's how they do. They operate through the equinoxes, man. So the heck cats said they try to use the UFO news. They've been trying to hit us with the UFO thing for years now. See, that's the Trump card. They don't want to play they can't play that card just yet because there's too many hands in the pot. And one of their main benefactors is what we call the Roman Catholic Church. A lot of them, especially the Jesuits are what you would call the black hand. Like I said, there's always, it ain't about, it wasn't, you know, so that's why when you get, I'm using a low level, you get niggas like Meech and high profile drug dealers, them not the niggas that's gonna kill you. You better watch out for that motherfucker that's always with them that ain't the most loudest nigga. That's the black hand. There's always a black hand in every system. So when you deal with the Jesuits, it ain't no different than Islam. Go fuck with them fighters, the fuck with the Mujahideen and all of them. Used to protect the Mukti.
See, this is why it's
was chopping heads off. Think about the conquistadors and all the niggas that kill your whole family for you not accepting Christianity. Muslims too. Kill your newborn infant, everybody on the pike because you didn't bow down to Allah as being the most merciful and all of that. You didn't make shahada. You out of here. That shit was all means.
Well, I remember here. I mean, I remember I bought a book in 2011 when I was like hella into it was like the Syrian conquest of Islam basically, and one of the parts was before they raided a city to check basically at like 5 a.m. there's a Muslim prayer. So if they heard the adhan, then they moved on to the next city. But if there was no adhan, they would go in and kill them basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certain things they couldn't do because they know that shit. See, certain things they can't. See, that's only from ancient people who would respect those type of things, knowing that listen here, we trying to conquer them, but we ain't trying to bring no bad karma back onto our new kingdom by going and they massacring these motherfuckers while they making salat, man, or doing certain things during certain time periods. Shit, me and Trey just spoke briefly about the Art of War. Read the Art of War. It'll break down that whole that's military science. You don't go
Yeah.
to war during certain times. And you
I mean,
really, the whole science is they really didn't want to go to war by violent means. The war was supposed to be fought on a subtle realm.
right. I mean, shit, we're learning about the different realms: physical,
Exactly.
emotional, mental. You want to take care of that war somewhere up there. Spiritual first. If that don't work, let's get them in the mental plane. If that don't work, get them in the astral plane. If we got to, let's get them on the physical.
Yeah, yeah. And it was all about population control because there are certain people who are so fanatical about thinking that the planet Earth is going to run out of space because they feel there's too many people. So what better way to wipe people off than to disseminate some kind of chemical process throughout the populace to drop the numbers down.
Yeah.
But think
People don't
about
want
how
to go to
many numbers
war. So
they don't want to go to. You know what I'm saying? War don't work no more. Ain't nobody trying to. You know what I'm saying? The old
For a lot
techniques
of
don't work.
people, they've already won. Like, that's the thing. Like, there's like what we're doing here, everyone here right now, what I think everyone needs to understand is that you're a hell of a lot more advanced than what you're giving yourself credit for. Because
Yes.
what we're doing is we're taking these sciences and we're recognizing what I learned in school was programming. What I'm learning here is what
liberate.
societies, it's what we have it's natural, it's what we've been focused on. I think that one of the biggest problems that we see is that zombie effect with others. We are so when you disconnect someone from themselves, not only are they easy to control, but they literally deteriorate. Here, we're becoming our true immortal selves.
Yeah.
We are actually breaking the code. So I think
Ah.
that right there is one of the main reasons why, like, when we study Tattwa, Shuddhi, and all this kind of stuff, this is schooling. This is what we are doing, is learning about our true human nature. And our true nature is something that is beyond our normal perception. So we have to, it makes this kind of information a necessity of our survival in order to learn and acquire. That's why it's not a competition. It's not a okay, either you fail or you succeed. It's just a straight necessity, like water.
Yeah. It's about ascension.
Yeah.
And when
It's
I think
about
about it
coming
also,
home.
and the whole thing, once we utilize, like I said, going back to, like I said, the utilization of it, if you're seeking to conquer your environment, because it's like like I said about the different caste system, everybody is not going to practice the same way. So the whole thing, some may be a kshatri, and I might be saying that we're wrong, but that's what Arjuna, what the caste that he comes from, was a warrior caste. So their duty was to do that of the war. So as we were talking about, as what stuff was mentioning, that certain people just be warriors. That's just what it is. So your practice of the science is going to be from the perspective of the warrior. So that's like I was saying with myself. I started putting on this facade to think that I'm supposed, and it's always about humility. Not saying I'm out here wilding, but it was like I was trying to extra make myself at peace. I don't know what I was trying to do, but it was just like, damn, am I forgetting the original essence of myself based off of expanding my knowledge base and research? So the whole thing is, we got to remember that some of us, it's our duty to be a warrior and a warrior cat. It's my duty to carry the Shango energy. Not outrageous and womanizing, because Shango is a womanizer. So those are just particular aspects of that energy. So the whole thing is, well, once we demonstrate the trueness of our internal energy, upon the physical plane of experience and realization from other people, then we do become a superior, and not from the overactive ego, but from the purity of the ego. You don't take away the ego's acknowledgement of the I-ness. You take away the overactive low level vibration of attachment to selfishness, thinking that you are in control of everything, instead of just saying I am a part of everything. And what makes it aware is that my consciousness comes from the Brahma perspective, or the Krishna perspective, or the Shiva perspective. You see from a higher source of eyes.
Right. And you're able to then determine as to where you are.
Yes.
Truly. Because you said earlier, right? How can, and we say it in history too, you know, those of us who really look into history, and true history and all of that, right? You have to put emotions to the side and recognize that most of us don't know who we are, or where we are, or what even, where we, like what this country even is, or what this world even is. Well, now we're taking that. When you look at that, you also as a practitioner have to look at that as a being that is conscious and living on this planet. I have to analyze what and who I really am. And that means going beyond my own perceptions and conceptuality of what I deem to be true. And that within itself is a lifelong progress. And if we don't get on, and if we don't take steps to that actualization, we're going to continue living in this realm for as long as it takes. And the thing about it too is that our logical mind is going to try to make things linear. It's going to say, you know, that okay, well, next lifetime I'm going to be this kind of human. Well, who's to say that you're going to be a human next lifetime? Who's to say that you're not going to be Napoleon from the past? Who's going to say that you're not going to be a blade of grass next time from, you know, the early 200s? Who's
to say you're even going to be anything that you can comprehend in your current state of mind?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Moby.
That's the param tattva. That's the beyond definition. That's what we're moving. We're moving beyond definition. The reason why we keep defining things so we can understand it, so we can take it somewhere else, that's human nature. That's the weakness of the Antakarana.
Yes.
That's
always wanting.
That's part of the issue, where a part of our work is to rise above that need to define and constrict and label everything according to the conscious mind. There's a place for it. It's a time for it, a function for it. It's not bad. It's supposed to be that way. But this is to teach us processes of yoga. The experiential processes and results are to give us an actual experience of what's beyond the need to label shit.
Yeah.
Because if we stay right there, we're gonna end up using big words all the time that may sound impressive to some, but ultimately aren't saying anything.
Right.
And it's never saying you're getting rid of it. No, you're gaining mastery over it.
You're expanding.
You're expanding it. You're not getting rid of anything. You're mastering it. Doing your own brain is not supposed to think unless you want it to think.
That's true mind control. You're
not supposed to know. You're not supposed to let your body tell you, dictate that it's time to eat some M&Ms right now.
Yeah.
Or whatever. That's why yogis actually, the Himalayan masters, some dudes ain't up there eating. Who the fuck is? Don't you know it's snow? Them niggas don't got no garden.
Yep.
Now people bring them stuff, but the whole reason why they are masters is because they've mastered the minor impulses. The bodily impulses have been mastered to the point where they're not up there starving to death if nobody brings a cabbage to them to eat. They just don't eat. And they eat prana. They eat the energy from other people through the atmosphere.
And when you meditate in Patanjali, in the Yoga Sutras, there's a certain spot where you meditate on your body and you can, your body produces nectar. So you eat that.
So you eat that. Amrit.
Amrit.
Oh,
Or so they say, right?
And so the whole, and think about how powerful, that's why I said we got to give ourselves, once you study this and live in that, you got to give yourself some props, man.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, one day I may be on a path to say that I'm going to be a sannyasin or a monk priest. But right now, that's not the particular path. I was already on a path, and what I've done was I discovered a hidden cave, and I went into it. And while in there, I found Aladdin's lamp in that motherfucker. And I'm just so happen to be in this cave, gaining this information, or I've went into this different realm, so I'm going to continue on the same path. So we all know that this information that we are on, the Vedic information, is only making us, it's going to continue, it's going to make us revisit. That's why no path is linear, like Laura said. This thing is a centrifugal, because we have to go back and reread mystical Kabbalah now with your, while after you then did your Tattwa Shuddhi meditations.
I'm going back into the Necronomicon now, and I'm seeing a bunch of Vedic shit in there.
Yeah,
Going back to that, see what I'm saying?
One of the ways that he puts it is that Vedic astrology is the astrology of the astral plane. I thought that was pretty damn cool, but it makes sense.
Yep.
You see?
Yep. Same thing with the clip off. Same thing with all of that. It's all the Vedas, and you gotta, and again, let's go back to what the basics are, what the advanced basics are. Study your elemental self. Study yourselves that are all the elements: your earth, your water, your fire, your air, your ether. Study all that shit. Know thyself.
Mm-hmm.
You mean know your history, know your identity, know your ego?
The self, wouldn't the self be contained in transcendental, not elemental, like the self that we are?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's everything. The self is the self. It's your, because you have an earth element. The earth element is your mother, your father, your cousins, your family. What type of family culture did each individual grow up in? Then what type of school, what type of culture did you obtain, like you said, when you go to school and you become indoctrinated? That's a culture. What type of culture you started obtaining when you wasn't a jit no more and you got off the porch and went up the street? What type of culture did you get then? That is the conglomeration of the self. Now we are molecular scientists now.
Hell yeah.
We have to look at so if you take each one of these cells that we're in on the Zoom screen and you put a microscope, I take Travis, why you think they use the same? It's the same thing like a fucking, in a science lab, a cell. You take Travis's cell off the screen and I sit it on the microscope and I zoom into that shit and go all the way in beyond the picture that I see of him in there, and I get to his molecular structure. Then I'm going to see his true self. Look at Exactly. That type of shit. Isn't that what you do in the lesser and I always forget the fucking name and I do it. The banishing ritual where you now you see the earth from above and you look down. That's what you're fucking doing. You're looking at it from a minute. You becoming what? The macrocosm. You becoming you are the as above. So what we're doing is we're looking into the molecular metaphysical structure of ourself based off the scientific methods of Vedic science from the school of Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, and Tantra. And we're looking at ourselves. We see first that you are the Antakarana, which we say is a human being, and then you see the manas and the Buddha. Everything is just nothing but the nucleus inside of a cell. You keep looking smaller, you're gonna just keep getting smaller particles.
And you know something, Shango? I just want to confirm everything you say. Like seriously, because I'm not being around lately on the group, but I've been listening to you guys, everything you say. So pretty much I've been doing meditations, not every day, not every night, not 8 hours, not 12 hours, not 24 hours, and rules, you know. But when it comes, it comes. So not that I wanted it to like change all the whole concepts, but I've been doing some mantras about reducing emotions, right? To get like, you know, impulsive emotions, negative emotions, positive emotions, whatever the fuck might be, right? Because if you have negative emotions, then you have to distinguish between negative and positive, right? So good emotions, bad emotions. So if you try to say, get rid of the negative emotions, then how do you know you have good emotions? So I say to myself, get rid of most of the fucking emotions, you know, just have a mantra. I'm not saying being evil, but just, you know, reduce emotions to be neutral. That concept of neutrality comes by. So I've been doing mantras on that. And literally also, I been kind of like experience this concept of a father figure. So I've been asking about my dad lately. So I'm like, my dad, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on with my dad? Right? Because I keep thinking about my dad. So I'm like, all right. So maybe it was his birthday or something. I don't know. So 2 days ago, I get up on my bed, you know, guys, at 2 a.m. in the morning. I come like a Buddha type of pose. And, you know, just automatically, if you meditate, like you really meditate, you go into that stage. It comes by and I feel again that separation of like madness. Like my conscious mind is like, like, you know, I start arguing, I start fighting about something. And then my subconscious came and say, screw you. Subconscious, I know it's the subconscious, and the subconscious says, screw you, shut up. So all of a sudden, right, I started seeing not a house, not I don't know, Egypt, like we must do when we do astral projection, right? Like we describe things. No, I say, screw this whole nonsense. Where am I going? So now I see myself in a galaxy. Like you say, you get to see planet Earth below, right? So now I see not just the planet Earth, but I also see a dimensional human being, which is an image of myself. And maybe perhaps yourselves too. How to say, load of, your body is load of stars and galaxies. This is what the subconscious mind represents, right? Because I was, you know, I have that. So it's a human body, okay? It's you, your face. Not seeing your face, but you know it's your face. Your whole body load of galaxies and stars. But the one trigger bright light that I notice is the heart itself. So you can see the pumping of a bright light like the sun. It's the heart. So I'm like, okay, so this is the subconscious mind. So me, I know it up there. It's the subconscious mind. So now I get to hear my father's voice calling me. So I go to see my dad. I'm there. And guess what I see? The same image of myself as my father, except that my father was a bigger figure because it's a bigger figure, it's my father. Now I say to myself, okay, so what is this about this? What am I supposed to know about this? It's about emotions, that you create the emotions because you wanted to create your emotions in a circumstances that you are at the moment. That's what it means. So reality is that you have no emotions. You created at the time of the circumstances. That's what it means. That's what the message was. So doing the mantras, knowing yourself that you are part of a galaxy, and I'm not talking about up there, the 5 stars, all the way down. I'm talking about psychology here, this unconscious and subconscious. So that other perspective of you and your subconscious, you have no emotions. You create them. So you cannot distinguish what's good and what's bad, because if you try to eliminate one, you will not know what's the other one. You know what I mean? You guys follow me? Am I confusing you by any chance?
No, you actually you mentioned, so in the Tattwa Shuddhi meditation, before you go to see Shakti, you release Sushumna. It pierces every chakra, and then there's the human. There's a human element that you locate in your heart region. So it's interesting that you said that the brightest star and this vision you had was in your heart, because that's exactly what you connect to right before you go and hang out with Shakti up over there on the red ocean.
Right. And that bigger figure.
Also, to connect that on a psychological level, one of my favorite books that's called How Emotions Are Made. It's extremely it's a long book with very small letters, but it has a lot of insight in there. And one of my favorite chapters talks about emotions, like what you just said. There's a big argument in the psychology world about nature versus nurture. We've heard that before, but it actually goes really deep. There's two sets of psychologists, mental scientists, who are debating between, are we a product of our environment, or did we come into the world this way, or are we affected by our current circumstances? And there's a lot of study that goes to show that the river, the flood of emotions washing all over us all the time, if you examine, you'll find that you are actually the source of that river. So we flap around in these emotions thinking that, oh, woe is me, but in truth, we're literally producing those waters at any given moment. We have more control over what we experience, and we are willing to acknowledge it. That's a heavy responsibility.
Yeah, I find it pretty interesting because, you kind of like, if you have a question, your subconscious mind would answer it right away, right? It would answer you everything you ask, and I think that was pretty cool. Like I noticed that you don't create you create the emotions at the moment or in the circumstances, because technically we are not. And some people say we are emotional creatures. To be honest, the subconscious might say not necessarily.
You know what's interesting, what you just said, Travis, what he said, how you're saying that we are emotional creatures, and like you can ask the question, like, where does the emotion come from? Is it, like you said, it's two fights in psychology, saying that basically our emotional is an influence that comes from outside sources, whether it be parents, it's some kind of a model, a mold that we've learned. Right. And another psychiatrist, another one says that it's not like that. So what that just made me do is I had to go pull up my little picture of the this is the functional areas of the cerebral cortex. So I got to look at it from that point to say that if the if the occipital lobe of the human brain is the visual area that controls sight, image reception, and image perception, then Vedic science tells me that it's not just about the brain being able to do that. The quintessence of the element is already innate in the human brain that has the ability to capture sight and image recognition. So if you keep going on into the different areas of the brain, when you get to the where's number six? Number six is
Limbic.
the I'm trying to find where the other part is at. When you get to like the not the
Limbic.
pituitary. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, the or within the temporal lobe and all of that stuff. That's where you get into the emotional areas: pain, hunger, fight or flight responses. So the whole thing, those are innate human abilities that's already pre-programmed. It's like your cell phone. Your cell phone already comes pre-programmed with certain applications that's going to allow the cell phone to work. But it don't come pre-programmed with shit like TikTok and Facebook. Those are different apps that you have to add on to your phone later on. So both see what it is with certain science, they just like to fight instead of coming to the agreement, you know something? Both of us are correct.
Right.
Because
there's this common ground there somewhere.
There's common ground based off the science of just the fucking brain. It's letting you know that these areas that are here in the brain, whether it be the frontal, the parietal, the temporal, the occipital lobe, they all have particular functions that they do. The frontal lobe is the higher mental functions: concentration, planning, judgment, emotional. How did they know that? They've tested the brain.
What about if I tell you?
That's part of the whole fight right there. So that relates all the way back to Charles Darwin. And you know, if you look into Darwin, he looks very sus, right? A lot of the shit he made up, but we accept it as common evolution. But there's this whole theory of essentialism, and that ties into that limbic brain, because the limbic thing is actually a theory. It's not. I want to say it's not real, but there's evidence that supports it. But it's an assumption
because it's still new. It's the newest part.
Yeah,
the youngest part, so to speak.
And see, the whole dichotomy here is: does that area of the brain, does it have an anger cell? Does it have a depression cell? Does it have a happy cell? They're trying to make a point that you physically have a biological cell that determines emotion, and then the other people are saying that no, it's a raw area, and depending on how you interpret reality, it's going to manifest that emotion. So the fight is: do you come programmed with sadness and anger and alcoholism, or is it something that you develop?
And look at this picture now. Remember that picture of the brain, and look at this now. This is an old. That's a picture of meditation showing all the meridians.
Yeah, those are that's the brain meridian. For the Chinese
it's
brain.
It's an infinite amount of receptors. Those are receptors. So that's why you said they can't necessarily bring the limbic brain as hypothetical, but it's real, because they don't want to connect this.
There you go.
To Western medicine, to let you know, like, yo, it's really, you really are. A lot of your senses are not connected to your fucking body.
All right, so you guys want to hear the new one?
You're connected to the atmosphere of the planet Earth, and the planet Earth is connected to the atmosphere of outer space, and outer space is connected to the atmosphere of the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is connected. You see what I'm saying? They don't want to.
So in Vedic terms, those channels that you just showed, that's the subtle body, the etheric body, the what they call pranamaya kosha.
Pranamaya kosha, exactly.
Good shit.
And there's an endless, just look at this picture. It's
Yeah.
endless.
Beautiful.
They've been doing that. Now, like I said, this is what I'm going to say that I feel. As I said before, Egypt was that particular part of the plan. And now, what I want to suggest, people go get one of them globes that shows all the particular land, show when all the land mass was together. It actually fits like a puzzle. So it's really not easy. I mean, it's not hard to look at it together and be like, yo, that makes absolute sense. You will see where Africa and the continent of what they call Asia, they was all together. So that's what they mean by the root of civilization. So we're basing our information off of westernized timelines. Ancient people can go back to fucking Pangea, my nigga. When the earth, when the land masses were together. So when you come to Egypt, they were so highly advanced, they were beyond written text like that. They just did the shit. You know what I'm saying? The basic people did basic shit, but their advanced hierarchy system was ran off of motherfucking Perusha. You understand what I'm saying? They was men of they were actually able to bring Perusha into Prakriti, and they did magnificent shit. As we kept evolving and evolving and evolving, you do what? You move away from the ancient ways and move to different geographical areas. And now what happened? You never lose you never lose your roots. You just now have to give it in a different way. So that's where the Indus Valley of what we call India and the Vedic sciences that we're studying now, that's when this came in, that we forgot how to naturally do this shit. Because as we advanced, because it's constantly about the tree, it's about the levels of emanation and the manifestation of solids. We're solids becoming more manifested solid. So the less we got away from the subtle, finer aspects of practicing whatever we want to label it, doing something, it became something that we had to be retaught again because the mind became dense. So that's where we're at now. And think about how the level of density is vibrating so slow right now that, like I said, that wizards and practicing global magicians, they know how to just play games with you with a chicken sandwich. It don't take a lot. Throw it, make the country TH. Now you can go buy some of the greatest CBD flower that actually gets you just as high as regular THC, but shit like that keep you in some sort of banda based off of these earthly laws. That's why the Jews always had this fight between Levitical priestly law and spiritual law. That was the whole fight of this whole thing with the Jesus thing. It was spiritual law that don't need no fucking books. You get it directly from the source, whether you call it God or whatever, or you can go by what man wrote down as law. That was the whole thing. That's a science of what I mean about dropping down even further into the solid form, meaning that that's just how it works when you do what? You fall from grace.
You're also kind of referencing something I read in the clip-off book that I got. A lot of Kabbalists talk about how when Moses came down from the mountain, he had two stone things, right? That was written from God or whatever. And he dropped them when he saw the people that were like worshiping some pagan god or whatever.
Yeah.
they talk about how that was actually just how that was one side of the tree of life.
Oh
How that
no.
was one
Yeah.
part of the knowledge, and
Poor
then the
guy.
people
Great.
further separated themselves. So then there came the other side of the tree of life. So we only know one side of the story, literally. Like that's like what they're essentially, that's what that symbology means according to this book, is that there was always like these two sides of knowledge, but people chose to ignore it and therefore separate themselves further from
Laura,
God.
Laura, you be going deep. Now take
Yeah.
you. Now listen. Now, where did these people? Okay, here's the story. Where were these people living before Moses came and got them?
Oh, they were
Egypt.
like in the desert, right?
He just freed them from Egypt.
Yeah.
So what they showed you was Hathor worship. They were worshiping Hathor, the gods of Egypt, in the form of a calf. So they made it into a golden calf, which means that the motherfuckers was resonating electrical energy. So Moses came with this. He came and went to the EIE. He went to the. I said that's why these stories are like mystical Kabbalah stories. So he goes up there and he goes to burning bush and all of that. And who should I tell them that sent me? Because you know they ain't gonna, you know what? Why? Because they already suspicious of you're only talking to me. So these things also show you where like we talked about earlier, emotions and all of these worries and doubt. That shit's always a story. So they have, well, who should I tell them? Can't tell them I am who I am sent you. EIE. And we know that's the Kether square, a sphere on a tree of life. So as you said, he came down with these two tablets, but the whole another part of the Kabbalah story is he had a veil over his face. They couldn't even see it. They couldn't even see his face no more because when he came down, the nigga was light. But showed you he came down with supreme information. So like I said, they giving you the two sides of the story. The Egyptians didn't, what we call Egyptians that came in, it goes deeper into it. They didn't need to write no book to teach you from that shit. These niggas was on some telepathy shit. They used hieroglyphs to denote spells. Hieroglyphs was only used for spell work. Most of the shit that we read and they show you a hieroglyph stele, that's actually a binding. Those are binding spells and curses and blessings so you can go through the underworld. And most of that stuff come from the lower class grave sites and shit like that. So the whole thing when Moses shows you that he had to come back with some written information from the higher source because everybody ain't capable of going up there facing the divine fucking light. So when y'all, so when you and hey, Kat was just talking about light, it just made me remember in this book called the Tattvas, Elements and Gunas. It says that known as this. I'm gonna skip this part, but this is from the philosophy of the Tantra Shastra, and it basically is telling you about Shiva. Before anything came into being, Brahm, the supreme consciousness and the ultimate truth of creation, known as Shiva, was established in his own radiant effulgence or self-illumination, symbolizing his splendorous glory, majesty, and divinity. Hence, he was called Prakash, literally meaning light. This is the whole thing. So once you be able to understand these things and think as a master level, you will see, oh, this is what they were trying to teach us with Lucifer. This is why Lucifer rebelled against the old ways. You understand what I'm saying? Which was a new way. Lucifer was created, when you get into that, he was created from fire. And fire is what? Fire is light. So the whole fight was him fighting against physical matter. He was supposed to bow down because this God presented Adam, who he just formed out of the dust of the ground, and Lucifer, who's motherfucking basically formed from ether. The next stage after ether is fire. So why should I bow down to the lowest form of creation physical matter, which was Lucifer is Adam. They both archetypes of each other. One was just made to be physical. So that's the same thing with us. We've been trapped in the physical experience of everything because being trapped in the physical of everything makes us trapped into the memorization and hearing something and being emotionally stirred by something. That's the prison of the human. His memory
Right.
and his emotional attachment, that's the human prison.
Right. That brings us kind of back to that conversation we were having in the chat that makes me think of the whole story of Lilith mirroring the story of Medusa. It's
Yes.
like those of us who are stuck in this, that's the children of Adam and Eve, but Lilith was never captured in that shit.
That's the whole thing. And she was already illuminated because she had what? Self-awareness. She knew herself. So by having self-realization, she dictates the pathway of how she gets made love to. Maybe I don't want you on top tonight, nigga.
Maybe I don't want children. Instead, redirect
Maybe
that
I don't.
energy.
That's the Hebraic story. That she was, and it's all about somebody else trying to be made to do what? Be put under the submission of something. This God wanted Lucifer, he was trying to place fire under submission.
Right.
This God again trying to place Lilith, who is basically the archetypical Shakti, and you trying to place inertia and movement under submission. Not gonna happen. And then, of course, as it goes on, they bastardized her after that and made her a witch and the mother of witches and all of this. That ain't nothing but psychological aspects of a woman who they know it, the science of, you can't be going around here hurting women's feelings and shit like that. A woman is a very, very powerful force, and a woman is naturally gentle and sweet, but she has other aspects as well. But once a man or something makes her super pissed off, there ain't no calming that shit. That's why you get the concepts of Durga. Once Durga gets stirred up and starts fucking spinning, Shiva is the only god that was capable of making her stop, because he had to do what? He had to throw himself at her feet in what? A form of submission. But shows you that an overactive masculine aspect is not always the way to go. This has to be total balance. Shiva only controls Durga by submitting, and basically it's making recognition like, yo, you are a powerful fucking force once your pretty ass gets started, and nothing else gonna stop you. Please. I acknowledge it, but no further. You understand what I'm saying? That's logic. That's male logic coming back into play, telling Durga, it's gonna do no good to tear everything up. What's the fucking purpose? I get you mad, but now you're tearing up your own shit because you're the mother of creation. You're tearing up your own shit now. It makes no sense. So that's the logic. That's the balance. Brings back the balance, because you have to have logic, and then you have to have, the feminine aspect of logic too. So the whole thing is,
No.
They didn't. That'd be that slick shit from Trav right there. You know what I'm saying?
You're tearing up your own shit. Well, you're
tearing up your own shit now. You know what I'm saying? So don't forget that the female deities is the creators of physical form. It comes through them. Because if you go by the the philosophy, the Tantra Shastra is basically the worship of Shiva and Shakti. So if you come from that perspective or school of thought, Shiva is just basically in the cosmos meditating, and don't even He just meditating to the point where he's beyond meditation. And everything is, and every creation is there. It's not manifested physically yet until Shakti comes, boom, they meet together. The grand union is then it's a manifestation of the Prakriti. Prakriti is the archetypical is Shakti. Purusha is Shiva.
So we got the feminine aspect, which is matter and everything that has a form. That's the feminine aspect. Now, the masculine aspect, which is Shiva, which is pure force, is literally beyond anything that can be designated with form. Of course, you guys know that. I'm talking to other people in the audience as well. But when we talk about Shiva and what Shango says about him just meditating into the point where he's beyond any resemblance of a thing, that's Shiva. That's ultimate consciousness. So if you can describe it, you're not there yet.
Yeah.
But this is found in all creation stories. We look at this Shiva Shakti stuff and we see it echoed everywhere. So I've been studying the Necronomicon a lot lately, and I'm seeing that there. One of the most famous parts is there's a war between the elder gods and the ancient ones, and it's the same thing. Marduk, which is the masculine essence, slays Tiamat, which is the primal serpent. And what does he do? He takes her flesh and creates existence out of her flesh, out of her matter, which is Bina, Saturn on the Tree of Life. Same story.
And that's called the Epics of Gilgamesh, and that is where, like I said, the Romans once they got all this information because they knew they was going to become the keepers of the flame is what is called in the arcane circles, meaning that they're the guardians of information. That's was the purpose of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar during that time was to go around and find all this secret information that kept ancient societies spiritually together. It wasn't always about gold and shit. It was about information. So if I control that information that Trav just said right there, I control your whole fucking nation on some magical shit. So the whole thing goes to the fucking Bible, which says in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth was without void. Darkness was upon the face.
So there was no form.
There was no fucking form.
There was no form.
And then it says, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. We know what water is. Water is representative of woman. It's a feminine energy. This nigga's making love of this thing, man. That's why when you get
the astral plane.
And the astral plane, I just printed up that picture of Franz Barton's book. When you look up above the lotus on initiation into hermetics, that's why you see them in there making love in the astral plane. The face of God moving upon the face of the deep. See? That purple and all of that shit up there, that represents the deep cosmic level, and Om is the Shabda.
Above everything.
Above everything. Brahman.
In our face the whole time.
So the whole thing is that they took away it being common information for people to learn this from certain societies of priestly individuals or shamans or the hoodoo, whatever you want to call them, the ones who teach the keepers of the light. They took that away, consolidated it for a certain type of people, and left the rest of the people to take the now watered down. It's like when you go to the club and you order a drink and the nigga put too much soda in your fucking drink. But like, God damn, man, if I wanted a soda, I would have said, give me. So that's what Christianity is. It once was a strong drink before it was called Christianity, but now they got too much fucking soda in your drink. That shit is damn near a Shirley Temple by the time you get it. No alcohol.
I hate that shit right there.
You must be drinking a cold glass of lemonade, man. There ain't no liquor inside that thing, man.
And then the cup is small.
But then the cup is small. So the whole thing is the wise mind sees through all fallacy of the untruths. So as us being like I said, this is a society of higher learned individuals that we don't fall for the fucking okie doke. You know what I'm saying? So we run our mouth with the truths so we can so people who are seeking can obtain some of the gems that fall out. You know what I'm saying? It's like 5%. You a poor righteous teacher. You have a duty to teach civilization to the uncivilized. And uncivilized meaning just somebody without refinement, a person who's blind and maybe misled and shit like that. So why would you think you already? So when you think back on about Trav's situation with the whole TikTok shit, first of all, Trav, me personally, when you started fucking with TikTok, it was cool. You know, so I respect what you do. But I personally said, I think Trav is a little bit too advanced for fucking TikTok. You know what I'm saying?
I thought that too.
You already rocking. You already got a thing that you've had already on YouTube. You already here, dude. You understand? You don't need fucking TikTok. But the whole thing is, once the whatever we want to call it, you know what I'm saying, figured out, I'm like, wait a minute, did this nigga just is this nigga dropping this shit on TikTok? Because TikTok is actually made for a younger audience. So now it may have been like, we don't need this going to the younger minds. We need them to be hypersexualized with this music and all these young, dumb looking fucking rappers. Everybody's name young N.E.
Big all. Baby. That's a fucking name.
I'm getting confused. Like, yo, why is everybody with the same name?
Oh, duh, baby. That's right. Dumb baby.
I thought it was the same people.
which shows you that the entertainment, nobody's coming in authentic. You're being made into these entertainers. They're giving you, they're hashtagging you the same name. KRS-One definitely was not trying to be Rakim.
But see, there's the memetics again. What did you say was one of the primary aspects of a meme? Self-replication.
Self-replication. So now that's what we see. We fit, and that's from 2011. So now you got to do the science of when did social media begin? Because first of all, once these social media's been out before it became popular to us.
I was on MySpace in what 2006, 2005, 2004.
So it was already in MySpace. And what the fuck? MySpace was super boss compared to what Facebook is.
Real.
Yeah. Hell yeah, I had my own music when you entered on my channel.
It was super boss. You had your own pictures. Everything. It was your
I had my
space.
tech dancing around.
All
different
kind
colors.
of super boss. Then Zimmerman came with whatever Zuckerberg, whatever the nigga name is, came out with this Facebook shit that originally was just for the buppies in fucking college to fuck with each other on some shit. Then it just, of course, like I said, truth or technology, whatever it is, it's never gonna be fucking hidden and only for one people. Not nowadays. That's just spilled out into the populace. But they've been utilizing the same technique for years and centuries. And the technique is mind and spiritual control. It's not just mind control, spirit and body control. Total control over man.
When you look at this thing also, you can't, I think when you look at it from a certain perspective, I have a compassion and an understanding for why it's happening. Because you gotta think, if you got a big ass bucket of hot water and you start pouring in an even bigger bucket of cold water, what's gonna happen? The temperature is gonna equalize. There's nothing you can do about it. All you can do is regulate the flow of how much of that water is getting poured in. So I was thinking, from when you were talking about the Pangea and you had this awesome thing that you said about how the Kemet, the ancient Egyptians, whatever we're gonna call them.
Yeah, whatever you want to call them.
They were in a place and time where it was very likely that they were in a metaphysical level, meta as in above physical. It's very likely that right now our consciousness is attached to this physical. It very well may be that where they were at, their consciousness was attached to the astral. So maybe that's where they function. And maybe, just maybe, because the higher up you go, all the minds are more connected, more intimately. Maybe, just maybe, the Pangea that was spoken of was an astral earth where everything is tightly knit, right? Pre-manifest. So we talk about the fall and the density. It very well could be that our consciousness is now in this physical plane where everything is separated and spread apart, but history repeats itself. Could it be that through this technology, we're raising ourselves up naturally, that water getting poured into that bucket and equalizing everything that no one can stop? Could it be that because we're all so connected and sharing this information at a rapid rate, nothing can ever stop it? The best that can be done is slowed down. But could it be that through this networking, we are naturally pushing ourselves back up into this higher place because we're experiencing reality and connection beyond the limitations of physical reality? I mean, look at us now. We're able to talk. We don't even live in the same, we don't live anywhere close to each other, but we're talking in real time.
Yeah. And that's exactly, and you're exactly right. So that they were talking in a language that, well, their language was, their communication was symbolic of everything. So when they go down and they thought that because they had the whole living room couch buried with them in these tombs, they thought they were trying to bring this stuff to the realm. That was all symbology of like, yo, we create our existence whenever we leave the physical form. That's what those are symbolic of. Like, this stuff was what we created, manifested here. So if you look at what we created physical, and now we're not physical, you can create this on another plane.
Yeah.
Initiation in Hermetics told you that. And you made a video on that when you spoke about the astral body and the you can carry the consciousness of one into the other. So when you think about it like that, that right there is these what we call the bandhas, or body memories, of cellular memory. And that's why it's important, like, you're going back, like when you deal with Tantra and you deal with the woman and an anatomy of her, she has to begin to really see herself as the goddess and know that casual physical contact destroys her, because it takes a long time to get rid of that body memory. Because anything that, why you think in the Indian culture, they don't be hugging people. They don't physically touch. They go like this. Because once you touch somebody, you take on elements from them. So you don't be touching people. The same thing with Japanese and Chinese indigenous people. They don't be touching people. They bow and shit because they know that their chi can be fucked up with certain type of people. And that's why I started expanding my study into the Tattwas, because of that. Now, this book, what I was reading, I looked at another part that says the Tattwas and the Gunas not only are basic brickwork of this creation, but also decide its exterior facade and interior characters. We have primary elements that will form at the time of creation, and the secondary elements that develop later on as the creation evolved. And that's what I mean about, that's Kabbalah. That's going into the denser form of elements. And then it said, and finally, there are the tertiary elements, which are the offshoots to the process of creation, when the complexities of the latter increase so much so that the resultant product of combination of different tattvas and gunas was so different from the original ingredients that went into creating the finished product that neither was it possible to have any idea of them from the finished product, nor was there any possibility to revert the process and arrive at the original state. The only way we go back to that original state is through the purifications process. Tattwa Shuddhi. If they would have always taught that first before chakras and kundalini raising and all of that, it might have been perfect, because everybody thinks that you can just open your third, your chakra and all of this. You can't open nothing when in a dirty vessel.
For real, like even before you're doing Tattwa Shuddhi and all that kind of stuff, they say like work on opening your third eye, work on Tritaka first and all this kind of stuff, and then do your Tattwa Shuddhi practice and all of that. If we had learned this before, you know, I got into a conversation with this. I think I mentioned it last week. I can't remember, but we get misled so easily into thinking that we're doing something when we're not. Like, for example, Tritaka, right? When you open the third eye, the whole experience is that the eye is turned inward towards you. How many meditations are there out there where the eye is external, is that you're looking out instead of in? Like, if we had practiced Tattwa Shuddhi and understanding all of these different elements of being before we got into chakras and all of that, there would be so much more sense that would be made. Like, we would actually know what we were doing. We would be a hell of a lot more directed, I think, in our actions and intentions. There would just be so many more things put together. Yeah, I think it's such a necessity that we learn these things. Like, I feel like I'm back in kindergarten a bit, where I'm like, you know, like when I learned the Tattva Shuddhis, I'm like, oh shit, I gotta learn. I want to take a look at all this other stuff that I had been practicing before, because now I have a cleansed perspective on it.
Yeah. That's very crucial.
You're right.
Because how can you know that you're good at something if you don't know what good looks like? How do you know that your third eye's open if you don't know what the fuck that looks like?
Yeah, exactly. How do you know what a chakra is if you don't know what it looks like?
They don't even know.
We got a lot of pretending going on.
Yeah, the most we got is colors.
They don't even know the beige of the Anahata chakra.
But your third eye open.
But you know what I mean? And they don't realize that you should be trying to work on your heart. You can't get to the third eye of your heart. Is unpure. What do you think the weighing of the heart and tongue was in the Kemetic underworld scene? If your heart is heavier than the feather,
yeah,
you shall not fucking pass.
Right. And you know, we thought that was like, oh, okay, that means, you know, you can't do nothing bad. But no, it's so much fucking deeper.
And you know what happened? And you know what happened to him? What's this name is I forgot the name that they used in the lesson. But once he made it through, he became Amun, he became Ra. He became Osiris. That's the same thing where eventually our journey is to become what? Brahman.
So to transcend the microcosm and unify with the macrocosm. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. It's nothing but all these different names. Jesus said, I and the Father are one. Nigga, if that's your fucking guru, if Jesus is your guru, then maybe you should be trying to be one with the Father. See, you trying to fuck with that other Greek shit. You trying to fuck with Timothy and all of these dudes. Instead of being like, you know what, I'm gonna just take out this good piece of information right here and I'm gonna just do me. Not arrogantly, but I'm gonna do me on a righteous level, and everything else I'm gonna be good.
Yes. So essentially, Jesus bashing and Christian thumping is very, very much ego, nothing but ego. Because in truth, Christianity, properly applied, properly studied, properly practiced, is another path to enlightenment.
It's no different than a yogic path.
Yeah.
Take away the title, meditate upon the Father. Don't get rid of your inner human garbage of fucking with people, and you'll be good. That sounds like the same techniques that we've been doing, just called a different name.
It is.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And like I said, it becomes, everybody is on, you know, saying their own level. Like, you know, I'm gonna just like terminology to use for the Masons, a master, fellow craft, or entered apprentice. But I've always added the candidate. A candidate for Masonry is not a Mason. It's just you're being considered. You're being investigated. So that's the whole process of each excuse me, of each initiatory system. We don't even realize that we're going through an initiation. That's why we're doing this. We're at the beginning stages. I was waiting for somebody to really say that, like to realize, like, oh shit, are we being initiated into something? The beginning process of initiation is always purification. This is alchemy. You're coming out of putrefaction into purification.
Uh-oh. Azoth is a philosopher.
So now you take that. Now you take it back to individually. You are being initiated into the higher workings of yourself. So that's why it's a self responsibility. A lot of people lose their place in the marathon because they start looking at other runners.
Yeah.
No marathon runner is not concerned. You may look back when you've gotten close to the finish line. You want to make sure ain't no nigga about to pull the motherfucking okey doke and speed up on my ass. Exactly. Yeah. Which I've seen in marathons before. So the whole thing is that's the only time you're looking back. But while you running the marathon in your path, you're supposed to stay focused and be analyzing only self.
Realizing that right there, you know, that kind of helps me continue with my public stuff, because I'm gonna do this shit no matter what, period, point blank. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I might have somebody, well, I'm not gonna say nothing like that, but anyways, I'm gonna do this no matter what. So when I look out and I'm recommending these books, and you know, we're sitting here talking about individual chapters for hours, just like trying everything that I can possibly do to get someone else every opportunity to dive into this data and to see that, you know, there might be less and less people. I get it. It's okay, because, you know, damn, what you were saying earlier, it's a marathon. It's not a race. Okay, that's what it was, initiation. This is an initiation process, which means that you may be a candidate, but that doesn't mean that you are about to join. That means you're being observed, you're being tested, you're being scrutinized, you're being weighed on that scale. And in that process, everyone does not make it. Very few actually do. And that very few is the cream of the crop, the best of the best, the ones who are supposed to go forward. So we may start with 100 and end up with 3. That's fine.
Because guess who's the one who's scrutinizing you? Self. You are. Self. You know how they always say, oh, don't be so hard on yourself. That mentality is why people fucking quit. You need to be hard on yourself because you're hard head and you think you fucking know everything. Every deity in the lineup of the Kemetic deities, again, during that process of going through the underworld, it's all the same person. Anubis, you are Anubis.
Yeah.
Because go look. See, I think that might have to be done till you take little pieces of what we learning. Like you can break down all of these, the manas, the booty, all those workings right there. You are the judger and the observer. You cast judgment upon your own self. Anubis is he casts the judgment. He's the weigher of the elements of tongue and truth, the feather. when they put the feather is also symbolic of letting you know you being also weighed against the mother consciousness, because the feather represented it all set. Offset wears a feather on her head. It's Vayu. It's representative of wind. So you know what that is? That's why they got to measure your tongue too. You speaking is Vayu, wind. So the observance of self, the observer is self, and what's being observed is self as well. So begin to see yourself in the many archetypes. That's what not Freud, but Carl Jung, that's what Jungian psychology is based off of all these archetypical selves. You are the multi-personal, you have multiple personalities. You're not just one conglomerate of things. That shows you right there in the creation. This book says the Tattvas and Gunas, not only as basic brickwork of this creation, but also decide its exterior facade and interior characteristics. And that's based off of what it mentioned here earlier, what it said that when you put these Tattvas together, and I think the Lord might have said that you create multiple different elements.
Yeah.
It really is like I was talking earlier in Stuffed Dog, you know what I'm saying? He blessed us with his experience. And we're supposed to, those are gatekeepers. That's why you can have so many stories. You can say whatever he was feeling or what stopped him, or you know how you get that something that's like trying to not necessarily hold you back, but you're trying to hold it back. You're being a gatekeeper. You are the gatekeeper of before you cross over the off of Laya. Or what's the first? I don't have my chakra notes. The first of Parakesh.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guardian there before you cross over there.
Symbolized by the strength card.
Symbolized by the strength card. And that's what the Christianity always say they fighting against strongholds. See how they don't even know what they fucking talking about?
Yeah.
It's in the lingo that they use.
Yeah.
I bind you and all the shit that you need, that you trying to bind, be the shit that you need to let loose sometime, my brother.
Right.
Loosen up.
Using magical terminology, but you demonizing witchcraft. You
all the
literally come
time.
up, I bind you in the name, but that's all magic. What are you talking about?
You binding now?
The blood of Christ is over me and mine.
It's magic.
That's like a spell you doing.
Yeah. You conjuring.
casting a spell.
Conjuring and casting.
Man, I had a coworker that tried to, oh man, he sent me this thing where it was like this guy, and he was like, you might have witches in your family, which means you've inherited evil occult practices, and therefore you might be going to hell, and like all types of shit. And I was like, bro, you're practicing occultism. Like,
I would have said
that's
also,
altar, man. You're attending an altar right now. Like, what the fuck?
All of that. It's so much mysticism.
Yeah, so much mysticism. Like,
you gotta learn how to play with the Lord.
Down.
You gotta learn how to play with folks like that. Like, my intention is whenever people come to me like that, it's never about to prove nothing to them, and it's never to fight. I want to get more out of them so they can see how much they don't understand what they're saying. So Please tell me more. I'm witches, my family. Where do you get that from? Keep pulling out all the information you can get until the point where they realize I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying right now. That is
See,
so
this
much better than trying to prove them wrong or trying to fight with them or any of that shit. Let it all come out of them.
I want
Yeah.
witches in my family.
Yeah, what makes you assume that I don't want that? But no, you tell me more of what's in your head, because that is what the only thing that
Right.
you're gonna respond to. You're not gonna respond to anything I say. Let me hear what
The
you
very same Christianity that the African Methodist practices, that the Lutheran practices, that the Protestant practices, is the very same Christianity that Christopher Columbus brought to these lands and massacred people in the name of fucking Christ and King. You don't tell me that was used for what? That's the magic tool.
Yep.
They believed that shit. Belief is the part of your magical process. We believe that these people, they also, and it wasn't always about other people. Eventually, the Europeans, and I'm gonna keep it a buck, no offense, they violent all the time. Once they got nobody else to kill, fuck it, let's kill each other.
Well, actually, Shango, they killed each other first.
Yeah.
Then
then they kill everybody else, and then kill each other again.
Yeah,
it's a nonstop process. But they're killing. Once they got Christianity, boy, they doubled up on the killing.
Oh yeah.
They're like, shit, we got to make up. We forgot to kill 150,000 people over here. Let's go ahead and get that done immediately.
Mm-hmm. Well, and you know what though, when you look at that, now we're going to get into some controversial shit, but fuck it, that's what this whole that's what you're doing.
Look, I already got banned from TikTok. You trying to take my YouTube too? Come on.
No, we're going to keep it pathetic, right? But it is interesting when you look at that, right? Because it's like, okay, when we talk about these kinds of warlike tribes and stuff, most of them came out of the caves after Ice Age, right? And so you had these cultures that were built off of death practices of violence, because their view of nature was that nature was harsh. Nature is murder. Nature is death. If I have
That's because they never had the opportunity to advance in learning and culture based off of they were always in a state of fight or flee. They was always looking out for something that was going to attack them, or something that they need to attack, because they got to eat today.
Exactly.
And they had storage space, you know what I'm saying? So that became a culture that just went on. And when they call them the Germanic, when you do the history of the Germanic tribesmen and all of them, it's actually pretty fucking crazy. But like, eventually, what I'm saying is eventually they became civilized people based off of going into other cultures and learning and being conniving. So what in the Moors, what they used to do with a lot of the Europeans, because that's where slavery, so the bondmen came from the Slavic people, you know what I'm saying? So the whole thing, they thought it was this is when you fall from grace, when you make a mockery of shit. So they thought that it was their kingly duty as Moors to educate them and bring them amongst everybody else. And they thought, look, I told you I could make them stand up straight and walk. I told you I'm ruler of this land. I do as I want. That's when the Amkara start going fucking crazy.
Right. Well, and let's not forget too.
Instead of teaching in civilization and being as a superior man, being equal with them, being equal.
Let's also not forget.
And they start learning the ways of other people. But once Christianity got a hold and religion got a hold, that's when that shit, they doubled up on the murder.
Well, let's not forget though that the reason why all that was doubled up wasn't necessarily because of Christianity, but it was the control of Kemet. It was because they wanted in on these schools that they weren't allowed to attend. So after
Yeah.
hundreds of years of war, when finally the gates had to be open and you had people like Alexander the Greek and all of that, and the Ptolemies coming in, that's when you get the development of the followers of Serapis, which eventually turned into Christianity, all that kind of bullshit.
See, I told
But
you,
that
a
was
Lord
them.
go deep, man. I told you.
Fucking go deep, bro. History doesn't give a fuck about your feelings, man. If you want to know the truth, you got to.
There's a good
you gotta
book.
know the
I know
truth.
you probably read it. What is it called? The 16 Crucified Saviors. You read that before?
16. Wait, are you talking to me? 16 Crucified.
Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Well, that book, it mentions all of them. It tells you all the different saviors that came from Jesus to Serapis to all of them were all the Messiah image all came through that. So like you said, when they started getting this information, they had to create, they started creating their own deities based off of what they were getting as information. So that's like in you have the Shriner. That's what the symbolic, the Shriner represents, like a librarian. He's the one that during those ancient times, I'm talking about ancient. We got to go ancient when we say the development of people. We talk about the Germanic tribe. We talking about ancient to where motherfuckers ain't walking upright. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole thing is once they started taking these that's why you think people like to domesticate animals and shit like that. That's always been a thing. So once some certain Europeans, they was being domesticated they still human. So now you teaching their mind to think differently. What you think they're gonna do? They're gonna motherfucking eavesdrop and shit like that. So a lot of stuff that they was eavesdropping, they would take back to their people and they would train. So the whole science of masonry, and we get to the Shriners, they were the ones, they only deal with 120 degrees. Their task of what you got to deal with symbology of them wearing the fez. When you see them old men in the little clown and be in the parade, they make a joke of that shit, but that shit is that they always lead the way because they represent the light. So what you got to follow when you're in darkness, the light. So they are representative of those early Europeans who were being initiated into societies, but they were only given a certain amount of degrees because the degrees go up to 360. So that's why when you get these Moors, you see with the big red hat, their tassel is always all over the place because that tassel represents the movement of the universe, of the planets and the centrifugal force, being that they would say that these creations that they were civilizing were not a natural part of the universe. They couldn't give them all the science of the universe. They only gave them partial. So their tassel was always pinned down, and they hide their sciences in Islam and Egyptology. Because if you look at their hats, it says "Assalamu alaikum" on. That's how they greet each other. So if you ever want to fuck a Shriner's head up and you see him with their hat, say Assalamu alaikum.
All right.
It'll blow it, it'll fuck. I did it to them a couple times. It blows their mind. You know, so then you can hit them with, if you know how to hit them with the grip, you're really gonna fuck them up. But these are the outward displays of the groups. Those are watered down too. Masonry, Shriners, and all of that shit is watered down. But the high acting ones were the individuals. Like I said, we're no different than Mathers and the ones who started the OTO and all the Order of the Golden Dawn, because they were thinking on a higher level of consciousness. They were using this information to first create global influence. When they brought in Crowley and all of these motherfuckers was like 20 something years old. They wasn't even old. So the whole thing is we're dealing with the same type of vibratory energy that's just passed on and over and over. So when it comes to particular creeds and classes of people, they've begun to represent themselves as the truth, and then certain information, they want to represent that as the truth when it's actually a weapon against you. It's actually false lighting.
Right. What do
That's
you
why
think epigenetics is?
why you think they changed the light bulbs to these new fake type of lighting, hard light bulbs that they are now? Remember when the light bulb was just a regular light bulb with the filament inside of that? That created a more natural lighting situation in your house, and it wasn't hard on your eyes, and it also didn't give off a magnetic pulse. These new light bulbs fucking us up all types of ways. People don't know them things giving off magnetic pulses and everything because it's all about false light. That's why they always want to block the sun with this with metal particles that they spray in the air. They trying to, it's like putting aluminum foil in the sky. They're trying to reflect backwards the infrared lighting. That's why they make they people will always have to tell the truth. The truth got to get out. That's the whole story of Superman. See, Superman's sun wasn't yellow. The yellow sun is what kind of sustains him, but it's actually not the yellow sun. He knows it's the black sun.
Mm-hmm.
And his name is Superman. His name is Ka-El, meaning that he's of a god, the god Ka.
Yep, Ka-El.
Right.
So they all come. So all of them have that L name. They're actually angelic beings.
Right.
So that's the whole thing too. Once they took these particular information, which they labeled mumbo jumbo, they take it, use it, and then they make it all. They make a joke out of it. Like, oh, that shit was all mumbo jumbo. Little do we know, that shit was based off of some real shit, some real people, and they just keep us so dumbed down, so densified that we will never, if we don't do a great effort to get out of it, they don't want us to ever vibrate on a higher level, because once we do, we shatter the glass.
Right.
Like how Kat was talking about the mantra, right? Listen what it says right here. Talking about the mantra, it says, this is because the sound has great powers and energy, as is evident when reverberation of sound waves and the resonance created by them are so powerful and forceful that they can shatter sheet glass and windows when an explosion occurs near a building. That's what mantras can do. So the more powerful the mantra, basically a deity's name, having your purpose of breaking something, that's breaking one of the sheaths of illusion, that's what it does. Because that's the ultimate consciousness of self, is breaking free of the levels of illusion of self.
That's where, like,
about the effectiveness of these mantras is that it's not necessarily the sound. It's not you saying it. It's not the sound of it. It's the fact that we learn from yoga and mantra and mandalas and yantras is that mantra is a symbol. It's a sigil. It's a placeholder. And we're using it as a symbol for intense focus. And the intense focus that's generated from within based on the repetition of that word, it grants access to that force. And it's that force that we've tapped into, that seed force that causes the effect in the tangible world. So it's not, I have it playing in the background, but it's not her voice. It's the focus on it. It's that connection. When it's plugging that plug into the socket, boom, power is activated.
This is what you said is important. And in Tattwa Shastra, when I read about earlier about him, Shiva being self-illumination, it said that when he decided to deliberate and actually started the process of deliberation in order to start the process of creation, there was a subtle spanding or a slight throb of imperceptible movement was transformed into a vibration The waves generated by this initial vibration developed in the cosmic ether and gradually coalesced with each other to give rise to higher waves of higher amplitudes. This produced the cosmic sound called the Naad, N-A-A-D. Since the creation was conceived in the bowl of the cosmic ether, the energy of the initial sound was focused at a central point called the focal point or the dot or bindu. This bindu contained the combined powers of both the male Shiva and the female Shakti, like a, now I don't know how to say this word, but I'm gonna spell it. Maybe you can help me say it. Dicotydonous.
That's a dinosaur.
Okay.
Decotladeton.
Something decoclad. Hold
One
on.
more time. One more time.
Okay.
I never heard that before.
Dicotyle.
Oh, it's a plant.
And because it has to do something, because it says, whatever the way you say that word. Maxine, help us out. You ain't talking now over there. Now you're quiet, Maxine. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, however you say that word, it says, okay, both the male and female Shakti. What you say, Trav?
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying welcome to my world because many languages right there. Trying to figure it out.
But it says the female Shakti like a dicotyledonous seed, which produced the two separate entities called Shiva Shakti. The union of these two resulted in the unfolding of the rest of the creation. Thus, it will be observed that whatever exists in this creation can be traced back to this primeval Na'ad. Hence, the latter is called Shabda Brahm, or the Brahm as sound. Therefore, it is very natural to assume that all mantras dedicated to any divine entity and consisting of the sound element, because mantra consists of letters and words and are chanted or repeated to make them effective, has its origin in this Shabda Brahm and gets its powers and energy from this Shabda Brahm. And then I think I read this. In other words, the mantra contains in itself the essential meaning, form, and spirit of the deity whose mantra it is and which is being worshipped and invoked. Constant repetition of the mantra generates so much energy in due course of time that the deity being worshipped is revealed. This is because the sound has great powers and energy, as is evident when reverberation of sound waves and the resonance created by them are so powerful and forceful they can shatter sheet glass and windows when the explosion occurs near a building.
Damn.
Yeah, I believe it.
So even when we see in the gas station the Indians, and then they have the dot, that's representative of the Bindu. So the Bindu is actually the quintessence of the third eye.
Mm-hmm.
The third eye is the center. Who sits? Well, basically, the Bindu is almost representative of the Sahasrara chakra too, which doesn't even exist physically in the body. It's your connection to the ethereal plane.
Right.
But and Shiva don't. So that's why they call it the Brahmanadi. Also, the Sushumna is called the Brahmanadi, because that just doesn't go to the third eye. It goes to the Sarasara. That's the Sarasara is the realm of Brahma. The third eye is the realm of Shiva.
Mm-hmm.
Shiva sits in the third eye.
That's pretty awesome. I don't know if Trav remembers this, but when you actually, that's pretty amazing. You just read that. When I first joined this study group, I had a dream not too long afterwards that I wrote Travis in a message about the Bindu. And through connecting to that, I was able to walk along timelines without the constraints of times or objects. And I didn't understand it at that time. But what you just read helped me to complete those dots. That's really interesting. And on top of that, I'm learning this not in a linear time frame. So of that dream. So within itself, that interpretation is coming to me outside of our linear landscape there. So that's really fucking cool.
And they make it all a movie. Who you think Darth Vader was? Darth Vader represented the black dot. That's what the actual force really is. It's the prima tattva. It's the realm of uncreated energy. And then you once you contact it, being being the potential for what's going to be done with the force always exists there, formless, until you intervene with it, utilize it, then you manifest the forms, because the forms can only be demonstrated in the manifestation of the physical realm. But the essence of the form that it has become was always there. It's no different than a seed. If you have a watermelon seed, a pickle seed, a hibiscus seed, or whatever else, and they all in your one hand, each one of them seeds has the potential to grow into what we eat eventually. So the potential to be eaten in a vegetable already exists in the seed. It knows its purpose. Its purpose is to provide sustenance.
How amazing that same function exists within us as humans. Our bodies know what we're here to do. It's the conscious mind that exists in a certain state where it lives in this illusionary, confused world where it's trying to grasp control over everything, not realizing that the answer is always here and has always been here, will always be here. Hence why we're studying so much to come into the realization of this awareness of the ever-present reality.
And what we call consciousness or consider consciousness is only our awareness and intervention in something that's already naturally happening. So whatever we're doing right now and how we're thinking right now, and that's consciousness. So when people say, I'm conscious, well, that means, okay, cool, you're aware of what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
But there's different levels. See, that's the drop down emanation of the purity of what consciousness really means and what it really stands for. You cannot label it conscious. It is what it is. There is no form in it. So everything we give things different forms, and that's where it becomes, like it says, the primarily, and it talk about, after what I just read, is there are 5 basic elements at the top was a creation. Of course, it is such as sky, air, wind, fire, or energy. Water and earth in increasing order of density or grossness. So even when we go from those levels, ether, fire, water, those are the levels of density and grossness. The last level is earth. So a person cannot say they anti-earth when that's what the whole science of creating Adam from the dust of the ground. That was nothing but talking about tattvas.
Yeah. Yeah.
He breathed into the nostril of man, and man became a living soul. That's vayu, breath. And in Hebrew, it's called ruach.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole thing is they had us fucked up in the game. It's like being a horse, being a powerful stallion, but you've been having blinders on and not knowing there was a whole fucking world that exists on the side of you, so you can run in other directions. They put horse blinders on, so a horse just runs. It's just looking straight ahead. But once they take them blinders off, you're gonna either be freaked out or you're gonna be like, oh shit, what a wondrous world I live in. There's more to this shit.
Or even more likely, it's going to be like in the movie The Matrix when Neo used his eyes for the first time. He was blind. He's never used them before. Likewise, these senses we have never used before. So we are groping in the dark, trying to find anything that makes sense. But the longer we do this,
just think about what you just said about the Matrix. You said he came into it blind, right?
Mm-hmm.
How did he have to defeat it? Don't forget he was blind.
Damn. Wow.
When he made it to the machine, when he went to Machine City, he had his eyes were burnt out because he fought with what's the name, and he burned his eyeballs out. So he was only seeing light the whole time they was going through that shit. Then he couldn't defeat him on a physical form no more. What he had to do, nigga had to be plugged into Machine City to recreate the whole science of the Matrix. And there's another Matrix already made. It's just coming out, another one. About to break that down. Wow. So you just said that. So that's what we're doing. Like you said, he came in blind because he had meaning the spiritual blindness of unknowing. Deaf, dumb, and blind. And to defeat the very same thing that had a toxic level into it, what they called the machines, he had to defeat it fucking blind.
Wow.
See what I'm saying? That's why they don't want your ass on TikTok, dude.
That's all right. That's perfect because I got a solution.
It is perfect.
I got a solution for that. You know what I'm saying?
Chad, you always had the solution. You always had the solution.
Hey, most people, they want to fight back, fight the system. It's just you can't go to war with the people that make guns. That's
fight
not very
the power.
You gotta do something different, right? You gotta do something. You have to move in your own strength. You have to move in your own power. You don't move outside of your power. That's guaranteed defeat, right?
Yeah. Can't fight it. You have to. A great warrior. Go back. You reading sons of great warriors and generals know you cannot defeat an army greater than yourself.
Right.
And it ain't no being chumped about that. That's wisdom. They're like, yo, we can't go against them. They're a more superior army than we are right now. Not meaning that, boy, give me about 3 more months. I'm coming for that ass. But at this present moment, we have to go back home.
Right.
And still be alpha. But I love how the Upanishads and the Vedas really breaks down what we read, especially with the Tattvas. Like I said, once I kept reading the Tattva Shuddhi, and then I was listening to Allura, and I was like, man, that time I really had to go deeper into the elements, and then you go back and I went back to initiation into hermetics. I started looking back at all the older books and stuff that I read, and it was always hitting me with these elements, and I had it was like more clarity. I saw it differently from before. So I love it when I went back and I started doing a deeper study. And like I said, I found this book is called Tattvas, Elements, and Gunas, right? And this says the Yog Tattva Upanishad of Krishna Yajurveda tradition. In its verse, number 10 describes the basic tattvas from which the creation came into existence as follows. In the beginning, that principal, primary, and primordial essence, or tattva, was absolutely placid and calm. Then there were minute and almost imperceptible ripples in it, just like the ones in water, indicating some subtle and secretive activity. This caused the element of ahankar, the sense of pride and ego, to emerge in it. This activity resulted in the formation of the primary cosmic egg, which had certain gunas, which are inherent qualities, attributes, virtues, and characteristics that would determine the specific nature, temperament, and personality traits of the creature that would finally emerge from this egg when it hatched. There are three gunas, and we know that's sattva, raja, and tama. They are like the chemical ingredients in any fluid that determine its fundamental qualities and characteristics. These gunas would ultimately determine the underlying subtle and basic nature, the basic temperament, and character traits of the offspring, an example, the creature, which would emerge when the egg hatched finally upon maturity. Besides the above, the yolk of the egg has its base. Then it goes on. So it's not just about it's about the egg, but it's also about the gunas and fundamental qualities of each level of the egg. Then it goes into this yolk, and basically the yolk is the punch maha boots of that level, because it had its base. So it has its own level. So once we begin to see ourselves as basically tattvas and from an elemental perspective, you will know exactly how to gain mastery over yourself, because you begin to see where your personality comes from, and you can fix your diet.
Reminds me of what Franz Barton was talking about in the beginning of Initiation into Hermetics, with the elements and the relation to your personality, and mastering these things is mastery over self. But it all has a similar root in what you read. That's like the first place that the tattvas are spoken of. So for a serious student, it would be moving to get that.
I'm gonna tell you this: the secret book, or books that the Europeans read and translated into English, were the Upanishads and the Vedas. That's where they got all their information. That's the books that they weren't really sharing, the Upanishads and these minor Upanishads, because they talk about even the Bahar school. Their knowledge is based off of the Upanishads and the Vedas.
Mm-hmm.
They just give a higher perspective because they've meditated upon the concepts of the Upanishads and the Vedas. This is how they're able to demonstrate it in a more purified form for each person who don't read the Vedas and the Upanishads could benefit from the knowledge that's in them. So that's where Dharana Darshan and Tattva Shuddhi and all these other literatures that they write comes into play. Because like I said, all of it's basically coming from the Upanishads.
Yo, the cover of that book looks oddly similar to the cover of Initiation into Hermetics. You see the sun and the moon on the side?
Exactly.
The Kundalini rising and that little that as above, so below triangle.
They using all the same stuff. And if you actually, what made me laugh, when you look at the picture in the middle of the hermaphrodite, as it's called, it's actually a picture of Franz Barton. That's him.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is that these guys, and I'm not taking away from them, because those books are awesome books. But I got you, motherfucker. Why you ain't just tell me you was fucking all of this? That one book I got, I can't even find it. The beginning of the book, basically they quoting somebody talking about how we've stolen the great fire. It's talking about
that's the creation of the Greeks.
That's how they feel. This shit was written by a European Mason, so you know how they feel about Greeks. So the whole thing is they basically start the book off letting you know that they think this ancient science, and from the East, as they call it the fire of heaven.
Right. I think
they gloat about taking it.
Yeah, that's their story of, I think it's Prometheus.
We've stolen the fire of heaven.
They literally talk about, man, that shit is crazy, because the Greeks literally admit to coming from caves.
You know what's the greatest movie, Alora, on that right there?
Huh.
Goddamn, I just lost the whole name of the movie, but it's by all the cavemen. It even had Ray Dong Chong was in it. If you know, Ray Dong Chong is the guy from Cheech and Chong's daughter. She was in the movie. Oh, it's called Quest for Fire. It's an old movie. Watch Quest for Fire, and then it'll tell you the whole fucking process of, as you said, the coming out of the cave. Boy, the whole thing was the motherfucker found something happened. A lightning struck, some caught on fire. He was trying to keep this thing alive.
Yeah,
trying to keep his ass alive the whole fucking time. That was their whole thing, was they didn't have fucking fire.
Yeah, that's their origin story. That's why they gloat about stealing it.
And fire is also symbolic of knowledge, and knowledge is symbolic of, they always say, the wisdom of the East.
That's right. Look at
lightning strike.
And lightning strike. Yes.
Right. I mean, that's where you get people like Herodotus, who was the grandfather of history, of written history to the Greeks, because he learned in Egypt. But that's where they get like all their knowledge and stuff like that.
And the Bible is garbage, Lord, because all these people are prototypes of each other. Because Abraham, he had some problem with his 12 brothers, so they sold this motherfucker into slavery in Egypt. So Abraham, who of course we know is as they call the father of many, the father of the 12 tribes, who just so happen to have 12 brothers, by the way. So we see that right there is Kabbalah, that right there is gematria, you know what I'm saying? So they got the 12 and 12. So the whole thing, he goes to Egypt. Then the next prototype of Abraham was Moses. You know what happened to him? His mother had to sell him, had to ship him.
No, she shipped him down a river.
She had to ship him up some water in a fucking basket, and he ends up with the Pharaoh's daughter of Egypt. Then the next prototype you got Jesus, Nebuchadnezzar cutting kids' heads off and shit like that, killing all the firstborn boys. They got to take this nigga, hide this motherfucker for 13 years in Egypt.
Well, all of that has to do with
Don't they fuck with you in Egypt? They always fucking with us.
Well, yeah, because that's how they gain control of the people. Because what happened is, with any type, if you can control someone's classism and if you can control someone's religious beliefs or someone's belief systems, you control their class system. You control their class system, you control the economy, then you control the people. That's why all these stories have relevance, because it's the same fucking story, but it's just different powers moving in. The reason why we have Christianity, which originated from the followers of Serapis, is because you had the Ptolemies who were trying to implement their rule after destroying Egypt. But here's the thing about it, right? The Cometians who were living there at the time, you can't just replace all of their teachers if you don't know how to teach what they're teaching. So the Greeks and the Syrians, they took over, but they didn't know what they were teaching. So instead, they had the same teachers and the same people living in these lands, and they were forcing them to instruct. Now, the thing is that in order to be a ruler over there, though, the Ptolemies had to be deified.
Yeah.
That's where, but no one was going to deify them because they were like, fuck you, you're killing all of it. Like, fuck you, bro. Like, no. So Ptolemy made himself a deity.
Yeah.
That's where you get Serapis. That's where you get the original Jesus.
Alexander the Great did the same thing. He made himself a deity too. That's why you can.
Yeah, that's why he's not great. He's
carvings of him in fucking Karnak and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, but also too, you have hidden language.
Always been, and think about this, Lord. That's always been, and it's not to attack a class of people. It's just to speak about. See, this is good to have dialogue like this because it brings out history and it brings out the truth. Yeah. Those are war tactics. When you write your fucking self into somebody's fucking history, you a bad. So every time they go, so when we get to these areas, look around. If you go travel wherever they got places that had forts during the Civil War time, notice that these forts are always on the hill. You know what those hills was before that they put that fort there? Them were Native American fucking tribal worship lands. They always worship on top of hills. That's where you get mounds. That's where you get a mound, exactly. That's why masonry always talks about high hills and low valleys, because you will hold your meetings in places where you were capable. Where the keeper of the door was capable of seeing people coming and shit like that. Right. So it's a strategic area, but they always knew how to fuck with people's spiritual system all the time.
Well, let's remember too, though, here's another thing that was written into our history that as historians, as researchers, we also have to kind of keep in mind is that they've been implementing fear and making us believe that there were never revolts. But the reality is that there have always been revolts. So there have always been people like us who are communicating with one another, who know the truth, who are doing that research, who are revolting. But the thing about it is that the way how, that's the problem with roots is that they make people seem like they were in such the part of that brainwashing was that they made them appear so constrained. But the reality is that you actually had, who were the people? Okay. Oh my God. So first of all, most of those people who were enslaved were European criminals and who had already been living in Europe, right? Because remember, at this point, race did not exist, right? So we're not even talking about race. We are simply talking about the political structure here. So you were talking about people who were criminals, and you were also talking about the natives, the indigenous, because they were the ones who knew how to work the land. So most of the people coming over from Africa, there wasn't that much coming in North America because A, they were expensive, and B, they didn't know how to work the land like the indigenous. Yeah. So throughout that time, you had a bunch of integration happening amongst the peoples and sharing of knowledge, running away, the improvement of martial arts, because who was kidnapped in Africa and sold? They were political warriors who were, and grand political figures, amazing guerrilla warriors who were taken overseas. You think they didn't have fucking contact? You think that they were, get the fuck out of here, man. Like,
they touched on that shit. So like I said, something led me to go back and watch. Like I said, it's been a lot of revisiting things of my past, you know what I'm saying, recently. So even what you just said is in there because I forgot. Because don't forget that Mr. Brady is in motherfucking Roots, you know what I'm saying? The dude who was in the Brady Bunch. So once it got to his part of the story, he had this white dude that was working for him, and these other white guys were talking because there was the ones who owned these plantations were considered aristocrats. So the whole thing is they would have their little aristocrat conversation. But the other guy who they worked with, they got on him. It was like, well, shit, basically like your people were enslaved first, indentured, and he was like, yes, sir, you're right. He said, I came over. And they mentioned the whole island where they basically let all the Scots and the Irish came from some prison that they had. and they let them all free. So the whole thing, what you're saying, it was that's basic truth, because when you look at the science of what they call slave catchers, you're gonna go to Africa, and like I said, they went over there and they depicted taking these Mandinkan basic warriors, like you said, capture them. He needed 176 bodies to go on this boat. That's how much the person ordered. So the whole thing was, you know what it would take to keep doing some shit like that? And after a while, don't you think the people in that vicinity are gonna say, yo, that motherfucker's been taking 100 and 200 people at a while. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
They don't even mention, right? Because here's the thing too. They don't even talk about Nzinga and how she was running shit right below the Congo.
They definitely don't want to talk about her.
They never mention that shit. But man, let me fucking tell you, she started when she figured out what the Dutch and what the Portuguese, because they were the main slave traders, right, along with the English. But the English wasn't as powerful then because they were going through revolution. Because let's not forget, the Moors ruled Europe for over 800 years, Al-Andalusia. So the Europeans, that power was switching. That's where you get Columbus's navigator and all that. And these trading routes set up in America in the first place was from the Moors. So I have to, my Raja energy is like, so I have to bring it down.
Basically, Columbus lucked up on some shit by some pamphlets. I got a book that's like it's basically the chronicles of his first voyage to America. It's called Christopher Columbus's Chronicles of his first voyage to America. And it basically said, they got these charts, and they had a Moorish seaman on the boat where they was getting the information from, because, like you said, they was war-torn, and they were fucking broke. So they had to go somewhere to do something, so they lucked up on some of these adventures that Columbus went on with this another good book to read too is written by the Jesuit priest that was on the boat as they were exploring as well. So what it is, and his purpose was to go and find, like I said earlier, indigenous spiritual systems. So the whole thing, once they started discovering these indigenous spiritual systems, especially once they got to India. But these motherfuckers was able to take full fire charcoal and put it in their mouth and chew it up and shit like that in front of the European. Why do you think they was afraid? How do you think Haiti won their independence from France?
They killed all the slave owners. Killed every single person who was there.
Pop guns and motherfucking
no, it was number one was when they had that meeting and they conjured up the spirit of one of their ancients, and that's what they used, the spiritual technology. That's what the people who conquer, they always want to keep that. They want that out of here. They want your spiritual system. Your spiritual system is your sovereignty. Your connection to the supreme creator makes you sovereign.
That's why they take out the meaning of everything that we do now. That's why all of the meaning, that's why when we go to school or something like that, no one knows the importance of mathematics or geometry.
Ask teachers, well, what does it mean? What does math mean? They don't teach you that. You got to go to Vedic mathematics. They begin with the process of teaching you what mathematics is. You understand?
We have to think about, we got to think about, how we spell words. Our spells, our binding, our cursive, right?
And they don't even realize that the words that we're taught are also that's why they're spells and they're binding, because they equal out to particular number frequencies that keep our minds ignorant and clouded. So it's an actual fact that the normalcy of what we call society is the ultimate example of an illusion based off of supreme mental control through the words, and not just the word, but also the numerical value.
Right.
Numbers are closely related. In the chat, MC Maestro said, "Don't forget, Columbus was trying to get to India." I think that's also something that shouldn't be overlooked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
But also, real quick, we will be wrapping up here soon, so just be mindful.
Okay.
Probably within maybe the next 20 minutes or so, if there's something that you guys really want to get to.
Let's see, Tattwas in the balance. I think when having I think that when doing these studies, it's important to recognize that the environment that we're in, as we kind of touch base on all of that, right, with like the elements and as well as like our miseducation, we're really going back to basics here, especially with Tattwa Shuddhi. And so it's important to learn these fundamentals because they are our ABCs of true understanding. And they're a real next step to take when it comes to upping your magical practice, or really just kind of upping your self-actualization. So I'd recommend to like just revisit all of the stuff that you've studied before with this new perspective and see what happens, how you view it.
Yeah. I think that's important. That's kind of what I was saying earlier, man. We can't never forget the beginnings of your travels. There was a lot of important pieces that you collected. Your experiences and the different schools of thought that you went through as a spiritual journeyer, that is what created the road behind you. You're creating a path to go back. This is how you go back in time, go forward. So those experiences are the cobblestones that build your road. So I'm just speaking of, as given my experience, that I realized, excuse me, that I was beginning to cover up certain aspects of myself based off of the new experience. And I had to say, oh, and I became aware of that. So once that, I just became aware of it, I just, this is something I felt like to share, just to really think about, like, damn, do I cover up certain ways of myself based off of what I'm learning now? You don't have to. It's about having mastery over it. So when you need to utilize it as a tool, you know how to.
Mm-hmm.
Because we still, and I know myself, we're still practicing other sciences as well. I've never, I haven't stopped practicing specific things. There's still ritual work. There's still spell work to be done constantly. So I just want to say that don't ever forget the beginnings of your journey.
Yeah.
Especially considering that this all has a common source and it also has a common destination, right? Not that all this stuff come from the same place, but as we spiral upward and we keep touching on stuff that we learned in the past at a higher vantage point, the more that we spiral up, the more that we see this is all one path. Me going back to the Necronomicon right now, which is one of the things that opened my journey in 1999. The Necronomicon was one of the first books that I bought. And here I am now. I just got another physical copy of the third book to complete the trilogy, right? Read this one through and through. Then I read this one to really understand how to do the path working, which is nothing but Kabbalistic astral travel. And then I had the PDF of this for a while, which really opened up the gates for me to do evocation of spirits. But like I mentioned, going through the Vedic astrology, I look back and the Vedic information, I look back through here and see that he actually mentions Vedic philosophy. He mentions Samkhya in this one too. They're talking about this Vedic stuff as well. So nothing escapes the Vedic. I don't care where you're at in the spiritual stuff. Nothing escapes it.
Mm-hmm.
Shango said, don't throw it away. You're not going anywhere. You're going right back to it. You're going to see that it's all the same thing.
Yeah. Those are gonna be those are your spiritual weapons. That's your you don't remember, like, video games that you remember, like whoever played Zelda, you had to collect mad shit. I don't play Fortnite, but I understand the concept. Don't you gotta pick shit up. You have to keep shit. You know what I'm saying? You don't just because you got one, you be like, nah, I'm not gonna get you take every fucking thing.
And here's the thing.
Yeah.
You might have a basic shotgun, but as you go, you can upgrade the same shotgun. It's just working at a better proficiency now. Right?
Exactly.
Yep.
So that's the same way with this information. You don't ever throw away. It's like they use that basic saying, don't throw the baby away with the bathwater.
That's why I said what I said about Christianity. It is a viable system. You just got to take away your emotional attachments to the people who hurt you in your past.
And if you want to use Solomonic magic or Abraham magic, you're using Gnostic. You're using the Bible for that. You're using Christian prayers. So don't fool yourself into being so angry with Christianity and miss out on a beautiful system to fuck with the lesser keys of Solomon and the theurgy of Goetia. You're fucking with Christian magic.
Precisely.
You're invoking the Lord on high, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and all of that shit. So you can't replace those words with nothing else unless you kill the original pattern of that system.
And for those who might be feeling guilty, because I gotta have memorized this verse in Luke chapter 10, they're tongue in cheek talking about the 72 Goetic spirits, right? And Jesus gives them permission to work with these things. Luke chapter 10, specifically verses like 17 through 21, they mention by name the 72. And then at some point, I think around 17, Jesus says, I give you power and authority to work with these things. Not so you can say, hey, I'm a badass working with spirits, but so that you can understand your dominion and your place in this whole hierarchy.
Order and structure. You said Luke what, Trav?
Luke chapter 10, specifically, the whole thing of Luke chapter 10. But look at verse 17 and look at 21. I don't know what version you got, but I hope it's not that New International or whatever.
I got the regular King James.
Yeah.
And the 70 he returned again with joy, saying, Lord, even the devils are subject unto us through thy name. Magic. I mean, they couldn't, and in Solomonic magic, that's all you're doing. You're putting these Goetic demons under your subjection by specific words that are basically Christian prayers.
Mm-hmm. Do you see what it says in 17?
17. But that's what it has to say right there. The devil's a subject. You said 20. You had said 20 something. You said 21.
Most
and
of
the 70 return.
And my version said a 72.
Oh, okay. It says in the 70 return again with joy.
And then like 21, he explains why, I believe.
See this right here in Christianity, this is what they call, this is when he was commissioning the disciples. He was giving us, he was transferring power unto them as and this is from Jesus and shit. He was saying that he's given them, first he said in 18, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you. Notwithstanding in this rejoice not that the spirits are subject unto you, but rather rejoice because your names are written in heaven. So basically he just told them that, that the shit I'm giving you right now, I'm putting devils and as they call them, devils and spirits. You can put them under control, but don't go balling out because you can do that. It is what it is. It's no different than in the Vedic sciences says basically the cities is just basically that's just what happens because you're raising you're going higher into moksha liberation, but you're not supposed to even just because you can start reading minds off of the meditative systems, it don't mean you're supposed to.
In other words, that's a byproduct, but that's not the intent.
That's not the intent. Yeah.
You make a lot of money, you know what I'm saying? There's things that you can do, but that's not the reason. Or if you achieve some type of position or status in your community or whatever, there's things you can do, but that don't mean you
this shit is deep that you actually went to this. This is a very deep passages from the Bible. This is really a real spiritual interventive talk right here. Because after he gave them this power, it said that he rejoiced in the spirit. So we know when they say that, basically he was his Atman was found at peace, right? So then the whole thing is he went into prayer, but he also questioned that basically he didn't even want to give that type of power to people that he calls babes. So this is how he saw it. So so in his humanly mind, he was like, these motherfuckers is babies. They fucking candidates. They ain't fucking entered apprentice yet. I see them only as candidates. But being that it's not my humanly will to enforce upon somebody else, this is coming from the Purusha. This is a part of their whatever. I'm gonna have to give them this information because it doesn't have anything to do with me. That's some heavy shit right there. Because he says right here, Lord of heaven and earth, that thou hast hid these things from the wise and prudent and has revealed them unto babes, even so, Father, for so it seemed good in thy sight. So Jesus basically getting that shit off his chest. Like, yo, man, you know what I'm saying? I guess you see, if that's what you see, and then whatever. But I've been walking with these dudes every day. They on that bullshit. I let this nigga walk on water with me. He now questions the whole process. Nigga, you see you're on water. How you questioning it?
If he was questioning that, you know what I'm saying? We got people now, well, I got to see the demon. Even if you saw it, you would still have doubts. You would still come up with something else. Well, it's got to bite me first. It's always going to be something new. You're in the wrong place.
All them fucking stories is nothing but common sense shit for you to sit back and have an inner dialogue. But like, damn, do I be petty like that?
Mm-hmm.
Am I that kind of a petty human being that I'm getting something that's supreme, and I'm with the guru every day, but all I do is keep questioning shit over and over and over again.
Instead of sitting down and just observing and putting it to the test.
Putting it to the test. Because first of all, dude, I told y'all that, yo, I'm only physical because don't forget, Krishna, that when you read the Upanishads and the Krishna says that, you know what I'm saying, there's certain times that he has to come into manifestation. And it comes when man is at his worst decline. Purusha is never going to let us decline to the level where we become animals completely towards each other. Like we all just turn into lions and hyenas. A total falling from the human consciousness is not going to happen. So the whole thing is, whatever the way you want to take these stories that you read in the Bible or whatever, it ain't nothing but what Christian said. It be It be the unmanifest manifesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Well,
y'all,
that's
because
what
you,
makes me feel timeless.
yeah, it's not because the human populace at that time was not studying and practicing hard enough. Like, yo, y'all missing a lot of the lessons that's coming in the subtle form. So now let's manifest ourselves in the physical form so I can kind of show you what the fuck I was talking about, because y'all dumb meat puppets.
Don't that sound real familiar? What time is it?
Time to wake up. Coop-a-doo-doo-doo, motherfuckers.
I'm not getting what's been written, so I literally got to manifest here. Man.
To show y'all motherfuckers. And that's the same thing. Go read the Upanishad and just read the beginning where Arjuna and Krishna having a talk. The whole fucking talk is because Arjuna with the bullshit. Like, why do I gotta go kill those? Those are great men over there. My uncle was a great teacher and a great sage, and they are prepared for war again. Niggas, just shut the fuck up, man. Your whole bloodline, you are called the scorchers of earth.
Scared, say you're scared. But otherwise,
Krishna got the key reminding this motherfucker, like, yo, man, you come from the Kshatriyas, man. Your whole, for centuries, all y'all ever did was cut heads off. That's what you do. You're born into that clan because that's your destiny. You can be righteous and cut heads off. You face no karma. That's what I'm saying, the dialogue between them. We be having these dialogues all the time. Well, as you said, don't we keep questioning it? But damn, I mean, I don't know if it's I don't know if I got the time, and you know what I'm saying? I don't got, maybe I need to get those beads that, you know what I'm saying, I saw Trav wearing, maybe I get kids. All kind of shit. Motherfuckers will make up all kind of excuses for not doing it. Like, did you why? I ain't got the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying time is the biggest excuse. I get it. I'm not against it. I get it. But boy, you have to obtain something as powerful as this life-changing information, you're gonna have to sacrifice to take advantage of some time.
Right.
Maybe you got to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning for 15 minutes and do something, because you a parent and the kids are up and you got to go here. Everybody's in sports. This, boom, boom, boom. You work. You do this. You run from 6 a.m. to motherfucking 12 midnight. You don't stop until 12 midnight. So if you don't got the time, you don't got the time. But you know what? You got 3 a.m. Lay down, get yourself a little sleep. Wake up at 3 a.m. Get it in. Your spiritual practices, then go back to sleep.
Yeah, it's not about, it's more about quality than it is about quantity. Be consistent. If you can't do it 3-4 hours a day, do what you can, but do it every day and give it your all. That's going to be way more impactful than doing 3 hours of just pretending. That little 30 minutes of giving it your best, because that's literally all the time you have, that's going to take you extremely far. How can I say that? Because that's the shit that I did.
And you know the whole main thing too, Trav, and I'm gonna be out. You've now gotten to a point in what you're teaching on your platform is you're fucking with a system that you can't fake it and make it. Boy, there ain't no faking it when it comes to opening up. Everybody on here, their mind is open up so powerful. You can't piss on my back and ever tell me it's raining. You got the whole Magic Society fucked up if you think that we're falling for these games out here, that you're twinkling a little bit of glitter on some shit, and that shit's supposed to impress the Magic Society. You got the game fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, this ain't no couple of people. We magicians. I'm gonna just claim that's what it is. We magicians. The Magic Society. This is not just a bunch of people. We talking and we giggle. Then you fucking learning from practitioners, no different than shit. Fucking, I'll call it out. Travis like the modern day Aleister Crowley. Don't let them. And I'm not saying that. I'm just using that as an example to say about occultic people. You are modern day occult, Alora, the cat, everybody else on here is magicians.
Damn right.
And alchemists and philosophic initiates and all of that shit, all of the shit that you done read in them old school books. That's what you rocking with right now in modern day. Now some real shit.
Week after week, we're studying this shit and putting it into practice. And these discussions that we're having, it's not just us talking about racial issues and this, that, and third. This is the result of realizations from the experimentation. So we're not just up here on the mic talking about shit. This is coming from a place of, hey, we've done what's in these books. We've done it slowly. We didn't get the book last week, read it real quick, skip over it, and then pretend to be experts. We've been talking about this for several months. We've been doing this book study for a year, right? I have been doing this shit for a very long time. Some of y'all have been doing this shit for a very long time. So this isn't us just up here yapping on some ego. Now, if this is your first time coming in here, I can get where you can get confused. I get it, because that's what you're used to. And I ain't mad at you. But if you just listen for a minute, you'll start to catch that there's something a little bit different going on here. That being said, I encourage you, if before you to withhold your judgments, test the shit and see. Test what we're saying and see if it's true. Try this book out. Try any of these books out. Don't jump to conclusions. Don't take my word for it.
Never forget that the people, the great information that we've read and you've read is being manifested right now. This shit ain't no philosophy. It sounds philosophical. It is a philosophy, but the Vedic people who are called the Indians in India, they call their shit science. They don't call it religion. Religion, they got their religions and stuff like that, but basically their ancient way is built off of a living science. And like I said, you can't fake none of this, because this is transformational information. If you wanted to really be and do all the magical stuff that you was all reading and it sounded too hard to be or too good to be true, then this is what you should have been doing to empower yourself to now go back and read all those vampiric Bibles and vampire books. What's the dude name? I forget his name. He's writes all the books on vampiric sorcery. And
Michael W. Ford.
Michael W. Ford. You go back and read all his books now, you will see that he incorporates nothing but tantric meditation in all his fucking systems.
Yep.
And
all of them.
And cosmic pranayama too.
All these little dark occult people y'all you follow, check each one of them. I'm listen to me. Nothing escapes the Vedic. I don't care who you're talking about, whether it's Ford, whether it's Coedding, whether it's Anton LaVey, Crowley, each and every one of these folks.
Madame Blavatsky, Westcott, every last one of them all went to the East and went to India and did not leave that mother.
Yeah. So don't come to me with no emotional stuff. Somebody tried to have a little debate with me about Crowley. That's not what I'm here for, buddy. You can go look at the same books I saw. Just don't talk to me. Go read yourself. I gave you the book what I got it from. I showed you the page number. So
and isn't that what Bobby did? He did. Miss Bobby Hemmett did the same thing. He read the book. He had lectures, and he gave you the title, page number of the book, and everything.
Yeah. This is for you to figure it out. Don't debate with me. You're wasting your breath, buddy. I know what I know. I want you to see for yourself and make your own deductions. Did I make this up, or did I read it in the black and white where he said it with his own voice? He's a teacher, right? Israel Regardi and all these people that the people who Israel Gardi learned from, right? They got paperwork too. And guess what they studied? The very same stuff we've been talking about. Part of the curriculum of the Golden Dawn, before you can even get into the inner circle, you got to master this.
And once you master those different schools, you got certificates and degrees on that shit. They issue you. That's how they knew they did it, because they had a paper trail.
Right. So before you come into here with your ego and I disagree with what you're saying, understand that your disagreement is based on a lack of data. My discussion is not based on assumptions or lack of data. I study before I say anything on this permanent record, right? Everything on this internet is forever. So I'm not going to get up in here with some shit that I just made up or heard of. So
and then you can go back and do, they can go back and do their sex magic and be more powerful, now realizing that your whole sex magic practice was based off of Shiva and Shakti worship. So now go ahead and incorporate Shiva and Shakti and Purusha or Prakriti into your sex magic work and be a whole nother fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? But I'm getting ready to log off, everybody. So I definitely appreciate, man, Trav, you know what I'm saying, you and your platform, and I appreciate everybody. I learn from each and every one of you. Every one of you that say something, I go back and I research and I study it. And like I said, I add it to my bag. I'm a soldier. I'm not gonna turn down no form of weaponry when it comes to my spiritual war. You give me some information and running with it. Christian the other day did that whole fucking thing I put in the chat. I made a whole I went to my city's appraisal website and printed out the whole blueprint of my house, and I have the whole thing with the Bagua. And then I went a little further and I have found another book I was reading in the Theater Goesha, where each of the demonic spirits represent a part of the compass. So now I'm gonna incorporate that into the feng shui of the directional magic of the place that I stay in.
Nice.
And I'm gonna do individual rooms bagwas and my backyard bagua. I'm going bagua crazy. So whenever any one of you drop some knowledge, I really take it, I study it and research it, and I use that shit, and I overstudy it so I can really, really understand. Especially when it comes to the Vedic astrology, Christian dropped that knowledge, man. I that shit changed my fucking life. And I told her I had my chart for years, and then I had the whole. I done showed Trav and all y'all my destiny reading from the Asara set. It told me that my main meditative practice should be using Trataka. This was 3 years before even getting into what we're into now. So they told me 3 years ago that for me to maintain my godly balance, I'm supposed to be fucking doing Trataka. And this came from the Asar Aset Society. because they're using the Vedic system, but of course Shaker Mashakem is then they changed everything into make it comedic instead of keeping it in the so even it lost the luster with me once I started doing my research, because I'm too smart for that to follow you because you're deep. So once I started doing my research, and I was like, oh shit, this is all Vedic. I'm sorry, society lost the luster for me, because just give it to me raw. Tell me where you getting it from.
Yeah.
So once I found it all, so the Metu Netu book is still very well written, and it's not a book. That shit is scholarly. You know what I'm saying? So it's well put together, but goddamn, it's all Vedic. It's all Vedic science, man. The whole book.
No, thank you. Thank you for bringing me to this point. And it's crazy because I feel like they do that because they don't want you to run away once you find the truth.
That's
But
what it
that's
is.
what happens when you find it. You leave because it's like, well, damn, y'all didn't even tell me. But if he was open from the beginning, maybe he could have been different.
The Vedic science, and I'm really gonna leave after this. When you get a guru, you stay with the guru for a certain amount of time, but once you've reached your spiritual mastery, you're sent out to go into the world, and you can, whatever sect or school of that you came from, it's gonna either you go out and become, you live off of whatever, or you become a guru yourself and go find your own spot. You don't stay with the guru for fucking ever under his lap. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's the whole people. I'm just glad that I'm able to find the source information of certain things, because, like I said, it takes away the fanaticism of it, and somebody thinking that they can patent a particular system or way to do things, but we know it don't work like that. But everybody, I really appreciate being in the presence of everybody. Om Shanti Shanti, and everybody be peace and enjoy your week.
Peace, Shango.
Peace, Shango.
Shango.
So.
Gosh.
Oh God.
How you doing, Kristen?
Good. How are you? How's everybody?
Quite well.
Sorry.
Myself.
Good.
Yo, I'm a bust out too, man. I appreciate the conversation today, man. It's been real enlightening. And until next time.
Take care, Steph.
Peace, Steph.
Peace, peace, peace.
Peace.
Excuse me, B.
Oh, that was great, Travis.
It's been a good day.
Yeah. Oh, there's rainbows at the end of it. I feel like this is like a nice blessing. Oh shit. Oh, I want to do that. I can't
stop it. It won't stop.
That's what I got.
All right, y'all. So it's come time to maybe start wrapping it up. You doing all right, Kristen?
What was that?
I say, been doing all right?
Yes, been doing good. Crazy busy day. Actually, last 2 days, but I wanted to at least stop in and connect for a few minutes, if any at all. Family stuff.
Kristen, can I ask you for next week for the astrology thing?
Yes.
What you're going to be focusing on?
Not next week, but the week after. And we are going to talk about, since we started with the 10th house and working with our 10th house, we're going to go to the other side, which is the axis, the 4th, 10th axis. We're going to talk about the 4th house. And of course, any of the going ons, any of the transits in that moment, because we'll be talking probably about Jupiter going into Denisha and Mars moving out of Cancer, things like that. But specifically, we're going to be talking about the 4th house, which deals with the home. And this is how we're going to move into the feng shui and going a little deeper into the Bagua and how we give readings and what numbers mean what, which all correlates with the 4th house.
Cool. Okay. Because, yeah, I had more questions about the family aspect. So,
yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, actually, is any particular book that we should get while we are, I think you teach on Fridays, now if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, every other Friday. Yes.
Is there any particular book that you might recommend for us to follow? So by the time that we get into your program, we have some.
Well, okay, see, here's the problem with that. The books, all the books that I have read before, none of them were classical. We're doing classical now. So I'll have to look and figure out a book that would be helpful. The problem is the books on classical are not in our English and not in our language. So it's hard to find the information. It's hard to even Google and find the correct Bagua. You can write in classical Bagua and it's not accurate. It's not the right one. So because it tries to be general, which you cannot be general because everybody's space is different. So I'll know a source we can start digging into next Friday. And then I'll talk to my lady and see what she recommends if she has yet published her book, because she's supposed to be writing an English book and she's a classical feng shui maestro. So
cool.
You got it. Thank you.
Of course. You can always look in I have one that's called feng shui step by step, but like I said, it's not the classical, but it does give you a basic understanding of space and energy and technique. So there's a million different feng shui books, and then we've got that lady out there, what's her name, let me look her up again. She talks about anything that's not your bliss. The
Marie Kondo.
Yes, the Kondo method. And her method is very successful. So any book that she writes would be something I would add to my repertoire. You couldn't go wrong with that. Now, if it's not classical, it's not going to be the same Bagua, okay? But we'll get into that in next Friday.
You got it.
You'll see why you can't just use the Bagua, the Western Bagua. Well, not only do they, wherever your front door is, they say to make that the south. Well, not everyone's front door is facing the south. That's like using the inside space versus connecting with the real outside space, which I think is a mistake. And obviously the classical masters think is a mistake too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But our assignments for this week until next week would be to, because you gave it yesterday, so that would be to get a compass and to check out the direction of your home, leaving from entering in from the front door.
From looking out from your front door, read that compass reading from your back door and from the sides of your house, so you can get a real good reading of where everything is. Try to get the most detail as possible. So standing right outside your front door, and then the side of your house and the back of your house. You could and they say you can use your phone, but it's not as accurate ironically not as accurate as a old school compass. So if you can get an old school compass, do it. And then you need to know the period when you moved in.
Okay.
So the year you moved in is key. And even if you don't remember the period, just know the year you moved in and I'll tell you which period that falls under next Friday. Most of us have moved in during the 8 period, but if people have been living in their house for over 20 years, then they might be in a 7 period. We haven't entered the 9th period, not till 2023. So.
Oh, interesting. That's the end of my Venus Dasha.
See that?
Mm.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. It's
All
so
right,
cool
guys.
how it all ties in.
We found the source.
I'll see you guys on Friday. Definitely going to be on Friday and next Sunday. And I hope you guys enjoy your rest of your
next
night.
Friday, not this Friday coming up, but next Friday.
Next following one.
Yes.
Got it. Got a homework to do.
Yes. And if you have any questions, you can message me.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay.
Bye,
Okay,
hon.
bye, guys.
Peace,
Bye.
Veronica.
He
Oh my goodness. What a day. What a life. What a world. All right, everybody. So I hope that um, your practice has been edified and you feel more confident in your ability to not only research and study, but also to perform. Because that's what this is all about. Study and practice. It's a two-step process. And we can only continue doing it. They're the two poles, right? It's almost like they're both magnetized, and we swing over to the study, then we propel around to the practice, and we keep going in that spiral of study and practice. And it should happen so much that it's a singular motion, that every single moment of every day is a study and practice, right? And that's to me the complete opposite of being on autopilot. You're being aware of every action, and that's kind of where we're going with this. So also I want to give a heads up. Okay, so having my situation with TikTok where I join and I'm beginning to streamline the type of content that I produce, and I was having great results within about a week, maybe a week and a half of consistent effort. I gathered about 5,000 followers and like 17,000 likes, which is a lot. And suddenly, bam, I got chopped off, cut. All my hard work for making these videos gone without a trace.
Ugh.
So, of course, that kind of you know took a lot of the steam out of my sails for a day because I put a lot into it. I did get a bit
Yeah.
attached, but if anything else, it helped to refocus my vision, right? Because TikTok was only a part of my vision, which was to expand this information, the information that can help to transform people's lives into the lives that they actually want to live, as opposed to lives that we feel like we're being given. And instead of just relying on someone else's platform, this has shown me that the way to really push the message forward of a spiritual technology that anybody can use if they just put their effort into it, in order to deliver that, it would be best to create my own app, to create my own delivery system, my own platform. And so that's what I'm going to be working on. Now, I'm not going to trip at all. It's expensive. To start an app, it's probably going to cost anywhere between 3,000 to 6,000. And what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be hosting a crowdfunding option for those of you who do want to support and donate. But it's not just going to be donations, because I feel that everything is an equal exchange. And I do feel like this app is going to be it's going to be very valuable in people's lives. So what I'm going to be offering is kind of like a beta test, like an early founders kind of package thing, where I'm going to offer some things that I won't be offering to anybody else with this app. Now, just to kind of go back, this app is going to be all about taking a person from where they are to proficiency in utilizing spiritual technology. So that's everything in between, from working with spirits to working with the tarot and astrology and chakras and anything that you can imagine dealing with the spiritual realm that is actually useful. This app is going to be able to take a basic muggle with extreme interest and desire. It's going to take him down a path where he can study and practice and utilize these things to, say, within 6 to 12 months, they'll be able to do a whole lot more than they ever thought they could. That's what this app is going to be able to do for everybody who puts their effort into it. So this isn't going to take a year. It's not going to take 2, 3, 4, 5 years. This is going to take 2 months to get started. I see this being in the app store ready to go in 2 months or less. And of course, in order to do that, I need you guys' support. So I am going to be making a completely separate video with all those details in it. But just a heads up for everybody who is in the stream right now, because obviously if you guys have been watching for 4 hours, you support this cause, and I appreciate you. So just be aware of that. That's where this is going next. We're still going to be doing the book study. We're still going to be doing YouTube videos and all that. But the app is going to be like a at your own pace, streamlined track that you can go, and you're going to be able to measure. It's going to keep you focused, kind of like how there's an exercise app where you can follow the exercises and you can track how many calories you burn, you can track how much you've done. Well, this app's going to help you track how much time you invest in your meditation, how many pages you read, right? How long you've been in the Pomodoro technique. It's going to track all these different things to keep you focused, so you'll be able to measure your growth over time. That's going to be the beauty of this thing, as well as guided meditations, affirmations daily, other book studies, and of course, more intensely focused modules for learning, like how to work with spirits, right? I've never really taught my procedure, But in this app, I'm going to do that. We're going to teach how to actually use astrology. In the chat here, somebody said that, this Vedic astrology stuff makes your brain feel fried. Well, with this app, we're going to teach that. We're going to teach tarot. We're going to teach all these different things.
Yes.
But like I said, with your support, this will be done a lot quicker and a lot more efficiently. So I'm going to be setting up a GoFundMe page here soon. And like I said, I'll be giving all the details of what I'll be offering for people who donate. So get ready. I'm very excited. I know that I feel it deep down beyond my physical senses that this is what I have been supposed to do the whole time. So be aware.
Travis, have
Yes, ma'am.
you thought about Indiegogo or Kickstarter instead of GoFundMe?
I started Kickstarter, but one of the things that I saw about them was that if you don't reach your goal, then you don't keep any of that funding.
Oh.
So that's not what I'm going to be doing. I am talking with a few different people, so I do have a range of pricing. So I don't have a solid price locked in just yet, but I got a range, and
nice.
I know that we'll be able to hit it. It's just
absolutely.
get this thing into motion. But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
shopping around everything. I'm looking at all my options. I'm a thrifty shopper. You know what I'm saying? I look. I don't just jump some shit.
Yeah.
I weigh all the options.
Good. Yeah, because I just know that GoFundMe takes a chunk of your own change.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Either way, it's going to happen. It's going to work. It's going to come. Listen, there's somebody on there that's selling bath bombs that they got funding for $80 to $100 bath bombs that glow for like 5 minutes because they're plankton. If they could do it, if they could get all the funding because people want to bathe in glowing plankton, you know what I'm saying? People are going to want to do this.
I mean, it's as little as like 100 people donating $20, 150 people donating $20. I'm there.
Yep.
You know,
Exactly.
this is creative. It's not gonna take much. But it just I believe that people will feel comfortable once they know exactly what's going on, when they know exactly what they're donating for, what they're gonna get out of it, and where the money's going. 100% of the money's going to the app. None of it's going to me. Well, I guess I'm the one creating the app, but 100% of it is going to this app. But yeah,
I mean,
I've
how
been
cool
doing
would
my
that be to
research.
go to an app and learn how to read tarot, what it means, learn how to understand your Vedic chart, learn how to learn these things that it's easier because it's in an app, you know what I mean? Instead of having to look at a million different books and which teacher is telling you which, and you're cutting out all the hard work.
Yes, everything it's going to be in one place. We can cross-reference. Of course, I'm going to give all kind of book recommendations. I'm still studying, so everything that I'm studying, I'm going to be putting in there. So it's going to be one place where you're going to save a lot of time and effort, a lot of trial and error. Yes. You still have to do the work, but some of this work is going to be automated and streamlined for you, offloaded, so to speak. CJ says, for this baby magician, this will be extremely helpful. Yeah, and that's the point. A lot of you new people are gonna get the most benefit. Like a lot of the people that are just finding me or just getting into this kind of thing, you're gonna cut so much time. You're gonna learn probably 10 years worth in a few months. It's about to get that serious. So just imagine if we have more people on this planet who are self-actualized or moving in that direction, more people on this planet who are confident, more people who aren't falling for the brainwash of media and society, who are putting their lives in their own hands, driving, instead of letting somebody else do the work. Big stuff. Yeah, so I'm ready. So ready.
Heck yeah.
Yo, what's the new book for next week?
Just waiting for somebody to ask that question.
I got you.
Ooh, Framestar Films has a really good comment here, Trav, that you might want to read.
Okay, I'm going through the comments. Richie Crafter has a glass ball full of plankton.
Yeah, I do.
Meredith Graves. Thank you, Jonathan Thomas. Yeah, study schedule. Okay. I will type that in my Google search.
Ooh, Kambanda.
Okay, so yeah, to be quite honest, as far as what book to go to next, I didn't pick one yet.
Nice.
Yeah, like how many options do you have?
4 bookshelves worth. I don't know. Geez Louise. Why do you ask?
Oh, I mean, I was just gonna start reading it.
Oh, okay.
Goetia.
Huh?
Something with Goetia. That's my vote.
Oh. Okay, yeah. What was I thinking? I was kind of feeling maybe taking a bit of a break from strictly Vedic stuff, but geez Louise. I'm gonna have to take a minute. Not a long ass minute, but you know, maybe a few days.
Right.
Maybe even something with astrology.
Ooh.
Something that isn't like too difficult or too easy. Something that actually is, you know, has value that can be extracted. I mean, everything does, so to speak, but aye. And also something that isn't too long. One of the ideas I had was Libra Null and Psychonaut, because that's more of a foundational book. But
Oh, that's a good one. I like towards the end. I like the ending, like towards the end of it. Yeah.
Especially that little graph at the very end.
The chaos theory graphs.
Yeah. Those are very, very helpful. They put a lot of things in perspective for me. But a lot of what I enjoy about his books is that's one of those books that takes the abstract science of magic and makes it very practical. Very practical. Just like what Basic Magic does and Magician does. It's like, hey, okay, here's this. We're approaching this from a scientific aspect.
Yeah.
So that might be a good one. And the chapters are really short. They're more like just little essays.
Yeah, I see looking at it right now.
That might be an option. That might be a strong option. Chaos magic. Because it's also it's lesson, but it's also practical. There's stuff that you can do from here. I think Necronomicon might be a bit too much. What are you gonna say?
Astrology at the Speed of Light by Kapiel Raj. Only that book is $1,000.
Oh my God.
Book is $1,000. That's wild.
Yep, Amazon has it for $1,000 or a used copy for $847. Jeez. What was that?
How much is it on KRS's website?
I'm looking right now. Why would they be selling it so high if he's not selling it so high? Let me look. Because his astrology class is only 500. So I don't like his whole, thing. You can do a whole thing for 500. You're not doing it one-on-one with him. It's just a bunch of videos you watch. But let
I
me
think he
see.
sells his own, like he has his own company that ships the books and stuff. It's not through Amazon.
Yeah, well, someone else is, well, Amazon's selling his books. It brought me right to Amazon. I know he has his own
$55.
website, but what'd you say?
I see it for 55.
Where?
I see it for 38. I see it
On
yeah,
his
38.
on his website?
On Amazon.
On
Is the author
Amazon?
Kapiel Raj?
Yep. Why is this? It's showing me $1,002.
Yeah, that's one of the listings of the same book.
One of the listings, and then the other one is buy for use for $847.
The lowest I see for use is $30.44 with $8 shipping. Dang it, Kristen. Now you're making me later. I'm gonna put this in the cart.
Here we go.
if only it made sense in English.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Okay, I see it at 55. Oh no, see the one at 34, that's Mahadasha's at the speed of light. It's different. It's all about dashas. He's got like a bunch of different.
Yeah, there's different ones. Well, yeah. In any case, Godflow says an NLP book.
Yeah, we should do that. NLP.
I don't know. That's not some information I want to give out on the free website.
True.
Little too sensitive there. Okay, so yeah, give me a few days to figure out what would be a great choice to continue with. Forgive me, I probably should have arranged that beforehand, but I had a big change of plans recently, so a lot of my energy and focus was adjusted because a wonderful idea came into my awareness.
But
Godflow says, what about an astral projecting book? That's a good idea also. I
mean, shit.
The art astral project. That's like.
I mean, you know what? I actually did astral project a little bit. That's another benefit of studying Tattwas, by the way, and incorporating them into practice is that it does get easier to interact or to do that. But that would be cool.
I mean, according to Ophio, just creative visualization is astral projection.
Yeah.
Like we think that astral projection means that like your spirit goes out of your body, but that's not what it is.
He broke it down in such a great way.
Yeah.
We could go in that direction.
We could.
Like, yeah. That was, I mean, when I heard your audiobook about that, like when he basically said that just transferring your state of consciousness is astral projection, that's like we astral project. Daydreaming is astral projection.
Man.
So like, yeah.
I'm down.
It's not, that's pretty cheap on Amazon too. Well, I got
it's like $10, right?
Around there.
Well, all right. So next Sunday we won't be going over a specific book, but I guess I definitely want to let people know in advance. If that's the book we're gonna do, then at least people will have a week to get it. Plus there's the PDF, plus there's the audiobook version.
Yeah, what's the book called?
Well, the one that we're currently talking about is The Art and Practice of Astral Projection. But it's not set in stone just yet. Just a really good idea.
Okay.
Tattwa Shuddhi is one of the methods in his book. I mean, it's not
It is.
explicitly Tattwa Shuddhi, but it's meditating on the Tattwas.
That might be a good one. Everybody wants to know about astral projection.
Hell yeah.
He's also got the art and practice of Kabbalah magic.
Oh.
Pretty sure I read all his books on live stream except maybe the art and practice of the occult.
Yeah, that's the only one you don't have.
Yeah, this one is only like less than $10. And it's 130 pages. Ooh. All right, it's a possibility. Okay. All right, everybody. I'm gonna go. Got some more brainstorming to do and some more communication to get this whole thing figured out because this is a massive project. I'm stepping into new territory. I mean, I know a little bit about programming and how like apps work, but this is something new and exciting. Jeez Louise. I wish I had this kind of shit when I was starting out, man. Open up my phone and have a damn app where it's like structured fucking mystery school shit. Yeah. Okay. So appreciate you guys. This is going into wonderful places. Hannah Warwood says, so not the Friday coming, the one after. Is that correct, Travis? Yes. So not this Friday, but the Friday after, Kristen will be back with us talking about more information on the Bagua Vedic Astrology Podcast, episode 3. We will still meet next Sunday. It's going to be more of a general conversation on some of the stuff that we've been getting into. But the following Sunday, we'll start a new book study. Now, right now, it's looking like it might be The Art and Practice of Astral Projection. It looked like it could possibly even be Libra Null and Psychonaut. But I will definitely give everybody enough time, at least a week, to get the book, So, and of course, as always, there's PDFs for all the books we choose because I don't want anybody to miss out on this info. So yeah, I'm about to bounce. Does anybody have anything else that they'd like to vibrate?
Love, blessings, and peace to everyone on their practices.
Absolutely. See you guys
Peace
in
to
2
the
Fridays.
universe.
Or maybe even Sunday. You're welcome on
Oh,
Sunday
yeah.
too.
Oh yeah, Sunday. I keep forgetting Sundays. Guys, don't forget to get your compass readings and then just try to most people know the year they moved in. You want to make sure you're accurate. If it's like, as long as it's within the next, if you don't remember if it was 2007, 2008, that's okay. It's still in period 8. But if it's like 20 years ago, try to be accurate as possible.
All right. So yeah, those of you keeping up, y'all know what to do. I appreciate you guys. I mean, all of y'all stayed for the whole fucking thing. That's awesome. That's awesome. We had the same consistent number, all 6 hours. So you guys are serious,
Yeah.
right? You guys are serious. That's really, really cool. I hope nothing less than you're getting value out of this that you can use today. Not just feel good words, not just, it looks and sounds mystical, but stuff you can do, right? That's what this is about. Real change, real work, real progress. So I hope you get nothing less than that. Be on the lookout for the app. I'm going to be asking for some help with the support soon. So, don't be alarmed if you might see me asking for a donation. It's going towards an excellent cause. So, yeah, with that, I'm about to bounce. I love you guys. This
Peace.
is TK Trav.
Love you too.
Mages. You're with OVX 777. Peace.